All right. Stream has started. I don't know where it says number of viewers. Oh, there it is. No one's on yet. Okay, that's fine. Okay. This gives me the chance here. Testing audio. Testing audio. Good. Okay. Oh, come on. All right. So, all right, it's 5 now. Let's test screen share. Or we'll go here. We will share this. All right, that should have worked. And I see we have our first viewer aside from me, which is great. I wonder who it is. All right. So schedule goes as follows, like I said before. Starting now, I'll discuss why I voted the way I did. That'll probably take from 5 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. And during this half hour, I'll just talk about the election generally. Starting at 5:30 p.m., the next thing I'm going to do is go through my own prediction. I make a prediction for every election. In 2020, I came very close. I was only off by one state. This election, I'm a lot less confident about, but I guess we'll see. And then we'll also go through the results, some of the results that we have in already, specifically Guam and Dixville Notch. At 6 p.m., we'll get our first poll closings. The Eastern time zone in Kentucky and the Eastern time zone in Indiana will both close. So, yeah, that's the schedule. And then 7 p.m., we'll be getting a battery of results. The key ones there are Georgia, Virginia, and the great majority of Florida. So the first thing that I had planned to do was really to lay out my case of why I voted for Trump. And sort of the purpose of this live stream is that this is something not only really for other people to watch, because I don't expect very many other people to watch it, but sort of a way for me to archive this moment, because I think this will be a big moment either way, regardless of who wins, but just to be able to archive my thoughts and capture the moment and capture what I'm feeling right now so that I can revisit this, I guess, at some point in the future. So, I voted for Trump in this election. I sent in my absentee ballot to Butler County, Pennsylvania, and I voted for Trump in 2020, of course. But really, I'm very sanguine about Trump. I like to think that I'm not one of the MAGA fanatics. That I'm voting for Trump for all the right reasons. That really, my vote for Trump is entirely pragmatic. There's plenty of things with which I disagree with him on. But I just could not. I don't think I could bring myself to vote for Kamala Harris. So let me first talk about the reservations that I have with Trump. The first thing is that I disagree with Trump about his international trade policy. I think it's really just basic economic theory that tariffs are not good for the economy, at least in the long term. Tariffs make your own domestic industry uncompetitive because you're basically giving them an artificial boost compared to international industry. And I would prefer to stimulate our domestic industries by cutting regulations, possibly by cutting taxes, but really cutting regulations is the best way, I think, to stimulate our own domestic industry. Tariffs in the long run will just make our industry uncompetitive. Trump seems to like tariffs. I mean, you could say that, well, he's just saying that. He doesn't actually like tariffs. But I don't know. Trump really seems to like tariffs, and I disagree with him. I think for the most part, the cost does get passed on to the consumer. And the other risk is, by the way, if we start a trade war with China and China is able to find alternate markets for their stuff, then that could be a trade war that is very disadvantageous to the United States. So I don't agree with that. some of the things that he said about the 2020 election, I think are very distasteful and frankly just flat out wrong. I think there are some legitimate concerns that you could bring up about whether proper voting protocol was followed in the election. you know, uh, uh, Dinesh D'Souza's movie, where again he makes the claim, and I'm not saying that everything that he says is true, but Dinesh makes the claim in that movie that there were a large number of ballots in the swing states, in Atlanta, in Philadelphia, in Milwaukee, and Detroit, that were casted by real people, but were casted in an illegal way, in a way that did not follow the law. What he alleged was that there were these Democratic Party workers and volunteers who picked up ballots from their constituents and put them in drop boxes, whereas the laws, which I assume varied by state, said that you could only put in your ballot or the ballot of like 4 other family members into the drop box. You couldn't take 30 ballots from your neighborhood and put them all in the drop box at the same time. Dinesh D'Souza's movie alleged that there were people who did that, and that those illegally casted ballots swung the election in favor of Joe Biden. At no point in that movie, which is basically the magnum opus of the idea that the 2020 election was illegitimate, at no point in that movie does Dinesh D'Souza allege that there was some Democratic flunky in the back of the polling station, like hastily filling out ballots and stuffing the ballot box with them. There's not a shred of evidence that happened, but Trump seems to think that happened. And I don't think he's lying about it, because lying requires intent. I think he does genuinely believe that there were huge amounts of fake ballots. Again, to me, the 2020 election, again, you could make the claim that certain ballots were casted not following the proper election protocol, but people on the left obviously disagree with D'Souza's assessment, and there are plenty of critiques out there. I don't know if I'd call them a complete refutation, but I don't take that movie as the end all be all and as the exact truth. But if you're Trump, you just can't say that the 2020 election was stolen from you because there were all these fraudulent ballots. Because for the most part, all those ballots that were casted not following election protocol, most likely they would have been casted anyway. The person who had the ballot probably would have made their way to the drop box at some point anyway and dropped off the ballot. So I don't like the way that Trump handled the aftermath of 2020. Regarding the Israel-Palestine thing, I think Trump is probably a little bit worse than Harris in terms of making peace in the Middle East. I think they're both pretty bad about it, frankly, and it's a conflict which doesn't really have much of an end in sight. But I think just the amount of political pressure that's on Harris and on the Democrats now from their base it tells me that it is possible that just under that political pressure, the Democrats might be the more likely party to be able to make peace in the Middle East. But I guess we'll see. But Trump, I don't have much confidence that he'll be able to come up with a peace deal that the Palestinians would accept. Now, maybe I'm wrong. And I hope I'm wrong. But those are sort of my reservations about Trump. Those are the big ones. I'm sure there are others if you pressed me on it. But I want to go through the reasons why I casted my ballot for Trump to illustrate that, again, I'm very sanguine about this election. There's some people who are MAGA fanatics, right? There's people who love Trump so much that they would have sex with the guy if they could get him in a room alone. I think, well, I'm not like that, and most Republicans are not like that. Now, some are, right? There's no mistake about that. But I want to go through the reasons why I voted for Trump. So the most important issue to me will always be the economy, but this is actually not one of the reasons why I voted for Trump. The economy, I think, is something that's very unpredictable. It's very complex and multifactorial. It's the most important issue for me in terms of what affects my life, but I accept that it is almost impossible to predict whether a president will be good or bad for the economy. I mean, I think Trump will be better. I can say that with a low degree of confidence. But again, what if he starts a trade war with China? and like that could easily has the potential to make the U.S. worse off than before it started. So, the economy is not one of my key reasons. There are three key reasons that I can think of why I casted my ballot for Trump in this election, and they are three reasons, three things that are important to me, and three things where I think Trump would be concretely better than Kamala Harris, and I can say that with a much higher degree of certainty. And those three issues are illegal immigration, the ending the war in Ukraine, and reducing the size of the federal government. Those are the three issues where I can say very confidently that Trump will be better than Kamala Harris. So first of all, I want to talk about illegal immigration, which of course has reached crisis levels. Um, we've had, I mean, some estimate 10, 11 million illegal immigrants come into the country in the last 4 years. And I mean, I'm just very confident that Trump will secure the border. The critique is that you would probably have to violate international law in order to do so. Now, I don't think international law counts for much these days, but again, according to international law, as I've been told, someone does have the right to come to the United States if they claim asylum. And I think what we need to do is just say, we've taken in enough people. We've gotten into this mess because we've been way too generous. We've taken in all these people who are all claiming asylum. The vast majority of these people do not actually have valid asylum claims. I'm sure there are people coming through the southern border that have valid asylum claims, people who actually are being persecuted in their home country specifically because of their ethnicity or because of their religion or because of their politics or things like that. But the vast majority of people who claim asylum in this country do not meet that criteria. And I think we need to be pragmatic about this and say, look, again, this is, I guess, debatable, but it is probably a violation of international law. We've gotten in this mess because we've been too generous. All you people that are economic migrants have sort of ruined it for everyone else who actually have valid asylum claims. And by the way, I have nothing against the people, the illegal immigrants themselves. I mean, I'm friends with people who are illegal immigrants, and I see how hard they work. I see that their objective isn't even so much to make their own lives better, but it's for their children. It's to improve the lives of their children. And that's something that I will always respect. And maybe if I was in their position, I would be doing the same thing. But the question is it good for our country? And I don't think it is. I think illegal immigration has destroyed our economy. And obviously, I think there's a lot of things that have destroyed our economy, but illegal immigration is certainly up there. And the main reason, so let's say you have 20 million illegal immigrants in this country. No one knows what the actual number is, but let's say you have 20 million, and let's say 15 million are within working age, right? The other 5 million are either too young or too old to work. And those 15 million people are essentially exclusively filling in at the lower end of the labor market, right? They are working in food service, they're working in hospitality, they're working in construction. Those are the kinds of jobs that they take. The effect that has on the labor market is that it does suppress wages for working class people because illegal immigrants are willing to work for less, and just the fact that you're adding more bodies to the lower end of the labor market. The working class person in the United States, the person who graduates high school and just wants to start working, the working class person in the United States has a greatly diminished future because of illegal immigration. Illegal immigration, by increasing the supply of lower income workers, but not really affecting the demand by anywhere near as much. You create a scenario where labor costs less because again, it's just basic economics, supply and demand. And the end result is that it actually increases the disparity between say the upper middle class and the working class, because you're adding 15 million people exclusively into that lower end of the labor market. And again, I don't blame the illegal immigrants themselves. I blame our incompetent administration that is letting this happen. We have to be pragmatic about things, even if it means violating international law and turning people away who are claiming asylum. We have to get control of our southern border, and I think Trump will do that. And by the way, the other thing about illegal immigration, you don't even have to be working class for it to negatively affect you. Because when labor is cheap, the easiest thing for big business to do is to just continue with the status quo, right? Because they can continue to hire more people, just do things the way that they've always done it. If labor is cheap, there isn't as much incentive for them to innovate, for them to find efficiencies to cut costs. Whereas if labor is more expensive, uh, it encourages businesses to innovate, to find efficiencies in order to cut costs and possibly cut workers. Now, you might say, well, hang on, though. If big business is looking for efficiencies and cutting people, then doesn't that mean that people are going to lose jobs? And the answer is no, because innovation creates jobs. So you'll be losing jobs and creating jobs. So in the long term, I think illegal immigration is detrimental for the entire economy. Nasser Al Reyes says, do you believe that a Republican government would fix the border or leave it open and use it as a continued political tool to keep votes? So this is a good question, because I think this is something that political parties do, right? The Democratic Party had 50 years to codify Roe v. Wade, and they didn't do anything. And the reason why is they kept using abortion as a carrot to continue attracting their voters to the polls in every election. I do believe that a Republican government would, fix the border. At the very least, they'll improve the situation. And the reason, Nasser, is that these illegal immigrants, they obviously can't vote. But any kids that they have that are born on US soil become citizens of this country automatically, even if their parents came through illegally. So what the Democrats are doing, in my opinion, is they're bringing in, 10 million people over 4 years, which is an enormous number. I mean, you're talking about a population the size of, say, the size of the state of Virginia, approximately. That's the number of people that have been brought over in the last 4 years that we know of. And again, they can't vote, but their kids can. Or well, their kids, when they get born here, will be able to vote in 18 years. And the children of immigrants are overwhelmingly Democratic. So the Democrats, what they're doing is they're playing the long game. They know that they can take in millions of people. It's not going to immediately affect the electorate. And if anything, it might actually weaken their position because it turns more people Republican because they're upset about the border. But what they're hoping is, in the long term, they will be able to grow tens of millions of Democratic voters from the children of the illegal immigrants, which statistically, are going to vote 60 to 70% Democratic. So I think a Republican government would, again, fix the border would mean that. I don't know if I'm willing to go quite that far, but I think it'll be greatly improved compared to what we have. I think Trump would not be quite so afraid to violate international law to do what's pragmatic and seal the border. So that's illegal immigration. The second reason why I voted for Trump has to do with ending the war in Ukraine. And this is a war that needs to end. So the funny thing is, with the war in Ukraine, it's actually Biden's most popular issue very consistently when you look at polling data. Because what polling data does, there's job approval rating for Biden, which has varied throughout his presidency. But then there's, do you approve of Biden's performance on this specific issue, on Ukraine, or on immigration, or on the economy, or on crime? And very consistently, he has like a 50 to 55% approval rating, possibly higher, on Ukraine. It is easily his most popular issue. The interesting thing is that Kamala Harris has not talked about Ukraine really whatsoever in her election campaign. And again, I say that that's interesting because it was Biden's most popular issue. But this is a war that needs to end. And, maybe I would agree to continue the war and continue to arm Ukraine and continue to spend tens of billions or hundreds of billions of US taxpayer dollars if the government had a clear plan. But Nasser asks, are immigrants voting primarily Democratic or Republican? I know that immigrants in Florida are right-leaning. Is this the case throughout the country? It depends where they come from. A lot of the immigrants in Florida are right-leaning because they come from very specific countries, especially Cuba and Venezuela. People coming from like communist regimes like that, they actually lean Republican. And it's been shown statistically that Cubans and Venezuelans are majority Republican. Immigrants as a whole are clear majority Democratic, like first generation and second generation immigrants. But it does matter where they come from. So I do think, Nasser, that Florida is exceptional. But anyway, going back to Ukraine, The question is, what is the government's plan here? The US government's stated position on Ukraine is that we will continue to support the Ukrainians and we will continue to give them weaponry until they retake all of their lost territory, which includes, by the way, the Donbass and the Crimea, which has been in Russian hands for at least 10 years. So this is an unrealistic position. This is a pie in the sky position. Even if by some miracle Ukraine starts to turn Russia back and starts to regain some lost territory, I really don't see how they recapture the Donbass or Crimea. That's been in Russian hands for so long. So, so that's the big problem that I have with the way that our administration has handled Ukraine, is that I have no idea what the hell they're doing, and like I don't know what the heck their plan is. Because their stated plan is totally unrealistic. So that leads me to have no confidence in the administration. And I think it's time for peace. You look at a territorial map of the Ukraine war. Russia is making very slow progress, but very consistent progress. Ukraine is very slowly rolling back. Now, I do think that it'll continue to be basically a stalemate for some time, but I just don't know what we're waiting for. I think we need to make peace with Russia. That would probably involve Russia getting parts of Ukrainian territory. In return, Ukraine would probably become part of NATO. Now, again, I know that some conservatives might not like that. They might say, well, we don't really want to defend Ukraine. I'm just saying that realistically, that is the concession that the US would demand, is that Ukraine becomes like completely westernized in exchange for like losing a bunch of territory to Russia. Maybe Russia would force Zelensky to step down, and we would allow that to happen. You would have actually proper elections, because right now Ukraine isn't, in my opinion, isn't a true democracy after they outlawed all the pro-Russian political parties. So I think there would have to be some democratic reforms in Ukraine as well. But I think a peace deal is possible. And Trump has said that that is something that he will start working on immediately, as soon as he wins the election, even before he actually occupies the position of the presidency. I'm not sure whether it would be whether like that would be feasible for him to get a peace deal with Putin before he becomes president. I don't think so. I think that's wishful thinking, but it is something that is important to Trump and everyone else, sort of his top supporters, the people in his inner circle. They all want to end the Ukraine war. And we're just spending so much money, and I don't know truly what the U.S. government's plan is. The third issue that matters to me is the size of the U.S. government and reducing the size of the state. And Trump, admittedly, this was not something that Trump did at all in the 4 years that he was president, from 2016 to 2020. But I'm confident that he will this time, because there has been a concrete proposal for the DOGE, right? For the Department of Government Efficiency, headed by Elon Musk. Elon is very optimistic. He thinks we can save like $2 trillion. That's not going to happen. I've played with the numbers. I would be very happy if they saved $500 to $600 billion and cut that off the deficit. But either way, we do need to seriously reevaluate what the roles that the federal government has, because the size of the U.S. government, and well, specifically the deficit, has also destroyed the economy by creating massive inflation. So everyone always wonders why does the national, or how does the national debt affect us? How does the national debt make us poorer? And I have no doubt that the national debt makes us poor. It's not so much the national debt as it is the deficit, because our government has run a deficit every year for over 20 years, which means that it has greater expenditure in the military, in education, in transportation, whatever. All of the government spending combined has been far greater than its revenue that it takes primarily in taxes every year for the last 24 years, minimum. I think there were 2 years during Bill Clinton where the government had a surplus. But having that deficit destroys the economy, basically because it forces you to print money in order to make up that deficit. And that creates inflation because you're adding more dollars to the circulation. So yeah, we need to reduce the size of the U.S. government. the amount of money that we're paying on interest to basically to just service the debt that we already have is, I think, like 6% or 8% of our federal budget already. And that number is only going to grow if we continue to have the deficit, because our federal debt is not that unlike debt that real people have, like credit card debt or mortgage debt, where just like, say you have a mortgage and you don't even want to pay it off, right? You just want to keep it the same, which I don't think you'd even be able to. So maybe that's a bad example. Student loan debt, okay? That's a better example, because I think you could actually do that for student loan debt. Let's say that you have student loan debt of $50,000, and the only thing that you're interested in is keeping that debt the same. You don't actually want to pay it off. You just want to pay the interest. You would have to pay interest on it every year just to service that debt so that it remains the same. If that debt grows, then the amount of interest that you have to pay grows. For the US government, they get around it by printing money. You have to print more and more money to pay off the deficit, and that drives inflation. We need to reduce the size of the federal government in order to reduce the deficit. If you actually want to eliminate the deficit entirely, I've played with the numbers. It is very hard to see how you eliminate the deficit just by reducing the size of government. Realistically, you would have to raise taxes as well. But why don't we just start reducing the deficit first by cutting the size of government, and then we'll see how far we can go, and then if we need to raise taxes afterwards. But obviously, raising taxes is not my preference. So again, those are my three, not even my three key issues, because the economy is a key issue to me. Healthcare is a key industry to me, or a key issue to me. But specifically, illegal immigration, the war in Ukraine, and the size of our federal government. Those are the three biggest reasons why I voted for Trump, because those are the issues where I think he would be concretely better than Kamala Harris, and I can say that with a high degree of confidence. And that is not to say that I don't have reservations with Trump, because I do. I would have, if I had the opportunity, if I was in Iowa, say, I would have voted for Vivek Ramaswamy in the primary. I would not have voted for Trump. So going into my predictions, this is the next thing that we'll do. So I will issue my prediction. Again, I like to issue a prediction for every election. In 2016, I was off by 3 states. I thought that Trump would win, and he did, but I actually thought that he would do a bit better than he ended up doing. I thought that he would win Nevada, Colorado, and New Hampshire, where he fell short, but I predicted the other 47 states correctly. Let me take a drink of water. In 2020, my prediction was very close. I was actually only off by a single state. I did not think that Georgia would flip. I thought that Trump would hang on there, but I predicted all the other states correctly in 2020. So that is my track record. So I'm going to issue my prediction now about this election. So we are going to share something else. We are going to share an electoral map. Let's see. We will share this. Yep. All right. There we go. And yeah, we'll edit the candidates. We'll have this say Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. All right. So this is going to be my official prediction for this election. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the states that I think one candidate or the other will win by a margin of greater than 10 percentage points. So these are the safe states. So these are going to be in the darkest shade of blue and the darkest shade of red for Harris and Trump respectively. So which areas do I think will vote for one candidate or the other by more than 10 points? So we will give Harris Maine's 1st district, 1 electoral vote there. We'll give Harris Vermont. Harris gets Massachusetts, deep blue state there. Rhode Island, Connecticut. We'll also give Harris the state of New York by more than 10. Biden won New York by a margin of about 23 percentage points in 2020. I think Trump will do significantly better in New York State this time around. I'm going to say that he loses New York State by about 15 points, give or take. I think he'll improve specifically in New York City. That's where he'll see his biggest gains. We'll also give Trump New Jersey by more than 10. New Jersey's one to watch the margins. If Trump is having a particularly good night, it's possible that the margin could be within 10. New Jersey voted for Biden, I believe, by 16 points. So it's possible, again, if Trump improves by more than 6 points, then New Jersey could, the margin could fall to within 10. I don't think it will. I'm going to say that Harris wins it by 11 to 12. Delaware, similarly, I think Harris will win by just over 10. Delaware is interesting. Biden won Delaware by over 20, but remember, that's his home state, so he was expected to win Delaware by a big margin. Hillary Clinton won Delaware by just barely over 10 points. So this is another one to watch the margins. I still think Harris will win it by more than 10, but maybe I'm wrong. We will also give Harris Maryland, big win there. And District of Columbia, of course, will be Harris plus 80 or something like that. We have our first safe state for Donald Trump. Now my adopted home state, West Virginia, will vote for Trump by probably about 40. One of the most red states in the country. I think Trump wins South Carolina by more than 10. He has in the 2 previous elections. Yeah, that's right. Harris off to an early lead. Harris has, what is that? Like 6 times the number of electoral votes that Trump has. Yeah, it's over. So going into the Deep South, we will give we will give Trump Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Arkansas by more than 10. In the Midwest, Kentucky and Indiana will vote for Trump by more than 10. We give Harris Illinois. Again, we'll watch the margins there. Biden won Illinois by 17. If Trump has a really good night tonight, then the margin could be within 10. We give Trump Missouri by more than 10. And then we have this column of states, the Great Plains states, North Dakota, South Dakota. We have Nebraska at large, Nebraska's 3rd district, Nebraska's 1st district, which includes some of the suburbs of Omaha, as well as the city of Lincoln. We give Trump Kansas. Oklahoma will be a Trump win by more than 10. We give Trump Montana, Wyoming, Idaho, Utah. And then Harris will also get the entire West Coast, Washington State, Oregon could be within 10. I don't think so, though. And California. The margin in California, I think, will be around a 22 to a 23-point win for Harris. I think Trump will do considerably better there compared to 2020, where he lost the state by 28 to 29 to Joe Biden. I think he'll do considerably better there. We'll give Trump Alaska by more than 10. If Harris has a good night, Alaska could be within 10. Same thing for South Carolina. And Harris also gets Hawaii by more than 10. So Harris is off to an early lead here, 181 electoral votes compared to Donald Trump's 125. So again, these are the states, one candidate or the other by more than 10 percentage points. Next, I'll go through the states that I think one or the other candidate will win by a margin of between 5 and 10 points. So these states are characterized as the likely states. Again, between 5 and 10 points for either candidate. So in Maine, and we'll make this one shade lighter of blue and one shade lighter of red. Maine, we will give to Harris. We'll say that Harris wins Maine at large by 7 or 8. I think that's what it'll be. Maybe Trump improves there marginally. We'll say that Trump's margin in Maine's 2nd district maybe stays about the same, somewhere between 5 and 10 points. I think Trump will find it a bit more difficult to improve in the states that are primarily white. New Hampshire and Maine are 2 of the whitest states in the country, but we know we think based on polling results that Trump's improvement compared to 2020 will primarily be due to minority voters, due to Hispanic voters, and due to Black voters. With white voters, we'll see. I think Trump will do a bit worse with college-educated white voters. He may do a little bit better with white non-college voters, but we'll have to see. But again, the areas where I think Trump will improve the most are the areas with the most minority voters. So places like New York and California, unfortunately, doesn't have a chance to win either of those states. But anyway, so that's Maine. Coming down here to Virginia, I predict Harris will win Virginia by a touch over 5 points, a similar margin to Hillary Clinton in 2016. there's a lot of people who think that Virginia will be competitive. I would be extremely surprised if Virginia is, say, within 3 points. I really don't see that at all. I know that some of the polls have Virginia within three. Some polls have Harris leading by just one or two. Virginia has such a high floor for Democrats. There are so many liberal, college-educated white voters in Northern Virginia, in the Richmond area, and in in the Virginia Beach area. I just find it very difficult to believe that Republicans will swing enough minority voters in Virginia to take the state. For reference, Biden won Virginia by over 10 points in 2020. It would take a massive swing. And I just don't think that the elasticity of the state is there. I don't think the voters are quite malleable or independent enough to have a 10-point swing in Virginia. I think the Dems' floor is just too high. I think Republicans have totally deluded themselves into thinking Virginia is competitive. I really just don't see it. But I would be happy to be proven wrong. Next, we have the state of Florida. Florida will give to Trump by, I don't know. I mean, maybe 8 points or so. Florida will probably be a pretty hefty Trump win. In 2020, he won the state by, like, what was it, 3.4 points, nearly 3.5 points. And Florida is just zooming to the right as a state. It's even possible, if Trump has a good night, that he wins it by more than 10. I don't think that he will at this point. But like maybe 7 or 8 is the margin that I would put Florida at. I'm also going to give Trump Ohio by a likely margin. I think Trump's margin in Ohio will be maybe a little bit better. It'll be towards 10. It could also be over 10. Wouldn't be surprised at all. I do kind of feel that Republicans have maxed out their support in Ohio. They're running up insane margins with white non-college educated voters in Ohio. And they're just getting to the point where there isn't that much better that they could be doing with that demographic group. I think they'll do a bit better with African-American voters in the major cities, but they'll probably backslide a bit with the white college-educated voters. And there are a lot of white college-educated voters in Ohio, in the big 3 cities, Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati. So I'm going to say Ohio votes for Trump by between 9 and 10 points, something like that. But it could be over 10, or it could be less than 8. We'll see. Going to the other states in the Midwest, Minnesota's tough. I think Minnesota will be around 5. I'll give Kamala Harris the benefit of the doubt in Minnesota that she'll win it by a touch over 5. I do think that having the running mate there does help, even though there are a lot of people in Minnesota who hate the guy. Minnesota has, again, a lot of white college-educated liberals in Minneapolis and the suburban sprawl there, and they more or less control the state. It could be a bit under 5. I would be very surprised if Trump wins in Minnesota, though. I'm not anticipating that. Next, we have the state of Iowa. So I think the state of Iowa will vote for Trump. I actually think he'll do a bit worse in Iowa than he did in 2020, or maybe about the same. I think he'll win Iowa by 7 points or so. Iowa, again, is a very white state. And there are a decent number of white college-educated voters in Cedar Rapids and Iowa City, as well as Des Moines. And those cities, I mean, they seem to be moving to the left. I think there is room to grow for the Republicans in Iowa among the countryside voters. But I think, again, just the fact that Iowa is such a white state, you don't really have very many minorities with whom you can improve in Iowa. I've felt actually for a while, before the Iowa Seltzer poll came out, which showed Harris leading by 3 in Iowa, which I think is insane. I mean, if Harris is leading Iowa by 3, then this is going to be an electoral landslide, like something we haven't seen since, say, 1988. But I do think that Trump will win Iowa by between 5 and 10 points. I think that Iowa Seltzer poll is just wrong. I mean, it goes against basically all the other polls, and I thought it was absolutely insane that the betting odds shifted so much a couple days ago on the basis of one poll result. I understand that the Seltzer poll is highly predictive and that it showed Harris as the favorite to win Iowa, which would presumably mean that she would win Wisconsin and Michigan easily. But I just don't see it. It goes against all the other polling data that we have. I'm going to give Iowa to Trump by 5 to 10 points, but I do accept, and again, I felt this for a while, that Trump could do a bit worse there. Next, we have Nebraska's 2nd district. again, I think it'll be around 5 as the margin. I'll give Harris the benefit of the doubt there as well, that she'll win it by more than 5. I think Democrats are very energized there because Republicans tried to make the state winner take all and failed. Um, I mean, every electoral vote in this election is crucial. There are plenty of scenarios where you see like a 267 to 271, or a 268 to 270, or a 269 tie. I can't emphasize enough in this election how crucial every electoral vote is, because there are so many states that are up in the air. Okay, so next we have the state of Texas. So I'm going to say that Texas, will Trump do a little better there? I think he does. I think it's possible you'll see continued losses among white college-educated voters in Dallas and Houston and San Antonio, but Texas has a huge Hispanic population, and it also has a significant Black population, both of which Republicans are expected to improve with. Trump won Texas by 5.5 approximately in 2020. I assume it'll be a little bit more than that, maybe by 6 or 7. It's possible it could also be a little bit worse. I mean, well, we know there have been a lot of white college-educated voters moving to Dallas and Houston. I wouldn't be surprised if Texas is closer. If there was a state for Kamala to have a surprise flip, I guess it would be Texas, outside of the traditional 7 swing states that we've been talking about. But it's still very hard for me to believe. She would have to have a sensational night for her to flip Texas. The next state that I think will be between 5 and 10 points is Colorado. I'm going to say it's just under 10 for Harris. A lot of the Republicans are dooming about Colorado. They think that it's just zooming to the left, which it is, to be fair. But Colorado does have a significant Hispanic population, which I think Republicans will improve with enough to bring the margin within 10, but I could be wrong. It could still be over 10, and who knows, maybe Harris will win Colorado even more than what Biden won. My friend Jack says, I think many Republicans are completely oblivious to the fact that they are going to lose significantly in the House and Senate races as well tonight. I think we will see a repeat of 2022. That is certainly possible. The polling for the House and the Senate races is pretty grim. I mean, it's showing that Democrats hold the Senate in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. It's showing that Democrats will hold the seat in Arizona because Republicans, for some reason, put up Kari Lake again, who was a terrible candidate. And the reason, by the way, the explanation as to why Trump is outpolling and is probably going to outperform the vast majority of the Senate candidates, the Republican Senate candidates, and the Republican House candidates, is that I think there will be a certain number, particularly of Hispanic voters, who vote Trump at the top of the ticket, but vote Democrat the rest of the way down because that's what they're used to. And maybe among Black voters as well. And also a certain amount of white non-college educated voters, like the people who in Pennsylvania used to vote Democrat all their lives. They vote for Trump, but maybe they still vote for Bob Casey because he has some working class appeal. Yeah, I mean, Republicans will retake the Senate just because they'll get West Virginia easily. And then it's almost certain that they'll get Montana. They'll probably get Ohio as well. But beyond that, I mean, we'll see. We will see. But it seems unlikely to me that they'll win in Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania. And when you look at the election betting odds for the House of Representatives, Republicans, again, the odds that Republicans retake the House is consistently below the odds that Trump will win the presidential election. I mean, at this point, Trump is the only thing keeping the Republican Party going. But he's damaged the Republican Party in certain ways. But at the same time, if he is outperforming basically every other candidate in the Senate and in the House of Representatives, that's telling you something. It's telling you that the Republican Party without Trump is truly pathetic. And, I used to be doubtful that Trump was our best candidate, but maybe in hindsight he was. Well, I guess we'll see when the election results come in. Okay, so next we have, let's see. Okay, so those are all the states that I wanted to color in as between a 5 and 10 point margin. will go to the states that I think will go to one candidate or the other by between 2 and 5. So again, we'll make this one shade lighter of blue and one shade lighter of red. And we will begin with New Hampshire. And by the way, my friend Ever is probably going to come soon. I'll be streaming the election with him. Not sure when he'll get there, maybe around 6. But if I have to quickly run up and greet a friend, that's what it'll be. But I want to talk about New Hampshire first. New Hampshire is a very interesting state. It's basically the whitest state in the country. It's like 96% white. And that's the main reason why I don't expect Trump to win it. Because again, and it's also very college educated. So New Hampshire, heavily white, heavily college educated. That's the exact group of demographic. That's the exact demographic that Trump is going to underperform compared to 2020, according to basically all available polling. So I think Trump will struggle to win New Hampshire, but I actually think New Hampshire will be closer. New Hampshire is a very interesting state for a few reasons. First of all, it's, I believe, the most elastic state in the country. At least out of all the swing states, it is the most. It is the state with the most true independence, not just people who aren't registered one political party, but vote the same way every time. People who actually change their vote from one election to the other. New Hampshire has a lot of those voters. I think it's actually pretty likely that Republicans take the governorship in New Hampshire tonight. I could be wrong, but I do think that I think her name's Kelly Ayotte will outperform Trump in New Hampshire. The reason why I think Trump does have a chance to win New Hampshire is that, first of all, New Hampshire hates incumbents. So in 2004, New Hampshire was the one state that John Kerry won that that Al Gore did not win in 2000. And it was a reaction in New Hampshire against Bush, against the Iraq War. So New Hampshire is relatively anti-war state. And again, they also have a history of hating incumbents. In 2016, Trump narrowly lost New Hampshire by 0.2 percentage points. And in 2020, he lost by like 6 or 7. So New Hampshire tends to swing pretty heavily against incumbents. So that's why I do think that despite the demographics there, Trump does have a chance to win. But I don't expect him to. I think Harris will win there maybe by 3 or 4. The other state that I think will be between 2 and 5 will be New Mexico. Again, it's possible Trump could win in New Mexico. New Mexico has roughly equal proportions of white and Hispanic voters. If Trump improves enough with Hispanics to the point where he is winning Hispanics or is almost winning Hispanics, New Mexico is a state that could flip. There's a few problems that Republicans run into in New Mexico. The first problem, it's not just the fact that there's a lot of Hispanic voters who obviously overall are Democratic, but the other problem is that there's a lot of white liberals in Albuquerque, and the state is also one of the few states in our country that has a significant population of Native Americans. I think New Mexico is like 5% Native, and natives vote almost uniformly for the Democratic Party. Now, who knows? I don't know what Native turnout will be in this election. If Native turnout is low, if Trump improves with Hispanics like massively, then it is possible for him to win in New Mexico. And New Mexico, again, I predict that it will be surprisingly close. I'm going to give New Mexico to Harris by 4 points or so, compared to the over 10 points that Biden won the state in 2020. All right, I need to take a drink of water or else I'm going to lose my voice very quickly. All right. I do see my texts. I have I'm on Do Not Disturb, but I'm happy that you guys are liking the stream. And see, this is the kind of political commentary that you won't get on the mainstream media, right? Like, even Fox News. Like, when's the last time that Sean Hannity made an original point? Like he's obviously very good at making the Republican argument, as are many of the people on Fox News, but he's never said anything original, as far as I can tell, ever. He's really just a stooge for the Republican Party. This is where I have the chance to actually present my own ideas, and I can be a bit out of the box compared to the traditional political thinking. Okay, 549. All right, we still have time. We're going to go through the swing states now. So the last category of states are states that I think will be between 0 and 2, well, less than 2-point margin for either side. So these are states that are very close, could easily go one way or the other. And of course, this covers the rest of the states. So here we go. So the first states that we will do. How about we do Arizona first? I predict that Donald Trump will win in Arizona. I think it'll be around 2 points. It could be more than 2 points. I wouldn't be at all surprised. I think the fact that it's a border state will make a huge difference. There's a lot of Hispanics in Arizona as well. There are a lot of, the cringe old guard Republicans, the John McCain Republicans there as well, the anti-Trumpers. But I think the GOP will more than make up for that with improvements in the Hispanic vote, which again is very significant. The polling data shows pretty clearly that the Republicans are favored to win Arizona. The betting odds have Trump at nearly an 80% chance to win the state. I do think there is a path for Harris to win the state. A lot of Californians have been moving to Arizona. And there are a lot of white college-educated voters and a lot of people who don't like Trump there. So we'll see. But I'm going to give Arizona to Trump. And that brings them up to 230 electoral votes compared to 226 for Kamala. For similar reasons, I'm also going to give Trump Nevada. The polling in Nevada is a bit less clear. I don't like to look at early voting because, the Republicans have had a lot of early voting in this election, but how much of that are they just cannibalizing their election day vote, right? The Democrats have had a bit less early voting compared to 2020, but that's also to be expected because 2020 was the pandemic year. So I think we'll have a lot more Democrats turning out on election day this time. I don't like to look at early voting, but in this case, early voting has been so bad for the Democrats that I would put Trump as the favorite in Nevada. I know that John Ralston, the Nevada guru, who basically predicts every election correctly in Nevada, thinks that Harris will win it by 0.3 percentage points. I made this prediction a few days ago before that came out, but I'm going to be resolute. I'm not changing it. I'm going to go against the master of Nevada, John Ralston, and say that Nevada vote for Trump narrowly. So this gives Trump the lead, again, 236 to 226. I want to go to the Sun Belt now because the first thing that I think might shock some people is that I think Kamala Harris will pull off the upset in Georgia. I am very concerned about Georgia. The Atlanta metro area continues to grow. There's a lot of college-educated people moving down there, particularly college-educated Black Americans. Atlanta, out of everywhere in the country, Atlanta is sort of the place where the young, very, very ambitious Black American goes to look for work and to start their life. So it's the amount of growth that we've seen in the Georgia suburbs, the Atlanta suburbs, almost exclusively, I think, coming from college-educated white voters and college-educated Black voters, will be enough, I think, for Harris to shock people and win the state. And I say shock people because when you look at the polls, Republicans are clearly favored in Georgia. There's been, out of the last 10 polls, there's only been one that has had Harris ahead. But again, this prediction is also sort of a way for me to deviate from the more standard, boring predictions. I'm going to have the Sun Belt a bit disjointed, not all voting together. And I don't think the Rust Belt will vote together. But again, this is also partly just to separate my prediction from the more boring predictions out there. Going to North Carolina, I'll give Trump the win in North Carolina. Partly, I guess, because he won it in 2020. North Carolina is similar, where, again, a lot of white college-educated voters moving there. It could even be closer than 2020. The other thing with both North Carolina and Georgia is that they do have pretty significant Black populations and even Hispanic populations, and those groups should swing to Trump at least somewhat. The extent to which they swing to Trump will decide those states. But for now, I'm just going to say North Carolina and Georgia split very narrowly. Trump takes North Carolina, Harris gets Georgia. And then we have the Rust Belt. So first things first, I am going to give Kamala Harris Michigan. Michigan was always sort of the state that was toughest for Republicans to take back. The Biden won Michigan by 2.8 in 2020, whereas in Nevada he won by 2.5, so a little bit less. But Pennsylvania he only won by 1.2. So Michigan, Biden did a lot better there compared to PA. Margin was like basically double in terms of percentage. And I think the Democrats have a really good operation there. We saw Republicans get absolutely destroyed in the 2022 midterm elections. I mean, that was really embarrassing. I think Trump will he'll get back some of the people who voted for Biden in 2020. He'll get some Hispanic and Black support in Detroit, but I don't know, man. I just have no confidence that Donald Trump is going to win Michigan. It would have to be a 3-point swing or so. Which is significant, again, considering the amount of effort that the Dems have put into the state and the pathetic performance that the Republicans had in 2022. The next state that we will give to Donald Trump is the state of Wisconsin. So Wisconsin, I have a feeling that Trump will win there. Wisconsin is a state where, even though it's a very white state, there are a lot of white non-college voters who still vote for the Democrats. And I think a certain number of them who voted for Biden in 2020, I think enough of them will vote for Trump this time around. And I think Trump will also improve in Milwaukee with the Black and Hispanic voters there. I think Democrats are more or less maxed out in Wisconsin. They're running it up in Milwaukee, and they're running it up in Madison. And it's just hard for me to see them doing like getting much more of their base to turn out than last time. And then lastly, we have Pennsylvania. So I do have Pennsylvania sort of deciding the election. I think there's a very strong possibility that Pennsylvania is the tipping point state. And I'm going to give Pennsylvania to Kamala Harris. I think it'll be extremely close. I think Trump will improve in certain parts of PA. I think Harris will improve in other parts. I think Harris will improve in the cringe Philadelphia suburbs with all the white college-educated voters there, and Trump will just bottom out there. I think Harris will improve in like central PA that's not Pennsylvania, like areas like Harrisburg and Reading and York and Lancaster. Lancaster might be a little different because there's a few more Amish voting there. But I think Trump will improve a bit in like the Pittsburgh suburbs. He'll improve in Philadelphia city for sure. He'll probably improve in Pennsylvania, like sort of the north central part of the state, and in northeastern PA. But remember, Biden won Pennsylvania in 2020, and he won it by 1.2 points. So Trump has to have that kind of a swing. And I'm not quite sure if Trump will get it. So that is my official prediction. Now, maybe part of the reason why I'm predicting the election this way is that I wanted to be mentally prepared for Kamala Harris winning. And coming up with this prediction a few days ago actually helped me sleep a bit better at night over the past few nights because, I thought about what a Kamala Harris presidency would look like. I don't think she would be like one of the worst presidents in U.S. history. I want to make that clear. I think it would be really just a continuation of the last 4 years. I think she's basically the same person as Biden, except younger, shorter, and prettier. I don't think that she'd start World War III. I don't think she'd completely destroy the economy. There isn't, to me, I don't think there's a huge upside to Harris winning the presidency, but it's not going to be all doom and gloom. Really, things will just continue on status quo. And then we'll have another 4 years that look pretty similar to the last 4 years that we've had, which haven't been great, but haven't been terrible either. And, life will go on. Life will go on for me. I'll continue to work towards doing great things in my career. And I don't think Harris is incompetent enough to stop me from doing that. So, what do you know? It's 5:59. So I timed it pretty perfectly. Although actually, we're not going to have time to analyze the earliest of results. Well, maybe we will. We'll see. So let me take another drink of water. Man, I got to stop shouting or else I'm not going to have any vocal cords left. in a few hours. So, yeah, that's my prediction, but we will see. Again, I will be very happy if I am proven wrong. The Senate, I do think Republicans take back the Senate. I think they'll get maybe 51 or 52 seats. I think the House is basically going to be 50-50. I wouldn't be surprised if the Democrats retake the House because the Republican majority is wafer thin in the House. Okay, so that's that. It's 6 p.m. Okay, so 6 p.m. Why is 6 p.m. significant? Because polls have closed in a very small portion of the country. We will share. Oh, where is it here? Here it is. We'll go back to the screen. Yeah, so nothing in yet from Kentucky or Indiana. All right, so just wanted to check, see if anything gets reported super fast, like right at 6. Let me share another screen. We will share this one. So this is a map of poll closings. This is how we're going to watch the election. So this gray area, the Eastern time zone in Kentucky and the Eastern time zone in Indiana close at 6 p.m. The rest of the states, of those two states, close at 7 p.m. Eastern. So basically the whole state closes at 6 p.m., but it depends on which time zone they're in, whether it's 6 p.m. Eastern or 6 p.m. Central. This blue color are all the states that will close at 7 p.m. So we'll be getting nearly all of them. We'll be getting Georgia and Virginia, as well as South Carolina and Vermont. And Florida and Georgia, Florida for sure, but Georgia may also be counting their votes at rocket speed. Georgia passed some old laws which allow them to count all the early vote before Election Day and actually requires all counties in Georgia to post early in-person voting and mail-in voting results within an hour of the state's polls closing. For Florida, they have the same, actually within 30 minutes, they have to report the early voting data. So those two states are going to come in at lightning speed. Virginia comes in, at a pretty good pace, not at lightning speed, but at a good solid pace. And if Kamala Harris is off to an early lead in Georgia and looks like she's in good position to win there, I mean, the Trump victory much more difficult. It's still possible for Trump to win, but you would have to, a lot more dominoes would have to fall. You'd have to win North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, and then probably from there, both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. So Georgia would be a tough one to drop, although Trump can do it. But I am very concerned about Georgia. The polls looked good, but Republicans haven't. Well, no, Republicans had a decent year in 2020. Brian Kemp cruised to re-election, but a lot of people in Atlanta just hate Trump. They hate the guy. All right, so we will stop sharing that, and we will go back to sharing the map. Anything yet? Anything yet? We will see. We will see. The other thing that I want to do is I want to look at the 2020 election results. And let's see, close some of these excess tabs. And we're going to compare these early results in Kentucky and Indiana to 2020. So Lily, you were there in 2020. You were watching the election returns come in with me. I'm not sure, actually, you may not have been there at the time, but whenever the results first started to come in from Kentucky and Indiana, I was already dooming because it was clear to me that Trump was mildly underperforming where he was in 2016. Now, I just want to be clear. Trump will run up the score in these early counties. Let me share the 2020 map. Here we go. I was there. I thought Virginia was one of the first to go. Yeah, out of all the significant states, it was. Yeah, Trump did pretty badly in Virginia in 2020, losing it by more than 10. So when we look at these rural counties, like look at this, Trump getting 75% of the vote, 77%, 75%, 80% there, almost 90% there, 81%. So you get the idea that these counties, this is some of the most conservative territory in the entire country. So Trump's going to run up the score. But by how much does he run up the score? If he's doing about the same as 2020, that would be okay. The thing with these counties is that there isn't really a lot of room for Republicans to improve. If Trump's doing about the same, then I'm happy. If he's doing significantly better, then I'm very happy. If Trump is doing a bit worse in these counties, then bad times. And again, Lily, you may remember that just with a few counties in Kentucky and Indiana, I swiftly pointed out that Trump was underperforming, mildly but consistently, and that I had a bad feeling that Biden was going to win the election, which turned out to be true. So these early results can be pretty significant. So that's why I want to jump on them as soon as I can, because they'll give me the first indication of which candidate is more likely to win. Go back to the 2024 map. Oh, we have our first result in Indiana. All right, where is it coming from? It says, so Trump's getting 71% of the vote. I mean, that's pretty good. Let's go. Here it is. Okay, here we go. First votes, some of the first votes in 2024. Sullivan County. Okay, we're only at 37%. I don't like to analyze these counties too early because we don't know, like the remaining 63% of the votes, we don't know, is that going to be from the more Republican part of the county or from the more Democratic part of the county? What was the margin for Joe Biden? Let's see, in Sullivan County. Or sorry, for Trump. Trump actually won it by a bit bigger. So Trump won Sullivan County by 50.5. He won Sullivan County by 50 over Joe Biden in 2020. So he's actually underperforming here. The good news is that we're only at 37%, and the early vote might be a bit more Democratic than the election day vote. And Trump is leading Harris with what we have now by 45. So that's close. We'll see what happens when the rest of the results come in. And then I also saw the notification, the first result in Kentucky, right? I thought the first was in Kentucky. And we have two counties. Anything near just 30%, just 36%. I mean, we can check. Laurel County, he's already up at 81%. That's pretty darn good. What did he get here? He got 82.7. All right. So that's pretty close already. Kenton County, he's leading by 19. In Kenton County, he won by 19. All right. I can't complain about those results. It depends on the state. So in some states, the early vote is expected to be more Democratic than the overall vote, which means that the election day vote is more Republican. Whereas in other states, the early vote is expected to be more Democratic than the overall vote. That's what I already said. Is expected to be more Republican. It just depends on which state we're talking about, and I don't know for Kentucky and Indiana because those states are not competitive. So anyway, well, we're already at 2%. That's not 2%. Is that real? I guess Kenton County is not small. Is that really 2% of Kentucky already? All right. So we'll be checking Kentucky and Indiana. We're also going to be checking the betting odds here, see if we see any movement. No movement yet. The betting odds, it really varies by site. The more like left-leaning betting sites have Trump and Harris basically at a 50-50 chance. The more like right-leaning betting sites have Trump like around 60% to win. But I'm not those odds are not good enough for me. I want it a bit better than that. All right, my computer is heating up like crazy. I wonder what to do. Get a fan or something. I wonder when my friend Ever is going to be here. Okay. Officials said they hope to report full and official. Well, all right. We'll see how many results we're able to grind out of Kentucky and Indiana. It's a good sign that they've released some votes early, but again, you can't really properly compare these votes to 2020 without getting 100%, really like towards 100%. You really have to get 80% or so of the vote in before you can properly make comparisons to 2020. All right. Let's see if there's anything new in Indiana. Yeah, this first hour is going to be really funny. Oh, we have another one. This is going to be really funny because it's going to be me schizophrenically checking Kentucky and Indiana over and over again. Whitley County is 51% in, and Trump is leading there by 45. What was his margin? He won Whitley County by 49 in 2020. But again, is the election day vote, I assume this is early vote, is the election day vote going to lean more Republican? This is okay. It's not, oh, wait, what? Something else come in? Fayette County, he's leading by 51, which looks great. But again, I assume he won by 51. Yeah, he won. he won Fayette County by 54. So yeah, I assume that the results that we're getting out of Indiana are the in-person early vote. So here's from a thermal engineer: ice cubes directly on the motherboard will work. Oh, that's a good idea. All right, might have to make a field trip at some point. Man, wait, what the heck? Indiana is coming. All right. Again, you might say this looks great for Trump, but actually, in all of these counties so far, he's underperforming slightly his 2020 result. But again, I assume that these counties are coming from the early vote, the early in-person vote. There's going to have to be some sleuthing work to figure out what basket of votes we're getting these votes from. So there's 3 big baskets of votes, right? There's early in-person voting, there's mail-in voting, and then there's election day voting. Out of those 3, election day voting is probably going to be the most Republican in the nation as a whole. And then mail-in voting is probably going to be the most Democratic in the nation as a whole, with early voting somewhere in between. All right. How is Jim Banks doing? Jim Banks is outperforming Trump somewhat. He's outperforming Trump by about 2, although he's basically running against an opponent I've never heard of. So, and that race wasn't expected to be competitive whatsoever. All right. It's exposing me as in West Virginia. That's cool. It gives me the option to just click West Virginia. All right, let's go back to Kentucky, see if anything new here. No, nothing. They've already called, oh, they were uncontested. They've already called 2 House races for the Republicans. That's funny. All right. Yeah, we'll see. All right, maybe this is a good time. I'll leave it on Indiana. Maybe this is a good time for me to fetch some ice cube. I want to see a county that's like 80% in. All right. I'm going to go grab that. All right, well, instead of ice packs, or instead of ice, I have cold packs. So, yeah, computer's very, very warm already. That's not a good sign. Just use a fan to feed the fan with cool air. Okay. Ooh, I know exactly which fan to get. Let me put this. So I can just put this directly on. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I don't know what the conductivity is. What would be the word? How quickly heat is able to distribute itself on a computer? Is conductivity the right word? All right, and I'm gonna go grab my fan as well, my tabletop fan. Yeah, thermal conductivity. Good. I still got it. There is some physics on the MCAT. Very small amount. All right. Then I have to plug this in somewhere. Okay. Plug it in there. All right. Still nothing from Indiana. This will automatically update. I don't have to hit refresh every time. Is this going to work? Oh, good. Fan's not too loud, right? Audio is still okay. I don't think it should be too loud. All right. All right, and let me tune into the stream on my end. Oh, good. Okay. Oh, Adam, I see your text. Yeah, I have. I'm on Do Not Disturb because I don't want to get all sorts of alerts while I'm doing this. Anything happening on the betting odds? Nope, staying the same. All right. Yeah. Okay, so we have a few counties here. Anything more from Kentucky? Oh, we have another county, only at 40%. 87% in Casey County. What was the margin there for Trump last time? Or not the margin. He got 86% last time. All right. It seems like in Kentucky, he's doing a little bit better in these early returns than last time. But in Indiana, he's doing a little bit worse. That could just be regional variations in terms of which states the early vote is more Republican in and which states it's more Democratic in. Okay. Let me go because there may have been some preliminary exit polls released. It's not going to be anything too significant, but it's worth at least taking a look at. And then if we get the chance, maybe we can look at some of the results that came in before 6, specifically Guam and Dixville Notch. But let's share. We will share this. So this is the New York Times live updates. If there's anything significant. They're saying turnout looks strong. Yeah. Do they say anything about exit polls? Nope. Okay, nothing about exit polls. If there were exit polls, you'd think the New York Times would mention them. So anyway, but I do want to talk about, because I didn't get the chance, the results that we got before 6 p.m. that we actually got much earlier today. The first result is Dixville Notch. So if we go to New Hampshire, we will see that New Hampshire, the polls are still open, but we have 3 votes for Kamala Harris and 3 votes for Donald Trump, which is extremely funny. Oh, and Ayotte has 5 votes to Craig's 1. That's interesting. From this little town up here called Dixville. So Dixville is all the way in, and it was an exact tie for between Harris and Trump. So the reason why this little town is allowed to report its results before New Hampshire polls have closed is that New Hampshire has an interesting state law, which is that if every registered voter within a certain town has voted, then the town can just release the election results. Like, they can count the votes immediately and just release the results. And so what they do in Dixville at every election is, like, the 5 or 6 registered voters that are there at midnight on election day, or the day before election day, however you want to look at it, they gather at at someone's house, and they all cast their votes together, and they're known as like the first in the nation to vote. The interesting thing is that Biden won Dixville 5 votes to nothing in 2020. Whereas here, Harris and Trump are tied. I was not expecting Trump and Harris to tie, because Dixville typically votes for the Democrats. Again, it's such tiny numbers of votes, but it is the one place in the continental U.S. that's all the way in. And I thought that it was worth mentioning. The other place that I thought was worth mentioning, let me pull this up. The other state, or not state, the other place that I thought was worth mentioning was Guam. So Guam, of course, is on the other side of the international date line. So they actually already voted. And what we can see is that Kamala Harris did win Guam, but she won it by a margin of about 3 percentage points. Now, the votes in Guam are totally irrelevant. They are not put towards one candidate or the other's popular vote nationwide. And obviously, Guam doesn't have any electoral votes. But this is a place that is all the way in. And again, the margin for Harris was about 3 points. If you go back to 2020, Joe Biden won Guam by about 13. So Guam swung effectively 10 points from 2020 to 2024, because the margin went from 13 points to 3 points. Now, I'm tempted to say that this is good news, but the other side of this is that if you go back to 2016, Hillary Clinton won this by 47 points. So it went from 47 points in 2016 to 13 points in 2020, now to 3. So you could say, well, this is good. This is great news for Trump, because Guam moved 10 points to the right, but it's actually much less than the swing that we had in 2016, from 2016 to 2020, where it swung 34 points towards the Republicans. But anyway, so but I did want to bring that up, some possible good news for Trump. But then again, I also remember in 2022 with the midterm results, Guam looked really good for the Republicans. They destroyed the Dems. I don't remember if it was Guam or in American Samoa, and I thought that we were going to be prepared for a good election night, but we weren't. So anyway, but I did just want to bring those 2 results up, because you're probably not going to hear about it from anyone else. The next thing to do, let's see, what's my computer doing? It's getting there. It's getting more, which is good. Okay, next thing to do, we'll go back to Kentucky and Indiana. Again, I want a place that is, we'll go here, and let's close out some of our unnecessary tabs. Yeah, we'll close that out, just to do everything we can to help our computer succeed. RFK getting only 0.5 percentage point. What else? See detailed results. What does this do? Oh, this is cool. Does it have the swing? Maybe it'll have the swing later. Yeah, so we can see all these counties nowhere near all the way in. Anderson County not looking great for Trump. I mean, 3%. That I'm not even going to entertain that. That might be from like the one liberal area. What was the margin? Oh, wait. Yeah, Trump won Anderson by almost 50. Yeah, so I'm not going to be bothered by that one with only 3% of the votes in. Let's look at Indiana again. Ooh, we're at 5%, and we have some stuff from Fort Wayne. See detailed results. Thing near all the way in. Best we get is 63 in Dubois County, or Dubois, however they pronounce it there. Trump is leading by 34. What was his margin in 2020? Trump's margin in 2020 was 41. So Trump, what we have there, he is underperforming 2020, but I assume that this is the early vote, and maybe the election day vote will be a bit better for him. Indiana is actually counting reasonably quickly. Let's look at Fort Wayne as well, because decent number of people in Fort Wayne. Allen County, Trump leading by 5. Margin in 2020, Trump won Allen by 11. So he's underperforming everywhere in Indiana compared to 2020, but I assume that these are just the early votes that are in. At least I hope so. If this is the election day vote and the early vote is liberal, then the election's over, because it means Harris will win the Midwest. But it's too early to draw any conclusions from this. But I do like to overanalyze these early results from Kentucky and Indiana. But I'm getting okay vibes here. Trump's doing okay. It seems to be doing better. Let's see. Kentucky, there's not a lot in. Indiana's actually at 5%. All right. So we're still waiting. We'll keep checking Kentucky and Indiana, but if you guys wanted to ask me anything, you could put it in the chat. Yeah, because I'm not sure. Well, it's already almost 6:30, but I'm not sure if we'll get any full county results before 7. My friend Tyler asks, what states will pop up at 7 p.m.? And not just my friend, but soon-to-be brother-in-law. So he says, okay, so let me pull up the map again. I'll show you. I am prepared for your question. Here it is. So this blue color here is what will close at 7 p.m. So the rest of Kentucky and Indiana will close at 7. Vermont, South Carolina will close at 7, but the big ones to look out for is that all of Virginia and all of Georgia will close at 7. The great majority of Florida, you can see there's just a little piece of the Florida Panhandle there that will have to wait until 8. But those are the places that will pop up at 7. Now, in case you guys said earlier, talking about the election law in these states, Florida, we are going to get election results at lightning speed. Georgia, we will probably get results, maybe not quite at lightning speed, but very quickly. Both of these states have laws on the books which say that you are allowed to count early voting and mail-in before election day. So basically, as soon as the polls close, you can push a button. The person in the county elections board can push a button, release all of the early voting and the mail-in voting from Georgia and Florida in whatever county they represent. And in Florida, they have to do that within 30 minutes of closure. And a lot of times they do it faster than that. Georgia, I believe it is within an hour of poll closure that they have to report all of the early results. Florida, I think that includes the mail-in vote. I didn't think it was just the early in-person vote. So those are the states to look out for. Now, this green color is 8 p.m. And you can see a lot of states are going to close at 8 p.m. Big ones to look out for are Pennsylvania and Michigan, Texas, of course, as well. 9 p.m. is this brown color. New York, Wisconsin, Arizona close at 9 p.m. Oh, this, I forgot. This salmon color, I believe, is 7:30. Yeah, this is 7:30. So North Carolina closes at 7:30, as does Ohio. Oh, sorry. I'm getting these colors mixed up. The orange is 7:30. This pink is what? This pink is 10 p.m. Okay. So this is 7:30. This is 10 p.m. And then the West Coast is 11 p.m., which is when they close. Yeah. So we're still waiting. Let's go back to some of the results. Tyler said Shapiro mentioned something about the 2020 census improperly allocating electoral votes to some states. Do you know what states were affected? Also, would something like that go to court if it's a problem? Yeah, so there are certain states. Oh, hang on one sec. I need to get my laptop charger. Yeah, so there were certain states in the 2020 census that were not counted accurately in the census. There were states that were undercounted and there were states that were overcounted. The big states that were undercounted were Florida and Texas. So the Census Bureau, a couple of years after, like I think this was in 2022, the Census Bureau released a report stating that they underestimated the amount of voters, or they underestimated the population in Texas and Florida by over 1 million people each, and said that actually Florida was cheated out of 2 electoral votes, well, 2 representatives. Texas, I don't remember if it was 1 or 2. There were other states where the population was overcounted. So Rhode Island was overcounted by like 50,000 people, which is actually a lot in Rhode Island. And if the counting was done accurately, Rhode Island would only have 3 electoral votes rather than 4. But the big ones that were affected were Florida and Texas. Would something like that go to court if it's a problem? Maybe. I mean, it's an interesting question. Like if Trump loses the electoral vote by a margin of 268 to 270, but he makes the case, according to the Census Bureau themselves, they underestimated Florida's population by like 1.1 million, and Florida should really have 32 electoral votes rather than 30. I mean, that is, I think Trump will at least try. Whether the cases will get anywhere, we will have to see. And to prove that what Tyler mentioned is totally accurate and what I'm saying is totally accurate, I will actually find the U.S. Census Bureau report. Because when I say things like this, it sounds like a conspiracy theory. How did the census miss over 1 million people in the state of Florida? So I will find census undercounts by state. This came out, I believe, in 2022, and I was shocked, frankly, that it didn't get more attention at the time. So I've found the website. We will share that. All right, and what we can see is that this is the official website of the U.S. Census Bureau, and this is a report that they do. Was this, yeah, in 2022? And here we go. So these are the key findings. Here we see the states that were significantly undercounted. Here we see the states that they think were significantly overcounted. And what we see is that the states that were undercounted are primarily red states. Arkansas was undercounted by 5%, which was the largest. Florida was undercounted by 3.5%. Illinois is the one blue state, but they were undercounted by 2%. Mississippi was undercounted significantly. Tennessee and Texas were both undercounted. On the flip side, you look at the overcounted states, and they're mostly blue states. Delaware was overcounted. Hawaii was overcounted. Massachusetts, Minnesota was overcounted, which actually could have made the difference between Minnesota being 9 versus 10 electoral votes. New York was overcounted, even though New York actually lost electoral votes. Ohio was overcounted, so there's one red state, and then Utah's the other red state. Rhode Island was the big one because I believe that if Rhode Island was properly counted, there were some projections that were done that said that Rhode Island would have lost one of its representatives, and they would have been down to 3 electoral votes rather than 4. I think it's possible that it would go to court. Again, the question is whether the court accepts the lawsuit from Trump. Because, by the way, when the 2020 census was done, Trump was president. So he was actually the one leading the census. There's a lot of people who feel on the Democrats, well, not a lot, but I was viewing some critiques of this report. And the conclusion that, he is probably a Democrat, but the conclusion that he came to was that the reason why the census data undercounted Republican states was that Trump did things to basically rush the census result. Trump did things to rush the census result in order to avoid counting illegal immigrants, or something like that. I don't remember. It was actually solid logic based on what I remember. But the result of rushing the census actually resulted in overcounting cities, counting everyone in the cities, but it's harder to count people in the rural areas. So that is the theory. So it could be that, well, Trump, it was actually your fault that you were in charge of the census at the time, and you're the one who's adversely affected by it. The other thing is some level of census inaccuracy is expected. I don't know what is considered to be the acceptable range of census inaccuracy. You're obviously not going to do the entire 2020 census again. Yeah, if Trump loses by a narrow margin, if he only loses by 2 or 3 electoral votes, then this could very well be something that he brings up in court, that he tries to present to court. So that's that. Let's go back to the election results. See if anything of any significance has come in. We're up to 9% in Indiana. Hamilton County leaning blue with 65% in. Harris winning by 1.2. This is a suburban county just outside of Indianapolis. That's a Trump county that he won by 7 against Biden. So, I assume, so either Trump is going to have a really bad night, or the election day vote is going to be much more Republican than the early vote. But 65%, that's a decent chunk. But maybe the election day vote really is just that Republican. But the fact that a county that voted for Trump by 7 in 2020, Harris is ahead with 65% of the vote in, it's not something that I like to see. And nothing else is anywhere near. Okay, got a little more in. Wish they would tell me where the votes came in from. Let's go back to Kentucky. Harris leading in Franklin. Is that where Frankfort is? Harris is winning in Franklin by 5. I believe Biden did win there. No, he didn't actually. Trump won there by 1. That's not great, but again, maybe the election day vote in Kentucky is, again, I'm assuming that all of this is early vote. Maybe the election day vote will be a bit better. This is okay. This isn't 2020. I feel a bit better about this than I did in 2020. I still don't feel great, though. It's hard for me to see a Republican landslide at this point. I'll say that, just with these results. If this was going to be a Republican landslide, you would think that the early votes would be like the margin for the early vote would be the same as the margin that he actually got, and then he just piles on with the election day vote. But we haven't quite seen that yet. So we're still waiting. Seems like Indiana's counting a bit faster, but the key thing is, do we have a county that is near 100% in? And we just don't, frankly. Yeah. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. 7 p.m. is going to be the motherload of election results, because we're going to get we're going to get Florida coming in at lightning speed, Georgia coming in relatively quickly once the election, once the polls close and they immediately declare the early vote. My census has swelled to 12 viewers. I assume some of you are not part of my immediate friends. Welcome. Thanks for tuning into the stream. Still just streaming the very early results in Kentucky and Indiana. In both Kentucky and Indiana, it seems to me that Trump is mildly underperforming where he was in 2020, but we don't have a county that's near 100% in yet. It's just really early votes, I think, that are being reported, and Trump's margins in the early vote are a bit less here than they were in the overall vote in 2020. Jeevan says, New York Times, great choice. Have fun tonight, Michael. Yeah, the New York Times, I think in some ways they're actually very good in terms of their international reporting. I mean, they're very meticulous, I think. And look, I mean, I think they're biased for sure, but their international reporting isn't bad. And but their election day interface is really just the best. And I get a free Jeevan. So we were looking at Allen County. But anyway, yeah, New York Times is the best. What you see with Allen County, this is Fort Wayne. Trump is leading there by 5. When you look at the result in 2020, Trump won there by a margin of 9. So he's underperforming in Fort Wayne somewhat. Now, Allen County is only 44% in, and they all came in at once, which seems to me that it's most likely that the votes that we have in Fort Wayne are early votes, like early in person. I don't know if this also includes the mail-in vote. If these are the numbers with the early votes in and the election day vote still to come, and the election day vote is Republican more so than Democratic, then it is possible for Trump to get back to his 2020 margins. Now, I mean, obviously, this I'm not a huge fan of the results that we've had in so far. You'd want Trump to be doing a little bit better because, again, I mean, I guess maybe the election day vote really will just be that Republican. But I think we might be headed for a close election, which is maybe a little unfortunate because it means that I won't get to bed until much later tonight. Yeah, and Hamilton County too, by the way. This is a county that voted for Trump by 7, and Harris is actually ahead. I don't expect her to end up winning this county. I think it will narrow, but what will the result be? What will the result be? Again, I am mentally at peace with the idea that Harris will win the election. Life will continue to go on. She's not going to stop me from becoming the best doctor that I can be. And really, I think it'll just be a rerun of the past 4 years. What's my computer doing? Not overheated too much, I hope. Let me get a towel to wipe off some of the moisture. All right. Also, I'm not sure when my friend Ever's going to get here. He's staying at my place for 10 days, so he does have to get here at some point today. All right. Yeah, we'll see. We don't need that guy. Yeah, that's true. This will be a biased panel. So not be an impartial panel in any way, although he's arguably even more conservative than I am. Anything new from Kentucky? Again, I want a county that's towards 100% in. And we just don't have it yet. We just don't have that yet. boy. Boy, oh boy. The good news about this election is that I think it's a bit more likely that we do get the result at some point today. Well, tonight. It's not certain, of course, but I think it is more likely. Just making sure that the stream is all good. All right. Well, a few more votes from Kentucky. Not a whole lot. I must have missed it. Another county probably came in. Bad news for Team Red if anything is called tonight. What do you mean? What do you mean by, you mean like in terms of swing states? No, we'll see. I mean, Georgia will almost certainly be called tonight, unless it's like within 500 votes. Then, of course, there's a strong possibility that it won't be called tonight. Georgia is going to count the votes very quickly. Oh, wait, you mean the election, not individual states. Oh, you're saying if we know that the election is going to be called tonight, then that would probably mean that Harris is the winner. Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. Because and the reason is that Nevada and Arizona, and in particular Arizona, where I think Trump is the favorite, Arizona's probably going to take a while unless Trump wins Arizona massively. So, if you take 11 electoral votes from Trump, then it's harder for him to get over 270. So yeah, I agree with that assessment, primarily because of Arizona. And then Nevada is basically 50-50, I think. Kerry Lake won't let that happen. Yeah, true. Yeah, that was a disaster. I think there will be a lot of Trump Gallego voters, particularly among the Hispanics in Maricopa County. I think there will be a decent number of people who vote for Trump at the top of the ticket and then vote for Gallego for the Senate. All right, still getting some votes. The most that I can see now, Taylor is 73% in. Now these are just estimates, but Taylor, that's the highest percentage in that I've seen from any county in either Kentucky or Indiana. Where is Taylor? Taylor's here. Trump is ahead by, what is that, 56? What did he win it by? And he won Taylor by 51. So far in Taylor, he's outperforming, but there's still some vote to come in. And he's also underperforming in some of these other places. All right. I do think that we'll get a decent idea of what the result will be tonight, because even if there's certain states that don't come in that we're waiting on, possibly for days, there will also be states that are 100% in. Like Florida will basically be 100% in a few hours, which is insane. And we will see just how much Florida swings to the right. We're almost certain that it is going to swing to the right. But, for example, if Harris only wins New Mexico by 3, Trump's probably going to win Arizona, right? Even if the rest of the ballots take days to count. So even if we don't get a result tonight, I think we'll have a very good idea of who wins. Again, unless it is unbelievably close and you have multiple states that are decided by a few hundred or a few thousand votes. But Indiana, 10% in, well, it has been 50 minutes. Kentucky's taken a while. They're only at 5%. Dominion, yeah, God, that was terrible. Like, just making up ridiculous things about the voting machine. So here's the thing that I try to tell Republicans about why our our electronic voting machines are actually pretty secure, is that all the results do get audited after the election, like a few days afterwards. they don't go through every single vote, but they do make sure that the results are approximately accurate, and then they certify the full results later. But the thing about electoral fraud is that every county counts its votes separately, right? So Butler County, my home county in Pennsylvania, counts its votes separately from Allegheny County, which counts separately from Beaver County. And so, if you're a Republican and you want to make the case that Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020 because some funny business happened in Philadelphia County, that is a case that you could make. It doesn't really have any evidence. And actually, Philadelphia County was basically the one place in Pennsylvania where Trump did better in 2020 than in 2016. But if you want to say, there's some funny business going on in this county, that is at least a claim that you could make. But the idea that you could have a statewide cheating in favor of one party or the other when each county counts their votes separately, I mean, basically, you have to allege that something's wrong with the voting machines themselves, which is pretty unlikely, and you would expect someone to catch it at some point. So this is why I always doubted, even from day one, the whole idea that the election was stolen from Trump in 2020, because in Pennsylvania, Trump basically did worse across the entire state, including in the deep red parts of the state, which are almost universally Republican. He was doing worse in those areas as well. He did worse in Western PA. He did worse in most places in Central PA. He did worse in Eastern PA, with the notable exception of Philadelphia. So it's not like there's some mysterious figure at the top of Pennsylvania that can tell every single county election authority to cheat on behalf of one candidate or the other. It's just not how it works. But in any case, the fact that each county counts its votes separately, it just makes me feel very confident that the results are going to be pretty accurate, and that there's not going to be any nefarious business going on. So it's 6:52. Oh, friend Everson. Hey, let me mute this for a second. Okay. We're a few minutes away. Now might be a good time for me to take a bathroom break. I don't think anything like significant is going to come in. All right, I'm back. Had to take a bathroom break before we get hopefully a flood of results before the election. Polls close at 7. Anything all the way in? Any counties all the way in? Not really. Not really. Probably just early voting there. And ooh, wait. There's a county that's 88% in. It's Taylor County again. I think those are the same results. They just revised it upward to 88%. Trump's ahead by 56 there. The margin is 56, and the margin was 51, approximately, for Trump. So in this county, Taylor County, which is 88% in, Trump is outperforming 2020 so far. All right. Close some more tabs. 6:58. We're close here. I'm gonna prophylactically pull up Florida. Should I pull up Florida or Georgia? Or maybe I'll just go to the. All right. Do they not have the nationwide popular vote? You would think they'd have that somewhere. Here, maybe. Look at all the red circles, all the margins. They do have the nationwide popular vote. Where do you see that? Maybe they'll add it in later. Yeah, feel free to just like do what you need to do. I showed you which room.
Yes.
Yep.
I do. I'll go get this. I want to see at 7.
All right.
In 30 seconds.
Yep. Yeah. This will be. I mean, I don't want to overpromise here. They probably won't be exactly at 7. So I was talking about this in the stream earlier. That. Hang on. Let me get you. Sure. If you want to be, I'm not going to force you. But yeah, of course. Yeah, one way or the other. So Florida has a state law which states that each county has to have all of their early voting and mail-in voting declared and reported 30 minutes after poll closing, like within 30 minutes. So what that means is from now, basically, until it's 7 p.m. now. We don't have anything yet, but we should be getting some stuff in Florida very shortly. But what it means is that we'll be getting probably 70 to 80% of the vote in Florida in the next 30 minutes. Georgia, which is actually a swing state, unlike Florida, has the same law, except I believe they get an hour to report the early voting and the mail-in voting after poll closing. And Georgia and Florida, Georgia just closed. Florida, basically the entire state closes. And they called the first state. They've called Kentucky for Donald Trump. The reason why they didn't make that call earlier was that there's a piece that's in the central time zone, and they've called Indiana. Yeah. Yeah.
Were those kind of those
to be? No, those were expected. And they've called Vermont for Kamala Harris. So Harris scores a field goal here with 3 electoral votes. So the reason why they were able to call these 2 states, even though some polls had closed at 6, the rest of the state closed at 7. And you're not allowed to actually call a state until all the polls have closed. Oh, wait, look at this. Florida's already 4% in. What's in? Wait, we got to look at this. What state is in? Trump is at. Yeah, look at this. Trump is at 70% in Citrus County, 59%. This is Daytona Beach, Volusia County, and he's almost winning Osceola County, which is majority Puerto Rican, and that's just with the early vote. We don't have the election day vote in. So yeah, and look at this. So look, I told you Florida's counting at lightning speed. It's 7:01, and they're already at 8% of votes counted. So yeah, let's compare. So I'm just like warning you guys now. Let's not overanalyze Florida. Florida is expected to go for Trump very heavily. He's expected to do much better in Florida this election than the last election, but it might be isolated to Florida. We saw the same thing in 2022. I don't know if you remember when Ron DeSantis had this enormous lead in Florida very early, and I got all excited, and then like the rest of the night just let me down. But either way, we can start analyzing these results. Osceola County is massive because I believe this county, it's certainly majority Hispanic, and by far the biggest group of Hispanics in Osceola are Puerto Rican. I think this is just the early vote and not the election day vote. But Donald Trump is just 3 points behind Harris in Osceola. Florida's a red mirage state. Is it? Yeah, I mean, it could be. I'm not sure whether historically. Oh, okay, historically. Yeah, in 2022, the early vote was actually more Democratic. My God, look at all the results we're getting. The early vote was actually more Democratic than the election day vote. So what happened was Ron DeSantis had like a 14-point lead when all the early votes were counted, and then he jumped out to like a 19-point lead when everything else was counted. So,
you know what I think for that?
Yeah.
Osceola County.
Yeah.
You said majority is Puerto Rican.
It's like it's majority Hispanic and it's mostly Puerto Rican up to Hispanics.
Did you hear about that comedian?
Oh, of course, yeah.
That made that comment about.
So what do you think? Do you think that's do you think that'll affect a lot of votes?
I mean, so if he was targeting Puerto Rico, yeah.
Please comment on my question. Wait, which one was your question?
Florida.
I'm not sure which question you're referring to.
He has like 3 accounts as he's on.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
But I think I don't want to say. I think it's so close. It was so close to the election.
Yeah.
I feel like people had kind of already made their mind up on who they're going to vote.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
But that's just speculation.
Yeah, you could imagine like if there was a Puerto Rican voter who it's like, maybe I'll drive out on election day and vote for Trump, but maybe I won't bother. And then after something like that happens, maybe they don't.
You're right. It is definitely a possibility.
Like I think it'll affect Trump. So we do have some votes in Broward County. So this is Fort Lauderdale area. And we see that Trump is losing by a margin of 21. But if we go back to the 2020 election results, we can see that Trump actually lost Broward by 30. So he's outperforming his margins in Broward by 8 points this time around.
Fun fact, do you remember XXX Tentacion?
I never, he was like a rapper?
A rapper. So he was actually from Broward County. So
did he endorse Trump? Oh, he
died. He got shot. But I honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he did endorse Trump, but I don't know.
Ooh. St. Petersburg, they declared the early votes there. Pinellas County, Harris winning slightly.
Close, yeah.
Very close. And it's expected to be close. Again, the question is, please comment on my question 4 days ago. What are you talking about? What was your question 4 days ago?
Yeah, come on. You got to write the question again.
What was your question 4 days ago? I don't think you're seeing all of my. Wait, maybe not.
All right, do that. I gotta go. I'm gonna put this in the freezer.
All right, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, do what you need to do.
Did you eat dinner yet?
No. Do you want to order some pizza?
Oh yeah. I wish you had told me. So I got 2 Meat Lovers calzones from Lido Pizza. I'm not sure if you're a fan of it, but if you would want one, I'm getting one right now.
Oh, you're getting one now?
Like I already ordered.
Oh,
thankfully I got 2.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know. with anything, well, we're gonna be up all night, so we might have to get a pizza as well.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll
All
see.
right, so I'm gonna put this upstairs and then go pick up food.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, I'll take one.
Perfect. Meat lovers.
4 days ago. Yeah, Jeevan, I'm probably not seeing. I may not be seeing all of your messages. I mean, it sure seems like I am. Just send the question again. Yeah, these early votes look good. Oh, wait, what? Sumter's all the way in? All right, this is good. We have a county that's all the way in. Trump is leading by 34. I was referring to the UCF poll that was conducted 4 days ago, Puerto Rican support. I have not seen that poll. I haven't seen that poll. What were the results of it? I sent the link. Oh, you tried sending the link. You mean in the group chat or no? No, Jeevan, you can't send links in the group or in the live stream chat. YouTube will not let me see them because I guess they're worried about spam or they're worried about computer viruses. You can text me the link or just like let me know when you're sending something. Yeah, that specifically you can't send links in the live stream. I know that for sure. 85% for Harris. I mean, I guess it's possible. It's tough to believe because, that would mean that Puerto Ricans will vote for Harris by a wider margin than black voters will, which is, I mean, I guess it's possible, but it's hard for me to believe. But I do feel that the Tony Hinchcliffe comment about Puerto Rico being an island of garbage, I think we do have to admit that it damaged Trump. Did it damage Trump massively or only somewhat? That remains to be seen. My friend Jack says, this is UCF though, let's be real. Yeah, I guess we'll see. You never know. They could have had some more moderate people doing the pollsters. But I wanted to look because we have a county that's all the way in. And it is Sumter County. Trump is ahead by 36. We have to take this with a grain of salt because do you guys know what's in Sumter County? It's the Villages. The Villages is in Sumter County, the massive retirement community. So it's not surprising to me that it's swinging very heavily for Trump. Trump seems to have won Sumter by 36. It looks like it's all the way in. The margin for Trump in 2020 was 36. Yeah. It's exactly the same margin as in 2020 with all of the vote in. So I don't know what the heck to do with that. Trump is expected to do better in Florida this time than last time. So we'll see. It's not great news for Trump, honestly. But he's not going to do better than 2020 in every single county. Is there anything in Georgia yet? There's one county in Georgia, and it's just the early vote. We can keep this on foot. Is anything else coming in at any significant level? No. Yeah, even Kentucky and Indiana. Yeah, so I guess we just stay on Florida. You guys can see there's no other state that's coming in significantly whatsoever. So I guess we'll just keep waiting for the elected votes to come in. Orange County. This is Orlando. Trump is losing in Orlando, the county with Orlando, by 17. I assume that margin is a bit better. Yeah, Trump lost Orange County by 23. Yeah, Trump lost Orange County by 23, and he's only losing it by 17, but we still have the election day vote to go. The early voting in Florida was insanely good for Republicans, but what that could mean is just that more Democrats are going to vote on election day in Florida. I don't want to read too much into that. I want more counties to be all the way in. Sarasota County, 83%. St. Lucie, 84%. I mean, I think this is just the early vote. Man, this is, we got the early vote from Hillsborough, and it's very close. Yeah. Wow. This is, if if the election day vote is like much more democratic than the early vote, that could be bad for Trump. Then again, there aren't really any more big Democratic. Well, no, that's not true. We have Palm Beach County. Miami-Dade, we'll see what happens there. Miami-Dade is interesting because Trump lost it by like 30 in 2016, and then he lost it only by 7 in 2020. It swung massively to the right. But I guess we can look at some of these other counties. So St. Lucie County, he's leading by 6. I believe, okay, no, he did win that county in 2020. What's my mouse doing? What the heck? He only beat Biden by 1.5 points or so in St. Lucie. What the heck is with my mouse? Yeah, it's like creeping upwards. That's really annoying. I don't know why it's doing that. And I can't view this stuff now so easily. Indiana called. Yep, I saw that. Yeah, Indiana. Let's go back to the national map. Yeah, Indiana has been called. Vermont has been called for Harris. Oh wait, maybe what it is. Oh, hang on. I gotta dry off. Maybe that's what it's doing. Maybe it's water, some moisture from these cold packs here. Whoa. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay, I just had to dry off my computer a bit. And we'll just have to keep those cold packs away from the touchpad. All right. Yeah, I wish they would show the national popular vote because that'll be cool to watch. Of course, nearly all of it will be coming from Florida. We have a little bit in from Georgia. Oh, it's showing the margin. That's funny. Oh wait, we have. I want to look at those. Ooh, look at all the stuff we have in Georgia. Not much in Fayette, but Rockdale, 68% in, and Harris is leading by 52. It is a heavily Democratic county. Biden won by, although actually Biden won by 40. And this is probably just the early vote, and you expect the election day vote to go a bit better. Greene County is 87% in. That's pretty close. Forsyth County is the ball game. Yeah, Forsyth County, it'll be heavily Republican, but how much does the margin narrow? That's the question. Yeah, I think it's too soon for me to know which way the election's going. But I have to admit, I don't love these numbers. It really, what's the election? Oh, how's Rick Scott doing? Rick Scott is only underperforming Trump by 0.5 percentage point. Pull up CNN's Georgia exit poll. Georgia exit poll results 2024. Can we have it by state? Ooh, we do have it by state. Georgia. So they're not, are they going to give us overall? Well, hang on. Let me show you guys the Georgia exit poll. Can you see the independent cross up? Yeah, I'm getting there. Was it? Let me just do a Control F here. Independents. Oh, they're saying independents going for Trump. I mean, I have to say I'm happy with that. Trump winning independents, 5% of Republicans voted for Harris in Georgia. 2% of Democrats voted for Trump. Let's look at race. He's getting 12% of the vote in Georgia. Double-digit swing from 20. Maybe. But the thing is, when you actually crunch these numbers here, Democrat versus Republican, 35-35, these numbers are pretty similar, but independent, 31, and Trump is winning. So if it's a double-digit swing, or do you mean it's a double-digit swing in favor of Trump? I mean, I'd be happy with that. Yeah, hang on. 2020 exit poll, CNN results in favor of Trump. Ooh. Well, that's very good if that's true. I don't polls massively because they can be very far off. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Jeevan.
All right, we got dinner.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Maybe
sir.
pizza.
Yes,
They're
sir.
the same. Take one. They're
They're just the same. All right, thank you.
Are you okay with meat lovers, right?
Oh yeah, of course. That's got to be what it is. Yeah. Sorry, Mom, but I will be eating some pizza tonight. This is a special occasion. Yeah, I mean, Jeevan, that is, I would say that's good news for Trump, obviously. So Ever, let me break down. Jeevan pointed out something very interesting. So this is the exit poll results in Georgia from 2020, and you can see that Biden won independent voters by 9.
Oh, wow. Okay.
If you look at the exit for Georgia 2020, Trump is winning independents by 11, and these numbers are pretty comparable. So that is very good news indeed. And exit polls, they have some inaccuracy. I don't entirely love them. Like the exit polls, I remember in the 2021 Virginia gubernatorial election, the exit polls kind of showed that Youngkin had a big lead, or at least a significant lead, and he only ended up winning Virginia by 1. So I don't exactly love exit polls, but explain to him what an exit poll is. Mom says you are metabolically healthy and can take pizza. Nice to have somebody there to bring it to you. I appreciate it, man. So exit poll, they poll voters after they've already voted as they're walking out of the polling station.
Okay.
And they ask them an assortment of questions. So they ask, like, how old are you? What is the difference? Why is they're just like, this is more categories. Gotcha. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Condition of the nation's economy. With what party do you identify? What is your race? What's your ideology? And they're able to take this data and sort of make a prediction on who the winner of that state is going to be. Like you can see here, specifically for party ID, these are pretty close, and Democrat and Republican are both 35% each in Georgia. 31% of Georgia voters were independent, and they broke for Trump by 11, according to the exit poll. Now, the other thing about Georgia is that I don't know if these are the final exit poll results. We have to be very careful. This could just be a preliminary exit poll result. I don't know if this is final. Let's go back to the election results in Florida. Yeah, thank you for sending that to me, Jeevan. I mean, if that pans out, then that is very good news. Florida's up to 54% of the vote in. Florida, it's been 20 minutes, and they've declared 6 million votes in Florida.
Dang. Well, there's a lot more, though, than just 6 million.
There's going to be more, yeah. There's going to be like almost 12 million. Yeah. And look at that. Look at that in the early vote. Trump is beating Harris in Miami-Dade by 11 points. Oh, gotta love the Cubans.
Yeah.
Jeevan says it means almost nothing but not. Yeah, I agree with that assessment, Jeevan. Yeah. Again, like, and you saw the sample size. It was only 4,000 people, but it's very hard for an exit poll to be perfectly representative of the whole state. It's not even so much sample size. Like, you could have a sample size of 30,000, but if your sample is not representative of the whole state, it doesn't mean that it's any better. Yeah, I agree with that assessment.
But there's no way also in these exit polls, you don't tie
the individual data to who they voted, right? You're just going based off what demographic information and seeing.
Well, no. So you can see the breakdown of how demographics vote. So let me pull up race, because they had the race breakdown in the Georgia electorate. Again, I don't know if these are final results, but we scroll down and we see that Trump got 71% of the white vote, and white voters were 57% of Georgia. He got 12% of the black vote. He got 42% of the Latino vote. Let's go. Let's go. That's pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. Again, I what's the probability that we know the winner today? My brother asks me. It's better than 50% that we know the winner today. The odds that a winner is actually declared is going to be significantly less. But we should have a good idea of who has won the election, unless it is extremely close. We should have a good idea of who wins the election. My mom says Trump will win Florida. That's not controversial. Yeah, I agree. He'll expand his margin massively. The Watsons voted in a different place around 8:30 a.m. She said it was crowded. Ours was not crowded at 9-ish, but we did see in the rolls that yours showed up. Good. Yeah, I checked on Saturday. My ballot was processed on Saturday. So that's why I didn't have to make the 5-hour drive or whatever it is up home. So this is all right. I mean, yeah, those exit poll results from Georgia, if he's getting low 40s with the Hispanic vote, like, hey, wait, what are the...
That's 2020?
No, this is 2024. I wonder what it was in 2020. We can check
right
later. What are the betting odds doing? They've stayed about the same. The betting odds are basically the exact same.
Wait, really? The odds, they think 58%?
So this website, and let me share the betting odds website that I like to use. So this is my personal favorite because this website incorporates the odds from multiple sites, including PredictIt, which sort of leans to the left, and Polymarket. She even says if you pull up Polymarket, I will log off. I mean I could, but I like this website because it incorporates all of the betting websites. PredictIt kind of leans left with their predictions, whereas Polymarket is probably the most right-wing ambitious with their predictions. And I checked when the stream began, Trump was like at 58.1%. Like basically there hasn't been any movement with what's come in so far, which is interesting. But it does mean that that the betting odds, again, all of these sites put together and analyzed together feel that Trump is somewhat of a favorite against Harris. But again, it varies by site. PredictIt, and I wonder what PredictIt is doing now, but PredictIt basically had it as a 50-50. PredictIt. What are they saying now? It basically no movement. It's still 50-50. All right, let's go back to the actual election results. John asks, when are mail-in ballots counted? The answer, John, is that it depends on the state. In some states, they count it first. In other states, they count it last. And I don't know which states are going to be which. Florida's ticked up to 64% of the vote in. I mean, that is a sensational result for Trump in Miami-Dade. No matter what happens with the election day vote, he's going to win Miami-Dade by a huge margin. So Miami-Dade, just for some context, he lost Miami-Dade by 30 points in 2016 to Hillary Clinton. In 2020, he lost Miami-Dade by 7 against Biden. And right now, with the results in, he's winning by 11.
That's crazy.
Again, Cuban vote, not reflective of the rest of the Hispanic vote, obviously.
They do make a lot. I think the majority of Latinos there.
Yeah. In Miami-Dade. Yeah, absolutely. Anything else in Florida? Any other all the way in, aside? There are some counties that are all the way in, and they're all swinging to Trump. So so it actually looks like Trump improved very mildly. This is like the Villages area. Trump improved in Lake County, which is Orlando's suburbs. He improved in Bradford County, which is like a relatively rural county. Jesus, 78-22 in Bradford. and he improved in Flagler County, which is along the Florida coast. A lot of retirees there. Again, we have to be careful because Florida is not the rest of the nation. I can't stress that enough. Florida has been zooming to the right. Again, my prediction was that Trump would win Florida by 7 or 8 points. He could win it by more than 10. Wouldn't be shocked if he won it by more than 10. That is how quickly. Yeah, Nate Cohn says Florida is already looking for a decisive victory for Trump. The early and absentee vote there is now coming in, and Trump is running well ahead of his performance. Yeah, absolutely. And we can see that in the actual election results in Florida, Trump is ahead by about 7.5 over Harris. Trump's ahead by about 7.5. Man, this is so exciting. Any other states that are insignificantly, Georgia's only at 4%, South Carolina's at 1%, Virginia's at 2%. We're at about 80,000 votes counted in Virginia. Ever, why don't we take a look at your home state, Virginia?
The great state of Virginia.
We have tiny amounts of votes in, and all the counties are like 5%, 5%. So this means nothing.
So we'll just wait till Northern Virginia gets in.
Yeah.
Atlanta County, Arlington County, Fairfax County.
Jeevan says, keep watching for the big Georgia drop. Are they actually going to? Do you know that for sure? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised because I think some states are going to do that. Counties do count their votes separately, like independently, all before 8 p.m. Right. Yeah. All of the early and all the in-person early vote and the mail-in vote, I think, should be in before 8 p.m. according to state law, is my understanding. But, okay. All right. I mean, Georgia's only at 6%. Again, I want counties in Georgia that are in. Oconnie's 84% in. That's not bad. And in Indiana and Kentucky, that's all the way in. I know that they've already been declared, but might be working it because we might get a good idea of what happens in the Rust Belt. Yeah, Decatur County's 95% in Indiana. That's like, where is that? Where's Decatur? Oh, there it is. Trump is ahead by 58 in Decatur. Well, what was the margin in 2020?
Where's Decatur?
Trump won Decatur by wait, is that 50 or is that 60? No, that's that's 60. So actually, is Trump underperforming in Decatur? That would be bad. Do we have the swing map yet here? Oh, they're saying 0.4 points. Really? Oh, wait. Oh, Jeevan. Oh, thank you for that. Jeevan said Virginia's at 20% now. Harris is in the lead, but we're getting, but we're only at 3% in, and a lot of those votes are from Norfolk and yeah, like Prince William. Dang, that's sad. Prince William. They've called West Virginia for Donald Trump. Let's go. Let's go. West Virginia and strong. Well, no, they're saying purely on exit polls that Trump has won in West Virginia. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see. There it is. Trump now has 7 times the electoral votes that Kamala Harris has. Kamala Harris is done. There's no way she can win. We're ahead by 2 touchdowns and 2 field goals right now. Small amounts from New Hampshire are in. What's New Hampshire doing? These towns all in? Yeah. Some of these towns are all the way in. All right. Let's see how New Hampshire's doing. So New Hampshire overall, man, voted for Biden by 7.3. I don't remember it being quite that much. Okay, so in Milton, Trump won Milton by 18 in 2020. He's winning Milton by 20. Wow, really? He's winning Milton by 23? Trump at 57 in Georgia. Yeah, what's in is not necessarily representative. We have some stuff in Atlanta, but not a whole lot. And we have a lot of rural areas in. I promise you, John, that he's not going to win Georgia by 15 points. That would be extraordinary. Okay, what about Kentucky? Anything all the way in Kentucky? Probably again, worth checking just to see what the trend is. See detail. Yeah. Oh, look at this. Trump is outperforming everywhere in Kentucky. Let's go. Let's go. Wait, this is really good.
Was that expected or unexpected?
Well, so look at this. So some of the Eastern Kentucky, like this area, this is coal country. This is some of the most Republican territory in the entire country. It's expected, like, look at that, 89% of the vote, 90% of the vote. Trump was expected to win these areas big, but he's doing even better there than he did in 2020.
Oh, wow. Wow.
So Morgan County, he's leading in Morgan County by 64. The margin for Morgan County in 2020 was wait, what number did I say? I said 60 something?
Yeah, I think so.
He only won that by 56 in 2020. So he is actually outperforming everywhere in Kentucky. That's all the way in. She even says 21% is in. Yeah, those slow Kentuckians got to put down the sweet tea and count the freaking votes. No, actually, Kentucky is counting at a perfectly reasonable speed, and so is Indiana. Florida's up to 72. Let's go. Florida is just insane. After all of hanging chads and all the issues in Florida before, Florida has like not only redeemed themselves, they've like overcompensated. And now they count votes at lightning speed. Polls closed 34 minutes ago, and they've counted 72% of the vote.
That's really good.
And almost all the early votes have been declared, and some counties are actually all the way in. Phil Scott has won in Vermont as the governor. It was actually expected that Republicans would win in Vermont for the governorship. How's Trump doing in New England? Not that I think Vermont is going to be reflective of the rest of New England. Some of these towns voting for Trump, though, we need to find one that's all the way in. Wells. Trump winning Wells by 16. How did that town vote in 2020? It voted for Trump by 14. So he's outperforming there.
So he's doing on average much.
He seems to be doing, yeah, in the places where all the votes are counted, or basically all the votes are counted, he seems to be outperforming everywhere. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. Oh wait, no, we need to go here. We just have one county in, and he's 0.4 points better there. That's nothing.
Yeah.
And actually, that's actually not great because Biden won the election. So Trump needs to do sufficiently better in 2020.
Okay.
Yeah. The other side of things, though, is that, remember, Mike Pence was also on the ballot in Indiana. Like, he was Trump's running mate. So maybe Trump will do a little bit worse in Indiana since he threw away Mike Pence.
Oh, I see. Is Mike Pence Indiana?
Yeah.
Oh.
Indeed, he is.
Okay. That's crazy. What was he?
All right. This is so exciting. He did throw away Pence.
The traitor.
He did throw away Pence. No, I mean, let's just be real. Pence did the responsible thing. I mean, I think he attacks Trump more under a moving bus. Yeah, under one of Kamala's electric buses, he threw Pence. He traded Pence for a better guy. I agree. I mean, he's better to me. I like Vance more than Pence. Does Vance help Trump more than Pence did in 2016 and 2020? I don't know. Maybe. I think JD Vance did well in that debate, and that that helped the overall ticket. Jeevan says North Carolina. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, wait a minute. North Carolina closed 7 minutes ago. Thank you for reminding me. Jeevan's on top of it. We're out of votes, and Kamala Harris is crushing Trump.
Oh.
So the question is, where are these votes coming from? They're either early votes or they're just mail-ins. My guess is that these are mail-in votes just because of how democratic. Like, look at this, Polk County. Not that that's all the votes there. Like, what is
I mean, yeah, it's 74,000, 32,000. Only 100.
Jeevan says he's the future of the PTA. What do you mean by PTA? I think Vance is certainly the favorite to be the 2028 nominee. No doubt about it. No doubt. Yeah, my guess is that these votes are mail-in votes. They seem even a bit too liberal to be like in person early. Not if he loses the Wolves. That's true. Yeah. That's an interesting question. If Trump loses, then would Vance still be the favorite to win the Republican nomination in 2028? That's a great question. I have not thought of that. Jeevan, have you listened to JD? Smooth as silk and very likable, very relatable. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think the debate that he had sort of put to rest the Democratic caricature of him, that he's like this weird dude who can't talk to people. I think JD Vance is definitely a candidate that could win a general election. So we're getting some small. I listen to everything he says. Weird guy. I mean, that's your opinion. That's your opinion. He has said some like controversial stuff about like cat ladies and women without children. That did not help Trump. No doubt about that. We have just a little bit as a former Republican. Jeevan, are you really a former Republican? I mean, I believe you, but like how long ago did you become a Democrat? And like, let me think. You would have been, did you vote for Trump in 2016? Because you weren't old enough to vote in 2012. Jeevan, I didn't know. I didn't know that about you.
For 2016.
Huh? What?
He wasn't old enough because he's 25, I think.
Oh,
2016. I remember I voted and I was like 19.
Yeah, is Jeevan the same age as me? Because I was not eligible to vote in 2016. No, I've never voted for Trump. Oh, so you did vote in 2016. Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris just worked for him. Yeah. I'm sure you've got. Well, yeah. you said some funny things about Pence to me. I remember you said that. Oh, what did you say about Pence? Did you say he had a weak handshake or something like that? Or you said that there were always boogers protruding from his nose. Oh, it was earwax. That was it. All right.
How did he see his earwax?
Yeah, Jeevan, why were you looking in his ears, huh?
Yeah.
There must have just been that much.
It's coming out of his canal.
Yeah. Oh, this is funny. Aren't we having fun here? Of course, we might not be having fun for too much longer if things start to go a little differently.
Enjoy your fun right now.
Yeah, well,
if
it lasts.
In case, yes, things go differently than you expected.
That's true. I'm enjoying the moment. The results have come in so far with Kamala Harris getting absolutely destroyed in Florida. So look at this. Trump is ahead almost by 10 points in Florida, right? And we don't have this which is super Republican. We don't have anything there. And we just have like early vote. We don't have that much election day vote. Jeevan says, don't you have Anki cards to finish?
Jeevan, don't you have to start studying for step 3?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Check out Stevens County in Georgia, north right. I will do that. Trump is, thank you. So, well, hang on. North Georgia is very conservative. Trump is ahead by 63 in Stevens County. Oh, wait, we have to. And he outperformed. Let's go. He outperformed. So when it says 4.1 points more Republican, they're talking about the margin. So that means that Stevens must have voted for Trump by 59. So when they say shift, they're talking specifically about the margin. The initial mail and early vote in Georgia points toward a very close race. It will be a long time until it will be clear who's favored. All right. That's what one guy says.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Trump is up by 25 in Georgia. Adam says Pence earwax is the kind of commentary the mainstream media will never get you. Exactly. So Adam, my friend Jeevan was a White House intern under Donald Trump. He was begrudgingly a White House intern. Yeah, he was begrudgingly. Wait. So Jeevan, did you were you accepted for the position and then Trump won? Was that what happened? You were expecting Hillary to win? It was not begrudgingly. All right. Well, wait. Did you know that Trump was going to win? Or sorry, did you know that Trump had won before you got the position? I was an intern. Oh, wait, really? Intern spring 2019. Oh, that's cool. Comey? You were working with James Comey? Wait, is James Comey really 6'8"? I hear he's extremely tall. Is he actually that tall? I want a swing map. That would be really great. Yes, Comey is tall. Yeah. Florida at 75%. I mean, I want to look at Florida, but at the same time, I don't, because I know it's not going to be that reflective of the rest of the. Trump is almost ahead by 10. Every single Collier County, 8 points more Republican. Man, these are unbelievable margins in Florida. It's margins like this that make you think Trump might win the popular vote.
That's what you need to win.
Well, no, that's completely irrelevant. Yeah. The thing is, if Trump wins the popular vote, he's probably going to win the Electoral College, just statistically.
The popular vote is just the pure number, right?
Yeah, just like the total number of votes. Mom says Florida is different. Yeah, Florida is very different. Again, Florida is zooming to the right, unlike any other state. Like you can't even compare Florida to any other state by just how quickly it is moving to the right. So these results are looking good. Trump is outperforming his 2020 margins in every single county that's all the way in. But it's also Florida.
Like Texas and stuff.
Texas, I don't think polls have even closed in Texas.
They're like, what, 1, 2?
Texas, most polls close at 8. Right. West Virginia is really close right now. It's obviously not going to be close. What's in?
I mean, it's only 24,000.
Ooh, Trump's ahead in Mon County. Let's go. Mon County is one that we have to look at because Trump won Mon County by 500 votes in 2020. It was extremely close. I assume that Harris would win it, but maybe not. Mom says if Trump wins PA, I think he will win it. If Trump wins PA, he will almost certainly be the next president of the United States. Because if he's won PA, there's a very good chance he's won Wisconsin, and there's a very good chance he's won the entire Sun Belt. New Hampshire, by the way, is counting very steadily. New Hampshire's at 9. New Hampshire's thing, because you can see they don't count votes by county. They do it by town. And typically when a town declares, it's all the way in. So let's take a look. Oh, wait, I keep doing this. Detailed results. They have a swing town to town. No, they don't have it. All right. I don't feel like looking at New Hampshire for now. We'll see what ends up happening. New Hampshire, Harris is up by 10, but a lot of the votes are from Concord and Dover. Of the Rust Belt swing states, which ones do you think Trump is most likely to win? In order, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, then Michigan. That's what I'm going with. trying to prevent my computer from overheating. Glad to say it's holding strong. Just tune back in.
Thank you, Jeevan. We'll give you that one for that.
Wait, what? No. That wasn't Jeevan. That was my friend Lily.
No, I know, but
What?
I'm bringing Jeevan back into this.
Oh. Yeah. Well,
Yeah, let's see.
yeah. I mean, I guess Lily, West Virginia is sort of your adopted home state now, right? Because Jack is living in Harpers Ferry. I voted in Pennsylvania and Arizona. Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm not going to be the one to turn you in. Too many pages.
Jeevan, stop removing.
Lily says I'm a West Virginia resident now. Wait, what? Oh, you're using that as like your permanent address? Wait, that means you voted for Trump in West Virginia, Jefferson County? Yeah, sweet. I did not vote in Jefferson County. I sent my absentee ballot to Butler County, PA, because that's where my permanent address is. I mean, honestly, my preference was to vote in person, just because I like the experience of voting in person. The problem is I have a Pennsylvania driver's license, so I couldn't register to vote in West Virginia. Mom says, thankfully you voted in PA. Yeah. Seems like we're holding pretty steady here. Seems like we're holding pretty steady. I mean, so far, there hasn't been a single county that I've seen where Trump is doing worse than in 2020. There will be counties, but
we'll see. Yeah, right. Enjoy it now.
Yeah, that's right. Now, India. Let's go back to India. They're only at 24. Anything else all the way in? More counties all the way in. Deep red, Du Bois County, Davies County trended to the right. Whitley County, deep red, trended to the right just slightly. So these are good signs, right? These counties are almost exclusively white working class. So what that means, and not only working class, but white working class. So that means that Trump is at the very least hanging on to the white working class vote that he had in 2020. And that was something I was concerned about. You know, do they trend a little bit towards Harris? Fayette County, Georgia. Let's take a look. Fayette County was something that we were watching. Oh, it flipped. Look at 2020. Wasn't Fayette County like extremely close in 2020? What was the result there? Fayette County is one of those suburban counties in Georgia that is growing very rapidly, suburbanizing very rapidly. And Trump won Fayette by 7. Okay, Trump won Fayette by 7. And right now he's only winning it by 2. But you still have 25% of the election day, well, 25% of the vote in. Hopefully those are election day votes. Anything else in Georgia that's all the way in? I would survey. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, like it's a county like Brantley County. Let me pull this up so you guys can see it. And my cam's not in the way. You wouldn't expect Trump to do better in Brantley County because he was already at 90%, right? But yeah, he did do better. Like you would just think at some point you can't really get any better.
If it's not 100%, there's always room for improvement.
I guess so. But yeah, Jeevan, you're absolutely right. And by the way, I would say there's a strong probability that Fayette votes to the left of where it did in 2020. John asks, why is Florida still not called for Trump? The answer is that polls are still open in Georgia in the Florida Panhandle. I cannot speak. Polls are still open in the Florida Panhandle in the Central Time Zone. You cannot call a state until all the polls have closed. That's why. That's literally the only reason. I expect that right at 8 p.m., Florida will be called. Do you think Arlington, Virginia will flip? I kid. We'd have to. Well, no, it's not. It's not going to flip. And actually, my friend Ever's from Arlington. Yeah, I asked you. You said you didn't know him. I'll have to ask Ever to see if he knows you. Probably not, because I think you guys are like 2 years age difference. Arlington. I don't know what the ethnic breakdown is of Arlington. If Arlington has a sizable Hispanic population, it could trend significantly to the right. That's the answer I can give. Virginia's now up to 20%. That's not nothing. Is ahead by 10. But we're already at, but Loudoun County's already basically all the way in. Look at this. Harris is up by 10 in Virginia, but Loudoun County's nearly all the way in. Fairfax County is 40% in. Prince William 24. Adam says, can confirm 2 votes for Donald Trump in Alexandria City. Can I snipe Alexandria here? It's so small. Oh, wait. There we go. Harris with 74, although it's early. 74% of the vote in Alexandria. Isn't this great? I have like a bunch of close friends who don't know each other, and they're all in chat. This is great. We're having fun. Again, I hope that things don't turn south. But Georgia looks okay so far. I will never complain about every single county trending to the right. The caveat is every county that we have all the way in is either a rural county with basically just white working class voters, or it's in Florida. So we don't really have a huge sample size and a very big diversity of counties that we can analyze in terms of tenant. But the fact that they are universally swinging in favor of Trump from 2020 is a very good sign. Virginia, Matthews County, Richmond County. So we have some Virginia counties in the northern peninsulas that trended towards Trump. I like to see it. One of the residents at Harper's Ferry is from King and Queen County out here. Oh, now they're saying Loudoun's all the way in. Ooh, wow. Really? Is that right? Trump is doing 9 points better in Loudoun? Margin, Harris is only winning it by 16. Wait, really? What was Biden's margin here? Biden's margin was 25. Hey, you need to take a look at this. Loudoun County, Trump is doing 9 points better than in 2020.
Oh my gosh.
And that is like the center of the cringe white woke suburbanites in Virginia.
Yeah, that's actually very.
John says, brace for impact. Michael is about to get super excited. Loudoun
That's my
County.
my vote. One out of those 122,000, one of mine is there.
Oh yeah. Hey. You maybe. I mean, if Trump wins Virginia, this thing is over. I don't think he wins Virginia, and here's why. Biden won Virginia by 10. So what that means is, for Trump to win Virginia, you would have to see an average swing of 10, right?
Oh,
And everything's below,
yeah.
even Loudoun's below. So I don't think he wins Virginia. But hang on, though. I might have to eat my words about what I said about Virginia. Maybe this will be close. And if Virginia is close, that is very bad news for Kamala Harris. Because it means that if Virginia is close, she's probably lost North Carolina. Yeah. Wow. Now, it doesn't say 100%. It just says above 95%. I don't know whether that includes mail-in votes, but still, Loudoun County has trended significantly. I was not expecting that. That is shocking to me.
Yeah, that's crazy. I can't believe
Harris
it.
only winning there by 16? Trump cracking 40 in Loudoun? Who thought that was going to happen?
What was it last year?
Last election, Trump was at 36.5 and he lost Loudoun by a margin of 25.
Whoa.
And this time he's only losing Loudoun by 17.
It's gotta say something. The trend.
Notable that all the crazy school board meeting happened in Loudoun between 2020 and 2024. Is that really the reason though? I mean, I guess it's the most salient thing. Man, are that many like rich white people in Loudoun who work for the federal government voting for Trump? They're voting for their own jobs to be taken away. They're voting for the Doge. They're voting for Elon Musk's Department of Governmental Efficiency. They're literally voting themselves out of work.
You don't like the Doge?
I love the Doge.
Yeah, the Doge.
The
is one of a
Doge.
kind.
So you did see that? You did see that? Because the Doge has been a
Yeah.
meme. I don't remember where it came from. I guess just someone misspelled.
You know what's crazy? My friend in 2018 told me about Dogecoin.
Yeah.
And he told me like this was before Dogecoin blew up, and it was like 0.000.
Yeah.
And the fact that like I don't know how he found out about Dogecoin, but like had I bought or he had bought.
Yeah. He'd be a wealthy man. If you had just put $10.
$10, right? Yeah, $10 would have like made me over like probably $1,000.
Yeah.
But,
Okay.
so Florida's
still.
8%.
Look how close Palm Beach County is. Trump might flip Palm Beach County.
Wow, 10,000 vote difference.
What was the margin? Wait, what was the margin in 2020? Palm Beach County is a blue county. Palm Beach voted for Biden by 13, and Trump might be about to win it.
Wow, this election's going to be very.
And he's flipped the Puerto Rican county. Let's go.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
He flipped
That's
Duval
incredible.
County, where Jacksonville is. Again, I don't want to get too excited. Florida is exceptional. I promise. It's just incredible. He's ahead of Kamala Harris by almost 1 million votes in Florida. I mean, again, those are the kinds of margins that you need if you want to win the popular vote. We'll see what happens in California. Ohio's at 22% and Kamala Harris is leading. I promise you that is not something that's going to hold. This is like early vote or maybe mail-in vote. This isn't going to hold.
Cincinnati and Columbus.
Ohio, that's all the way in. There's nothing in Ohio that's all the way in. Again, like I said, I felt that Trump would do about the same, maybe a little better, maybe a little worse in Ohio. Then again, Ohio is a state in the last 2 elections where the Democrats have led, and then Trump like takes this huge lead as the day of voting comes back. So I'm not really alarmed by this. We don't have anything that's all the way in. Man, he's getting crushed in Columbus with the early vote. We'll see. It's too soon in Ohio. Trump will win it. How many more states? South Carolina, he's ahead by 20. That's pretty good.
So right now the score, how are they?
The score, yes.
That's all the score. So these are just predictive results. No state is fully.
No state is fully in.
They're just
They
giving
can.
them
They're projecting, yes. They're saying based on what we have right now in Indiana, Trump is certain to win. Same thing in Kentucky and West Virginia.
Okay. Oh, that.
Yeah, I saw
Mississippi turning.
Oh, wait. What time is it? Oh, it's 8. Okay. All right. Got another bunch of poll closings. John says, check out Kentucky. A ton of counties are in, and they all show a big shift for Trump. Good stuff. All right. I'm happy that Mississippi was declared. And Alabama. We've gotten Alabama. Let's go. Maryland was called for Kamala Harris. No surprise there. No surprise there.
That was fast. Wait,
Yeah.
Why haven't they had any votes in when they're East Coast?
Not time. It depends
like
on
Virginia,
it depends on what
Florida.
they close the polls.
Oh, for
So
them.
Georgia, they close the polls at 7. North Carolina, they close at 7:30. Maryland, they close at 8.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
The other states that close at 8 are Pennsylvania and Michigan, I think.
Oklahoma.
Trump gets Oklahoma. Wait. Why is Texas already 8% in? And Harris is leading in Texas. They've called Massachusetts. Harris has won in Massachusetts and Connecticut. I was wondering whether Connecticut would be an insta call. Hang on, I'm gonna hang out here. Okay, they've called Rhode Island. Rhode Island is an insta call for Kamala Harris. I'm gonna hang out here for a second, see what else gets declared. Like now. Doesn't Louisiana?
South Carolina.
Oh, they've called South Carolina. Perfect. South Carolina, the polls have been closed for a while. They've given South Carolina to Trump. Oh, wait, they've called Florida. Oh, I didn't even see that.
Florida.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I
Tennessee,
expected.
Kentucky.
They've called Tennessee for Trump as well. Anything else, guys? Louisiana just closed, right?
Basically,
Oh, no,
this is
Louisiana closes at 9. Never mind. Are there any other? Illinois. Illinois closes at 8. They're not going to insta-call Illinois? All right, we'll see. We'll see. No, it could just be they haven't gotten around to it yet. I don't read into that at all. So let's look at Texas and see why Kamala Harris is ahead. It's because it's Dallas. That's why. Yeah, it's because 63% of the vote is in Dallas County. That's why she's ahead. All right, no concern there. So John wanted me to check out Kentucky. We can do that. Then we'll circle back to the other swing states.
Kentucky.
No, oh, sorry. Well, the actual swing states.
Okay.
Franklin County trends to the left. Is that where Frankfurt is? We'll see. But yeah, look at all these counties. Again, like you would think these counties, Trump doesn't have much more to go, but still, he improved significantly. So what the heck is Franklin County? Is Franklin County, is that where Frankfurt is? It is where Frankfurt is. Okay, gotcha. All right. So there is a university there, a historically black college. All right. Yeah. So this is the county with Frankfurt in, but all the other counties have trended to the right. Campbell County is kind of suburban and is also trended towards Trump because Cincinnati's right across the river, right? So Campbell County is kind of suburban. Okay. So back to the other states. Florida, we're at 85% in, and Trump is leading by 1.1 million votes. This stuff is coming in. Right. Okay. All right. This is okay. This is okay. Georgia by 13, which in itself is meaningless. Trump is getting crushed in Fulton, 71-28. We assume those are early votes. Anything else in Georgia that's all the way in? Big suburban county to come all the way. Look at that. That's what we like to see right there. Every county, some trending slightly, but some trending, not insignificantly, trending to the right. That's what we like to see. Now, again, all these are rural, so we'll see what Atlanta does.
I know.
Atlanta's kind of terrifying.
That's the beast.
All right. Things are okay. Things are okay. Is there anything all the way in North Carolina? I kind of doubt it, but it's worth checking.
Check out Salem if you could.
Yeah, Wake Forest.
Yeah, because
nothing is in.
Of course. Okay.
Yeah.
There's a
Forest
big
is pretty
Latino
low.
population in there.
Oh yeah.
I'm just interested, to see how it turns.
Yeah. Oh, we haven't checked the betting odds. No, nothing's all the way in. What are the betting odds doing? Oh shit! Look at that. Trump's greatly increased his lead in the betting odds. John says major shifts in Virginia. All right, I'll get there in just a second. I want to look at the betting odds. Wait, is it happening?
Jeez.
It might be about to happen. Not about to happen. I got to show you this, guys. I got to show you this. This is interesting. This is electionbettingodds.com. Look at that. Trump up 11.3%. Oh, all right. Calm down. Calm down. It's not over. It's not over. Because, see, and here's why it's not over, right? Doesn't matter how well Trump does in the Sun Belt if he loses in the Rust Belt. If Harris wins Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, then Trump's done. If Harris wins these states. So it's that's why I don't want to read too much into this.
How many electoral votes is Pennsylvania?
19.
And then Michigan?
15 and 10 for Wisconsin.
Oh, dude.
If Trump wins North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, he gets to 268. And if Harris wins these three, then she's at 270. So that's why if you're Trump, you actually have to pick off one of these states.
Oh.
All right, buddy. Let me look at Virginia now.
I want Virginia.
If Virginia voted for, wait, where is it? Here you go. If Virginia voted for Trump, oh my God, that I might actually have to consider moving there.
I mean, you're like 20 minutes.
Move to the pretentious town of Leesburg, drive 40 minutes west just to get to Harper's Ferry. Lexington.
Richmond. Oh wait, that's 2020.
No. Oh wait.
This is 2020.
King and Queen. So we have some rural counties here. Oh wait, they've actually taken away. Okay. They whatever. No. Loudon didn't really change. They just took it off the map. Surrey County. This is another rural county, sort of between Norfolk and Richmond, and Trump's doing 13 points better there. That's kind of insane. Carroll County, deep red in Appalachia, 8 points better.
I mean, as expected.
I mean, it's too soon to say, but it sure looks like a Trump win, doesn't it?
I don't know, man. It's 40. We'll see, right? The counties.
Believe how well he's doing. I can't believe he's ahead in Florida by 13. What the heck? What are they doing in Florida? He's ahead in Florida. Well, not by 30. It's really more by 12, but you round this number up and you round this number down and it becomes 13. He's ahead by 12.
Not exactly.
Okay, he didn't flip Palm Beach County. That's a little disappointing, but he came incredibly close. Harris's margin in Palm Beach is 5,000. That's how many votes she nets out of Palm Beach. God, my goodness.
Michigan, Pennsylvania, he's trying to get in.
Ohio's up to 32%, by the way. Texas is at 17%. What's going on in Ohio? Because Ohio will tell us. Nothing's all the way in Ohio. Okay. Harris still ahead pretty significantly in Ohio. But it's because it looks like they declared the early vote in Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati. So that'll do it. That'll do it. Still with 32% of votes, and you'd like for Trump to have the lead. But always surprised me with just how much it swings to the Republicans. So Georgia's up to 37%. And Trump is ahead by 14. The early vote in Fulton is in. We don't have the early vote in DeKalb, Cobb, or Gwinnett, which are some other big suburban counties. Richmond, where Augusta is, that early vote was declared. Savannah. Okay. Anything else in Georgia that's all the way? Just a lot of rural counties, nothing suburban. Or wait. Butts County. That's a good name. All right. Stay calm. What betting odds still improving? The site's probably, yeah, the betting odds site has crashed. All right. Let's also take a look at Texas. Just for fun. Anything all the way in Texas? No, just early vote. Okay. Yeah, again, Texas is close, but it's because about half of the vote has come from Dallas County, where Harris is winning by 23, and it was the early vote in Dallas County. All right. Imagine if, in all the excitement, Trump suffers a heart attack and dies. Wouldn't that be that would be by far the funniest outcome? Wouldn't be my favorite outcome, but just in all the excitement, the tunica intima finally fails, suffers a plaque rupture. All those years of eating cheeseburgers and drinking Diet Coke.
So diet can't stop it?
Trump has actually lost weight. I mean, I think he has. Wow. Mom asks, why are big cities in Texas going for Harris? Because they're Democratic areas. So you have to realize that the big cities in Texas, there's a lot of white college educated voters there. There's a lot of black voters, which even though they're expected to swing to Trump a bit, they still vote Democratic overwhelmingly. And then Hispanic voters, again, I don't expect Trump to win Hispanic voters outright in this election. And the cities in Texas have a lot of Hispanic voters. Texas is weird because everyone thinks Texas is like this rural state, when in reality, about 80% of the population lives in an urban or suburban area. And that 80% is like actually pretty even, like in terms of partisan lean. But it's the 20% of Texas that is rural that is like right off a cliff. and that's why Republicans win there. Trump has been talking to low-carb MD Casey Means. I bet he's on a lower-carb diet. He very well could be. He's lost a modest amount of weight. I really do think that. Maybe he's also on Ozempic, though. Lily says Virginia trending closer.
Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. What are the counties on the next to Loudoun County? I should know this.
Yeah, so we have Fair. Oh, you mean these two? Clark. So this is, I don't remember what the county seat here. And then Frederick. So this does not include Winchester. Winchester is like, it's separate. Virginia's close. Can we look at the...
It's close.
Trump has inflammation face. He looks quite good now. I agree. I agree. No, Ma, I think you hit the nail on the head. Trump doing well in rural Virginia. Man, I just can't believe it. He's improving 10 points in a county where he basically got 75% of the vote last time.
All right, that's good. That means the other votes are going somewhere else.
So there were some areas that shifted to the left in Virginia. The suburb of Colonial Heights, which is outside of Richmond, trended, I mean, it basically stayed the same, although it's a very Republican area. Highland basically stayed the same. That's like out here. Not very many people there. The town of Lexington trended significantly towards Harris. Someone was telling me about that town. Oh, I think because if I want to get to Charleston from here, I can take the highway down, go through Lexington, and then go west.
Yeah, honestly, it's so much easier, I feel like, from here to go to southern West Virginia than going from like Morristown, like cutting through.
Well, it takes longer, but because if you wanted to go west, you would have to go like straight to Morgantown and then go straight south.
Yeah, that would be helpful, but at least with that road.
Yeah. But I mean, some of these swings have been over 10. Loudon's almost at 10.
Jeez, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's not impossible that Trump wins Virginia. Not impossible at all. And I'll probably have to eat my words, and I will be shocked if it is within 3, which it looks like it very well could be. Oh my God. Calm down. Pennsylvania is at 6%, but that is over 400,000 votes. This is like early vote or mail-in vote. Kamala Harris has a monstrous lead in PA, but most of the vote, well, actually not even most. Well, yeah, most of the vote is coming from Allegheny County and Philadelphia. Okay. Also, if that's the early vote in Philly, then Trump is going to do way better in Philly this time, because I think that's about what he got last time in Philly. Maybe a little bit worse. Pennsylvania's way too early.
County?
I'm from this one here, Butler, just north of Allegheny. Yeah, from sort of the southern edge of Butler.
So you almost made it to Allegheny.
Yeah. Well, no, we escaped Allegheny because the taxes are higher there. Pennsylvania's just way too early. I will say, though, I am happy with the Philly results so far. Allegheny County, not so much. Movement from the betting odds? Or is the site still down? Okay, he's still at about 66% in the betting odds site. But remember, and Lily, maybe you'll remember this when we watched the election together in 2020, there was a point where Trump was at 72% to win. And this was when Florida was, like, he was doing really well in Florida, like primarily that. What else was going on? He was doing really well in Florida. He was doing well in like Ohio, but there was a point in 2020 where Trump was at a 72% probability. And of course, Biden ended up winning. So again, it's not quite high enough for me to feel like relieved, but I'm cautiously optimistic. Adam says, "Fighting planets for the win." That's right. So you know the name of the town I'm from. Did I tell you?
It's called. It starts with M.
Yeah, Mars, like the planet Mars. And our mascot was
What was your mascot?
was the Fighting Planets.
The Fighting Planets.
The Fighting Planets.
Fighting Planets. Interesting.
Yeah. Lily says that's true, but you had a bad initial feeling. I did. Indeed.
I mean,
John said, we now have a school mascot? Really? Oh, that's cool.
like a planet.
Yeah. So John, what does it look like? Like, is there someone whose like entire body is like a sphere? Like there's just a sphere costume that they put on. It's garbage. It's so bad. Yeah, I believe it. Someone is Mars. Oh, okay. So it's like a red ball.
Lions.
Also, Florida 90% in. What's Trump's lead in Florida now? He's ahead in Florida by 12.6, which is higher than even my highest expectations. There's still 10% in, and there's still some stuff in Broward left to go. So it's looking like it's not even going to be within 10. It looks like Florida's going to vote for Trump by over 10.
Yeah, that's where it's trending.
I haven't forgotten about this. I'll eat this when I get the chance. Oh, they've added, New York Times has added their predictions. Texas likely R, Georgia toss up. They're saying Virginia's lean D. All right. We will see. And they're saying Georgia, North Carolina toss up. Okay, yeah. So not so simple. Georgia's a toss up with 45% of the votes in. So
I was gonna say, like, North Carolina, I get that, but
yeah.
Georgia 45 and they're still saying toss up. Jesus.
Yeah. So it's not over. I mean, I'd much rather be than Kamala. Oh, look at this. They have the estimated margin. I love, this is the other reason why I want to do this on the New York Times, that they have this. So their estimated margins that Trump wins Georgia by 1.5. Again, in my map, I had Harris winning Georgia.
Do you have to pay to use this right now?
No, we have a free account with WVU.
Really?
Yeah. So if you use your WVU login credentials,
That's great.
yeah, you'll get it.
Times always you need to pay for it.
What are they saying about China? They're saying Trump 1.3.
What?
This is too close. New York Times is Trump winning based on estimate. Oh yeah, wait, do they have the overall?
Oh yeah.
They're saying Trump wins very narrowly.
Jeez.
Chance of
But it's still
toss up. You can see the arrow. Okay, so they're saying it's going to be super duper close. Yeah, and I can see they have Trump. Yeah, well, this one says 275. They're saying everything's a toss up. Okay, I cannot take this. It's not over. Harris could easily win, but she has to run it up in the urban areas, I think. That's what has to happen. Let's circle back to Georgia. That's looking a little better. Oh wait, I keep doing this. I need to go here. Anything that's all the way in. Just rural counties. Just rural counties. If Trump does better in rural areas and he does better with Black and Hispanic voters in urban areas, then almost certainly he's won, unless nobody in the suburbs votes for him. But he's doing okay. He's not doing too bad. We'll wait for the rest of the results to come in there. Those are some counties to watch. How's West Virginia?
Oh my God.
Trump is only winning by 32, with almost all of Morgantown in. Well, most of Morgantown in. And these are also probably early vote, not even election day. All right. I am praying. Yeah.
Ooh, I mean.
They're saying, oh, wait a minute. Hey, wait, didn't I say this? I said Harris would win by 5 to 6. So they think they don't, well, they're saying Trump still is possible to win in Virginia, but very likely going to be Harris. Harris plus 6. I don't actually like that. I would have wanted it to be a lot less than that for Trump to be comfortable that Trump wins. What are the betting odds doing? Trump's still at, actually, so he's gone down very slightly. He's still at 65, though. He's actually not ahead by that much compared to where we started the night. Like, according to that site, he was at like 58, 59, and he's up to 65. He's not actually ahead by that much. Illinois, yeah, look, they're not insta-calling Illinois, which is funny. They're just saying very likely D. Not really a whole lot in. Oh, they're saying New Hampshire is lean D. Okay, that's significant. Yeah. If New Hampshire D, then this is Trump landslide. Just going to say it. They're saying Harris is going to win by 4.7. All right. Yeah, this is not over any stretch. I think this is going to be close.
I think it's at Georgia's lean right now.
Oh wait! Oh! You're right. Yeah, they did change that. Yeah, it was it to 2.1. What changed? I don't know what changed. He's still getting crushed in Fulton. So he's losing in Fulton by 43. What was the margin? The margin in Fulton last time was. Wait, really? Wait, did I miscount? The margin in Fulton last time was like 47, right? Isn't that 47 or like 46?
Yeah, 1450.
The margin here is 43. So far he's improved in Fulton a little bit. I mean, again, I had Georgia as going for Harris.
Really?
In my prediction, yeah, you weren't here for my prediction. I predicted that Harris would pull off an upset in Georgia, partially just because I wanted my prediction to be a little bit different.
And how many electorates is there?
Georgia has 16. Georgia has a good chunk. Yeah, I know that Virginia's close and it's lean D, that New York seems very confident that Harris is going to win Virginia and that it's going to be by almost 6 points. How's Arlington doing? Only 25% in, but 72% for Harris, 25% for Trump. That's pretty bad, but I actually think that's better than last time. Last time, Trump got only 17% in Arlington. Wow, so Trump is up from 17 up to 25% of the vote in Arlington County. Ohio to me is still, and frankly, Indiana. So they're saying Ohio 8.5. Virginia keeps trending down though, so it's not over yet. Yeah, so I wonder why New York Times is bullish on Harris winning in Virginia. Not like they're that bullish. They still think there's a chance that Trump could win. There isn't much in Richmond. I don't know. They've run the statistics. There isn't much in Newport News and there's nothing in Hampton. I mean, that's my best explanation. And there isn't much in the county where Charlottesville is. Whereas a certain number of these Republican counties are all the way in. I guess that's their end. Trump actually takes the lead in Virginia. How about that? Okay, well, yeah, there it is. They're saying Harris has an 81% chance to win in Virginia. Okay. Ohio's at 40%. It's likely are. Pennsylvania and Michigan are still toss-ups. This is so intense. Is there all the way to go? Again, they think Trump is likely to win by 8.5. I'll take that, I guess. Although that does mean that Ohio isn't swinging very much to Trump, because Trump won it last time by 8.1. So it might not actually be enough. That's the thing. Possible that Trump outperform in the Rust Belt? And there's still nothing that's all the way in. Great. Okay. We'll watch what New York Times thinks them is going to. Indiana's at 41. How much in Indiana's all the way in? I know Indiana's been called, but I want to look at the trends. And they're saying Trump wins Indiana by 19. I'm very happy with that. There's some counties that are trending to Harris. Most of them are trending to the right, though, by relatively modest amounts. But okay, we'll see. We'll see how Trump does in the suburban areas in the Rust Belt, because we still don't have much. Still don't have enough. He's back up to his 2020 margins in Allen, though. That's good, where Fort Wayne is. Okay, this one's 92% in. Trump's ahead by 14. What was the margin there? Ooh, Trump actually won that by 19. Ooh, so that's not good. Huh. Okay. So that's not a time. Yeah, Georgia lean R is nice.
Is Florida finally in fully?
93% in. And Trump's ahead by 13 points. He's ahead by 1.3 million votes in Florida, a state which he won by 300,000 last time or so. It was something like that. That's true. They also haven't called New Jersey or Delaware. We'll take a look at New Jersey, saying Texas is likely. Georgia being lean R is
Makes you feel a little more comfortable.
It makes me feel a bit comfortable, yeah, just a little bit more. And they've called Arkansas for Donald Trump. Arkansas closes their polls at 8:30, and yeah, it's 8:30. All right. So Trump wins Arkansas.
Whoa. How many is California getting? Like 52?
54 votes.
Gosh.
Yep. California's 54. Pennsylvania, they're still saying, do they say anything about the expected margin in
Well, it's like straight.
Trump plus 0.3? Doesn't really get much closer than that. Check out All Red Cruz in Texas. Yeah, how much is Cruz performing Trump? Or underperforming? He is underperforming as expected. So he is underperforming Trump. We can see Trump's margin here is 2. And Colin Allred's margin against Ted Cruz is almost 2. So Ted Cruz is underperforming Trump by about 4 points. Then they've called New Jersey for Kamala Harris. I almost said Hillary Clinton. And they're saying Trump winning Texas by 9.8. Pretty good. That's even better than 2016. So what do you think? Is the Latino vote surge real for Republicans?
Yeah, dude, probably.
Trump is at 44% in San Antonio with 24% to go.
There's a lot of reasons now, like Latino more, I guess, information presented to them.
Yeah.
Compared to like 2016 and elections before.
Yeah.
It was just like everything, social media, and so YouTube, TikTok. I don't know. I have family members that are seeing politics through all these things now, which they previously weren't in 2016.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Latinos have realized that actually in terms of social values are very conservative.
Yeah, that too. Definitely lean more conservatively, probably align more with the values.
We haven't looked at Michigan yet. They're saying Harris 0.4. I expected Michigan to go to Harris. There's nothing in Wisconsin.
Where did she get 49 from New Jersey?
Yep. New Jersey, again, like I said, watch the margins in New Jersey. Do they have a needle for the expected result? Oh, wait, maybe I have to hit this. They think Harris wins New Jersey by 12. That's about what I predicted. I said it would be 11 to 12. All right. What about, I still think, okay, they've revised it down a little bit to Harris plus 4.6. Oh, my friend Gunnar. I didn't even tell him about this stream. My parents must have told him. Gunnar, my man, nice to hear from you. How is North Carolina looking?
Whoa.
Look at that. Trump is ahead by,
Oh my gosh.
what is that, 26 votes? Or is that 16? No, 16. He's ahead by 16 votes in North Carolina. That's pretty funny. Gunnar, did you see that and you wanted me to comment on it? But they're saying Trump is the favorite to win. I want to look at counties. Oh, I keep doing this. I want to look at counties that are all the way in. Gotta go. Here we go. They've called Delaware for Kamala Harris. Ooh. Got a very slight Democratic shift there. But in Appalachia, they're moving towards Trump, which is nice. Nice to see. What about the urban centers here? Mecklen, basically nothing in from Charlotte, basically nothing in from Raleigh. So where the heck are all of Harris's votes coming from? And how is Trump considered the favorite? Oh, it's because there's only been absentee ballot. Wait, oh, that was 39 minutes ago. No, this isn't just absentee, is it? Yeah, because some of the counties are all the way in. Okay. Where are Harris's 400,000 votes coming from? Okay, Pitt County. What? I'm so confused. Where? Pitt, Orange, Chatham. Oh, Chatham. Okay, that's something. Where's Orange? Orange is like up here somewhere, right? Where's Orange County? I don't know where Orange County is. I don't feel like looking for it, but okay.
Let's see.
We're only at 14%. So hang on. So Pitt County is at 86%. Harris leads there by 6. What was Trump's margin in 2020? Pitt is, where's Pitt? Oh, here it is. Oh, Biden won that by 10. Dang. Yeah, that area in like northeast North Carolina is like zooming to the right.
Orange County is where Durham, Chapel Hill is.
This one. Harris is at 84% in Durham. Orange County is where Chapel Hill is. Most of the votes are in. Look at that. And she's still at 77%. Okay, so that's also where. Oh, that's right. That's Orange County. Orange County is the one with Chapel Hill. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, Gunnar, I wish I had a better answer for you. But oh, wait, what? Why? A bunch of votes just came in for Trump? Okay. We're only at 16%, but New York Times thinks that Trump is the favorite there. Have they changed anything in Georgia? They keep revising Georgia up. Now they're saying Trump plus 2.5. If Trump wins Georgia by 2.5, he hasn't won. There were some polls that had him plus 4 in Georgia. Michigan, Pennsylvania, they're still saying toss-up. Michigan, they're still saying toss-up. So as we can see, in Pennsylvania, Harris has a 43-point lead. But I assume all this is like mail-in vote, early vote. But even in the early/mail-in vote, Trump is still at 12% in Philadelphia County. And Trump got 18% overall. Okay, so we'll see how he does in Philly. Have they, let's see, Virginia still super close. Poly market just jumped for Trump again. Let me take a look at the betting odds. I don't like to use poly market because it's just one. Yeah, Trump's gone up a little bit in the overall betting odds. Yeah, a little bit. He's now at 68%. Again, and Gunnar, yeah, you were there with me in 2020 as well. We saw Trump's maximum betting odds, according to that site, was 72%. At one point, he was at 72% odds to win, and he ended up losing. So it's too early. It's too early to say for sure, but definitely you'd rather be Trump than Harris. Yeah. Also, just as people, right? You'd rather be Trump than Harris. No, probably not. Probably not. They've revised Harris's win down to 5.1 in Virginia. Oh, look at this, by the way. They're saying that Hung Cal is underperforming Trump. Tim Kaine, the most generic Democrat who's ever existed, is ahead by 2.5, whereas Trump is actually ahead in the presidential by about half a point. So that means Hung Cal is underperforming Trump by 3 in Virginia. Unless there's going to be Fairfax, he's at 32. Trump is at 31. So actually, Hung Cal is doing a little bit better in Fairfax than Trump. But I assume he's underperforming in all the rurals. Okay. We're holding. Yeah, do they have any thoughts about what the final margin is going to be? There isn't really enough. And they're saying Harris wins by 14. Okay. All right. Trump is at 30, just 3% of Cook. Look at that. Just 3% of Cook County is in, and there's already over 70,000 votes cast. One of the most populous counties in the U.S. What about Texas? I'm going to go back to Texas. 10 is now the predicted margin of victory. There's nothing down here. I want to see what happens in the Rio Grande Valley, because those are areas that are like 80 to 90% Hispanic.
El Paso.
Yeah, El Paso, but places like Brownsville and Laredo, like basically right here, right on the border with Mexico. They're like 80 to 90% Hispanic, and they actually trended to the right significantly.
I'm gonna go lay down.
You sure?
Back down. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hell yeah. With the parties, are you gonna watch the whole night?
I'm undecided. We're gonna play this by ear. I'd probably have some flexibility if I don't show up to clinic in the morning tomorrow, because it's outpatient derm and they don't really care.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Let's take advantage of it then.
but I would like to go. So, yeah, if the winner is clear, and depending on the time, we may stop the stream just because I am supposed to go into the clinic tomorrow.
I'll be back down then.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Do you have another trash can? Do you want me to start it here? Or?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll probably start taking a dig at this too, because it seems like we're pretty stable.
Yeah.
Georgia, okay, 2.6. I want a big suburban county around Atlanta to be 80% or like 100%. Yeah, Lily, that's right. I'm doing outpatient derm. Also, Lily, I understand what you were talking about. how a dermatologist can see 60 patients in a day, because that's basically what we're doing, depending on the day. I understand it now. And the medical assistants are doing almost everything. Like the medical assistants there are so good. They basically can look at things and know exactly what the diagnosis is. They probably have a good idea of what to do. The MAs do all of the note taking. They do all of like most of the paperwork and the documentation and the administrative stuff. And each, like the dermatologist typically has 3 MAs assigned to him, and one of the nurse practitioners has like 2 MAs assigned. 120 patients in a 13-hour shift. Well, wait, was that for the dermatologist, or was that for you as the medical assistant? Either way, that's an insane 13-hour shift. That is exhausting. Mom says, I want this over tonight. I agree. Dermatologist split between 4 to 5 MAs. That's really something. Man, that dermatologist must have been in and out in like 5 minutes or less. Anything change in Ohio? Trump plus 8.6, so it's okay, very slight. The appointment slots were double booked 5-minute slots. That is so hilarious. I assume Bernie Moreno will catch up to Sherrod Brown here. Yeah. I mean, that is kind of what they're assuming, because Trump is ahead by 3, but they're assuming he's going to win by 8.6. So just on the basis of that, they are assuming that Bernie Moreno will catch up to Sherrod Brown once more election day votes are reported. Yeah, I mean, I like outpatient derm. I understand what the appeal is, and it really just the ability to look at something and say, I know what that is, or the ability to look at something and say, you need to see a dermatologist, is such a huge advantage going into primary care. Yeah, what's great about dermatology is that there's very little history taking that needs to be done. You just need to look at something, and then you basically know what it is. And you know what the next steps are, and you know what the treatment is. So it's very, like the workup is very fast. So I wonder how they're getting Trump 278 to Harris 260. Has anything changed in Pennsylvania? Plus 0.4. It's too close, man. Too close. Anything all the way in PA? Also, Dave McCormick underperforming Trump by just 0.5 percentage point so far. That may be something that worsens a bit as the night goes on, but Trump could carry Dave McCormick over the finish line depending on what the margin is. Lily says, yeah, I was very unprepared for OSCEs. No need to know about a patient's med list in derm. Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. Yeah, I mean, there's some medications that can cause rash. A lot of medications, I'm sure, can theoretically cause rash. But it's like, it's not really up to you. You could refer them back to their primary. The most annoying one is like when they have a so-called allergy to amoxicillin, and it comes back, like the reason is that they have a rash. That's not an allergy to amoxicillin or any penicillin for that matter. That's like a separate adverse effect of penicillins. So like in the hospital, there's all these patients that have so-called penicillin allergies because they had a rash once, and then you have to select a different antibiotic for them. It's not great. It's not great. North Carolina is slowly ticking up. Florida is basically entirely in. Yeah, we're holding steady. I'm starving. I've barely eaten anything today, so I'm going to take a dig at whatever this is, this pizza thing. And move this out a little bit. Have the betting odds changed appreciably, or is Trump still in the high 60s? He's up to 70 now. I feel like I should show the betting odds at some point. So yeah, that's where we are. Again, it depends on the site. Some sites are a bit more ambitious for the Republicans. Some sites are a bit more ambitious for the Dems. Also, wait, what the heck is this? Why? I think that's just Kamala Harris is not winning in North Dakota. Very funny. Very funny. These state odds are only due to Polymarket, only from Polymarket. They're not like the rest of this average together. What is the highest the site got to in 2020? For Trump, 72%. This site, Trump reached a maximum of 72% betting odds to win in 2020, and he ended up losing. I remember that very well. And of course, eventually, you'll get up to 99%, right? I thought that was only Polymarket. What this? No. So this is based on, and you can actually see. So you can see right here that PredictIt is the most liberal ambitious, is the most optimistic for the Dems, but they still have Trump at a 62 to 63% chance to win. I think the betting odds are a good predictor of the final result. Yeah, I mean, I think so too. It's people betting real money. I thought Trump got up to 72% in Polymarket. Maybe he did. I don't know. I didn't know about Polymarket back then. But on this website, this is the website that I was using. Lily and Gunnar, you can testify for that. And the highest it got was 72%. And this incorporates multiple sites. So what is he on Polymarket now? If John, what you're saying is true. So he's at 72 to 73% on Polymarket. He's actually even higher on Betfair, which is a British site, 74% on Betfair. But again, it is not over. There is still a very conceivable path for Kamala Harris to win. Trump is not really outperforming his margins in Ohio by that much compared to 2020, which is the big thing. So if you think Ohio is pretty representative of the rest of the Rust Belt, if Trump does about the same in Ohio this time as he did last time, and he does about the same in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, then he loses, right? Because he lost all those states in 2020. So that is the big reason Trump can win the entire Sun Belt and still lose the election. So it is by no means over. It is by no means over. Let's go back to the results. My computer overheating? No, actually, computer's okay. I think the fan's doing a really good job. So I appreciate the recommendation from my friend Adam. Okay, we'll share this again. Did you guys see that? It just flashed. They called the governor's race in North Carolina for Mark Robinson. Do they say anything about what the margin is? I predict it'll be like 14-15 for Stein. Do they have no, they don't have the final margin. Yeah. Republicans had a great chance to win, but then all that weird stuff came out about Mark Robinson calling himself a black Nazi on what else was there? He was dancing on a porn date. All sorts of weird stuff. Georgia, they're still saying is leaner. Georgia, by the way, is up to 66%. Georgia's up to 66%. Is in the lead by 5. And this is kind of holding steady at plus 2.5 for Trump. We're still waiting on some more votes from the Atlanta area. So wait a second. Trump is ahead in Georgia by 5, but the New York Times is predicting he's only going to win by 2.5. Oh, maybe this is why? Where is the rest of the Democratic votes where they think Harris is going to narrow the margin? Maybe it's just Savannah. Savannah's not that big, but it is only 6. Oh, wait, what about, no, there's Columbus is, yeah, Henry County's at 0%. I guess that's significant. All right, fair enough. All right, it's not over. Get to it. North Carolina has been revised upward a little bit to Trump plus 1.7. You'll like to see it. again, the counties that I want to see all the way in are the urban counties where you have a significant number of Black and Hispanic voters. Because all this stuff about Trump, he's finally, he's going to surge with Black voters, he's going to surge with Hispanic voters. All that stuff has just been theory until today, right? Today, we actually get to see whether that plays out. Oh, I didn't read Tyler's. Glad you are enjoying Derm, Michael. You also seem nice and healthy looking. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I need to get back into working out. Still have to consider whether a home gym will be worthwhile. Because if I have a home gym in the garage, I'm not sure if I'll be able to park my car in there. Well, I'll be able to have some kind of a home gym in the garage, but I don't know if I could have a squat rack and the car in the garage at the same time. John says you should start a bulk. Man, bro, we have different genetics, man. I've tried. Yeah, I should. I'd like to put on a good 20 pounds of muscle and then have an insane cut. So Florida is over 95% in. What's the final margin there? Out of pure curiosity, holy crap. 14? Well, 13 and a half. Wow. John has been bulking for like 1 year. Yeah, he has. Yeah. John, you should calculate your calories one day, like how many calories you're eating. I calculated it once when I was in first year of med school, and I calculated I was eating like well over 3,000 calories a day, and I was still having trouble putting on weight. I actually do think that my metabolism has gone down to earth a little bit over the past years. Well, today I had a massive apple pie, so I think it can be off. Yeah, that's true. John eats like 8 pieces of bread per day. Yeah, that would help. Trump's cutting it down in all these counties. So here's the concern. One of the concerns that I have, John says not true. Here's one of the concerns that I have. Trump had the lead in the popular vote. The popular vote was basically tied in the national polling. If Trump wildly outperforms expectations in Florida, Texas, New York, and California, it is possible that he could lose the Electoral College by winning the popular vote, which would be a bit of karma because the exact opposite of that happened in 2016 when he lost the popular vote to Hillary Clinton by like 3 million votes, but still won the election, but by a margin of multiple states in the Electoral College. So the concern that I have is that if the popular vote polls are all like, if Trump is doing that well in the national popular vote polls because of Florida and some other states where that aren't going to flip, it is possible he could sort of underperform in the Rust Belt and lose the election. Have they revised their estimates for states yet? Pennsylvania, Trump plus point about the same. Margin for Harris down to 32 in Pennsylvania. Yeah, like look at this, Fayette County voting for Harris. Yeah, Pennsylvania is weird because Pennsylvania doesn't really have true early in-person voting. There is a way to vote early in person. It involves requesting a mail-in ballot, taking that mail-in ballot and your completed ballot to the courthouse and dropping it off at the courthouse. But Pennsylvania doesn't have traditional mail-in voting like say North Carolina and Georgia do. So that's why the early vote in PA is so overwhelmingly Democratic, and the election day vote is going to be overwhelmingly Republican. I'm just telling you guys. What about in Michigan? They're still saying Harris plus 0.3. Again, so I know some of you guys came in a bit later. My official prediction was that Harris would win the election because Harris would win Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. But doesn't look like she's going to win Georgia. And Michigan is nip and tuck. Ha! Look at that, Wayne County, 602 to 298. Wayne County leading Donald Trump. Not going to hold. Not going to hold. So where I saw that online that 20% of the PA vote was by mail this year. That sounds about right, and it's overwhelmingly Democratic. Tyler says, when does PA normally finish? We'll see. I mean, in 2020, it was like Thursday, or no, it was like later than that. It was like Friday or Saturday. In the midterms, we did get the result overnight, but Fetterman beat Oz pretty darn good. So we might not get the PA final result tonight. Tyler says, Jenna, John, and I are all watching on the big screen. Said Shapiro, you were doing a great job. Oh, why, thank you. Why, thank you. That means a lot to me. Shapiro is not actually going for the results. He's doing more comprehensive political commentary. What about New Hampshire? +4. They keep putting New Hampshire down. Doesn't mean that Trump's going to win it. Probably not going to win it. It's still too soon to say that even Trump will win in Georgia. Come on, give me a county that's 100% in. That's still not really enough. Like even 84%. Oh, is it 9? They've just called New York for Kamala Harris. I don't like the fact that New York was an instant call. I'm not really that surprised though. But yeah, like even 84%, is that enough? Man, Trump is getting crushed in Clayton County. This is a county that's almost entirely black, but still. We can also revisit Virginia. Trump is ahead by over a point. They're saying Harris wins it by 5. I told you, you can rewind this election live stream. I predicted that Harris would win Virginia by 5 to 6. I predicted that Republicans were completely delusional, thinking that the state was competitive in any way. Called Nebraska for Trump. They've called South Dakota for Trump. They haven't called North Dakota for Trump because, wait, they may be about to call it. North Dakota is also split between 2 time zones. And same with Kansas. Missouri, I don't know about Missouri. Kamala Harris leading in Missouri. Let's see what the deal is there. And it's because of, primarily from Kansas City and St. Louis County. They're saying Trump wins Missouri by 17. I'm very happy with that if that's what happens. Missouri is a state that's actually kind of been moving to the left as Kansas City and St. Louis grow and as the sort of the rural areas in Missouri are stagnant. What the heck? Hey, look at that. It's a tabulation error here. Donald J. Trump, 656. Chase Oliver, the Libertarian candidate, 655. They accidentally gave the Libertarian candidate some votes that were probably intended to go for Kamala Harris. That is funny, though. They're saying Iowa's likely Republican. That's probably just based on the expectations. They're saying Maine's 2nd district is likely R. That's good. Okay. Trump needs every electoral vote he can get, man. Way too many scenarios where Trump only finishes with like 268 or 269 votes. Electoral votes. Oh, my throat's going to be so sore tomorrow. I'm just like shouting live. Ooh, look at that. Wait, this is so cool. This is new. I have never seen this. Look at that. They have the states that are called and then the states that are leaning one way or the other. Man, I'm loving Texas right now. Texas and Florida. Sure hope this doesn't mean Trump wins the popular vote and loses in the Electoral College. That would be tragicomedic is the word. Tragicomedy. Be one of the more hilarious and ironic outcomes, again, because the reverse happened in 2016. Doing Trump plus 8.7. All right, that's improved a bit. Trump won Ohio by like 8 to 8.1 in 2020. So he's improved there a little bit. And Bernie Moreno has taken the lead over Sherrod Brown. Any changes to the betting odds here? And the site's down. Oh, wait, no, it's not that. Okay, Trump is still at 69%. Okay. All right. Man. Georgia's up to 69% in. They're saying Trump has a 72% chance to win Georgia. I mean, again, I don't want to speak too soon, but yeah, sure. Chatham doesn't have a whole lot in where Savannah, Georgia is. Henry doesn't have a whole lot. Well, Henry has nothing in. But all the other big counties in Georgia around the suburbs. Oh, no, Gwinnett doesn't have much in. Okay, so that's why. Yeah, they're saying that if the margins are a lot higher than expected in Gwinnett, then Harris could overtake Trump. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. So Georgia's not over. Because I was thinking, it's like, where the heck do they think Harris could find the votes to overtake Trump? That would be it. Gwinnett, Henry, and Savannah. So once those counties come in, you would think Trump's odds would increase massively in Georgia. Because those, again, as far as I can tell, those are the only blue areas that are left that don't have a whole lot to report. DeKalb, look at that. DeKalb is, again, a mostly black county. It's like 75% black. And Trump's at 17% there, which seems pretty good. We're only at 73% in. How did he do in DeKalb in 2020? He only got 15.7%. Okay, that's a really good sign. Fulton's still staying the same. Again, I think this is early vote that they've counted, not election day vote. Douglas County is 95% in. Not a huge suburban county, but it is a primarily suburban county. Kamala Harris winning Douglas by 31. I suspect that's probably about the same. What is that margin? Joe Biden won it by like 26. So actually, if I'm correct, I think Douglas County has trended away from Trump. This is why I was urban Atlanta. And they've even revised the margin down a bit to 2.2. Yeah, see, look at this. These counties in suburban Atlanta, not like in the inner core of Atlanta, but in suburban Atlanta, have trended significantly towards Harris and away from Trump. Trump's doing, I mean, better everywhere else. You know, these rural counties, they add up. It's only 6,000 to 1,000, but it is adding up. The other thing that I haven't looked at all is turnout. Is turnout higher in this election than in the previous election? We'd have to look at we have to look at a state that's almost 100% in, or a county that's almost 100% in. What about Kentucky? Kentucky's been counting a while. They're at 81%. How many votes have been cast in Kentucky? About, okay, I mean, a little bit less than 1.7 million. How many votes were cast in Kentucky? Kentucky had about 2 million votes. Turnout's going to be that high again. Yeah. Wait, is turnout really going to be higher than in 2020? That would be insane. So for reference, guys, 2020, the presidential election in 2020, had the highest voter turnout in U.S. history since women were allowed to vote, which was in the early, like in the 19s, when was the ratification of the 21st Amendment? Like 1918, 1919, something like that. So 2020 had the highest turnout since then for over 100 years. There were some elections in the late 1800s where turnout reached, there was a notification, I missed it. I wonder what that was. There were some elections in the late 1800s where turnout reached like about 80%, and that's about the highest. We're obviously not going to get that here. Fayette County, where Lexington is 94% in. Harris is winning by a margin of 18. What was the margin for Biden? Biden won that by 21. That's also where the University of Kentucky is. That's a good sign. Oh, Ohio. That was probably the notification. They've called Ohio for Donald Trump. What about the margin? They're saying Trump wins by 9.1. Okay. Trump improving in even these rural counties. A lot of these states, and again, I know that what I say isn't going to impact the results, but some of you are superstitious. All of these like estimates by the needle, they seem to be revised upward as more votes come in for Trump, for the most part. For the most part. What about North Carolina? Trump plus 2.1. Wait, look at that. They're about to change North Carolina to lean Trump. They're about Carolina to lean Trump. Virginia has moved to likely D. So they've actually moved it from lean D to likely D. Probably just because more votes have come in. Yeah, the predicted margin has actually shrunk very slightly to Harris plus 4.7. But I think it's just when you get more votes and you can be more confident of the overall result. Yeah, okay, they're saying it's like borderline, lean likely. Trump would have to have an insane performance in what's left in Fairfax in order to win. He's ahead right now, but there's not much in Richmond. Hampton, Newport News. Hampton, there's nothing in. Newport News has a ways to go. Oh, he's doing well in chess, just 8%. Virginia Beach, he's doing well. It all comes down to the Rust Belt. I like the way that Ohio is going. And why don't we check back Indiana as well? Indiana, it is a Rust Belt state. Are they still saying, yeah, they're still saying Trump plus 19. Trump won Indiana by what, like 15 last time? He won it by 16. Although, remember, Pence was on the ballot. So he's improved. New York Times is suggesting he's improved his overall margin in Indiana by 3 points, despite the fact that Pence isn't on the ballot anymore. And look at the swing map. Some scattered counties have swung to the left. But for the most part, the countryside is swinging to the right. Gary, he's losing there by 11. We'll see. Not enough in. Not enough. Anything change in the forecast for Michigan and Pennsylvania? Georgia's up to 71 now. Pennsylvania, it's ticking up very slightly. Forecast is Trump plus 0.5. Wait, I mean, that's way too close, especially because all the votes that we have in right now are from mail-in votes. So this margin, predicted margin, is based on a certain set of assumptions, which is that the election day vote is going to be this much more Republican than the mail-in vote. And it's just that. It's an assumption. I wouldn't put much stock into this at all. They've called the great that, and Texas has 40 electoral votes. So we can see, look how much closer Donald Trump is to getting to 270 because Texas and Florida are in his column. Mom says Amish turnout high in PA. Mom, you texted me something earlier that for a lot of the Amish, the elders frown upon it. They frown upon voting. Or you implied that. Is that true? Is that true that the elders don't want Amish to vote in national elections? Ooh, look at this thing. This thing has so much bread. Man, I'm going to be constipated for days after eating this. That's all right, though. It looks good. Computer not too hot. That's good. And look at that. North Carolina, they've shifted it to lean R. Yes, the elders don't like the Amish to vote and participate in English activities. Okay. Okay. I wonder why. I wonder why. Again, the Amish population has, like, it is going up at a very rapid pace because they have such big families, right? And I can actually pull up the Wikipedia page later, but the Amish population in Pennsylvania, it's something like they've doubled. The Amish population has doubled in the past 30 years because of how big their families are. But they seem furious that one of theirs was raided over raw milk sales. Oh, really? Is that something that happened? Government doesn't want them selling raw milk? All right. North Carolina shifted to lean R. By the way, Mom's dad listening, or has he gone to bed? What? Trump plus 3.4 in North Carolina? Oh, wow. Trump's ahead by 5 in North Carolina. Raleigh is 76% in. Not much from Charlotte, though. Any changes to the betting odds? No, Trump's up to 70 now. Okay. Still, again, got to wait for the Rust Belt, but I like the way that Indiana and Ohio have come in. Gentleman Snake says, awesome live stream. Gentleman Snake, do I know you? Are you one of my friends? Or are you just someone who stumbled across this live stream? Just found it. Nice, nice. We're getting some engagement on YouTube, guys. Yeah, I wouldn't expect a channel with 0 subs basically to get any engagement at all, and for this to be publicized at all on YouTube. And I'm sure there's a lot of other people streaming as well. But Gentleman Snake, welcome. Glad you're here. We are eagerly hoping that Trump will win, but Georgia, North Carolina, they're looking good. They're looking good. Also, North Carolina voting to the right of Georgia, which some people said it would vote to the left of Georgia. Some people said it would vote to the right. Again, I was very concerned about Georgia. I thought Georgia was a great opportunity for Kamala, but Trump's holding. He's ahead by 5. And there aren't that many big baskets of Democratic votes still left to come in. We have Savannah. We have Henry County outside of Atlanta. Then we have Gwinnett, a big suburban county outside of Atlanta. So it is still conceivable that she could catch him. So just holding steady. I'm for Trump. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Where are you from? What state? In which state did you cast your ballot? You're doing great, Michael. This is the best alternative for the election night 4 years ago. Med students in the house, Gentleman Snake, here's your opportunity to ask about Make America Healthy Again. That's right. Yeah. So I am a 4th-year medical student, about to go into residency, doing family practice, doing all around medicine. And I think RFK has basically hit the nail on the head. When it comes to what we have to do to fix our country. I mean, I saw it in Morgantown. Morgantown was probably the worst that I've seen, just because most of the patients that we got up here in Mon County, they came from the center part of the state, and they drive 2 hours up there. Just so unbelievably unhealthy. Everyone has heart failure. Everyone has COPD because they all used to smoke. They all have diabetes. They all could lose 100 pounds. Where do you think you'd like to practice? We'll see. I like West Virginia, and in particular, I like the Eastern Panhandle. It's sort of the perfect mix of urban and rural here. Well, I should say suburban and rural. Honestly, Gunnar, Pittsburgh it's too big for me. You know, I don't want to live in the city of Pittsburgh. That doesn't sound fun. Even the Pittsburgh suburbs, I don't know, man. Suburbs, there's no sense of community there. The traffic's bad, and just a lot of the things that suburban people do for fun, like going to the theater and watch movies, like I couldn't be bothered. So, you know, I'd kind of like to practice in a rural area, not like in the middle of nowhere where I have to drive 2 hours to get to Walmart. That's a bit much for me. But what's great about the Eastern Panhandle of West Virginia is that you're not that far away from DC, which has a lot of things to do, but it's really more of a collection of small towns rather than one dominant population center. If I went back to PA, I don't think I'd go to like a rural area in central PA. If I went back to PA, to Western PA to practice, I'd go to some place like Butler City or Washington City. Like sort of a discrete small town, like small to mid-sized town, a bit away from the city with its own community. I'd rather do that than live in the suburbs. Gentleman Snake is from Delaware. Ah, we were watching Delaware because I wasn't sure what the margin would be. Hillary Clinton only won Delaware by just barely over 10. Biden won it by 20, but of course that's his home state. So that's why I thought that maybe Trump had the chance to cut the lead in Delaware to below 10. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. So where are you from? Like Newcastle County? That's where most people are from in Delaware, I think. One of the other med students in my class is actually from there. Former, well, no, I can't say. He was in the military. He was in special forces. I'll leave it at that. I don't want to give away. I don't want to expose his identity. Mom says suburban family MDs are lazy. They send you to the specialists. Yeah, I think a lot of it is provider dependent. But like the family med doctors out here are insane in terms of the workup that they're willing to do. Like they will order so many tests when you know they could have just referred. But like the problem is out here in the entire Eastern Panhandle, like 200,000 people almost, we have like 2 gastroenterologists. So the patient that I saw a couple of weeks ago with diarrhea of unknown etiology, diarrhea of unknown cause, we can't send that to the GI doc. Not going to be seen in time. We have to figure out how to handle it ourselves. And we ordered some tests, and you know they're still pending, so we'll see. But we are fully prepared to manage this case that in a place like suburban Pittsburgh, UPMC would have been managed by a GI doc almost certainly. Eastern Panhandle is good because you don't have many specialists. Rural family MDs are often superstars. I agree. We'll see how easily they're able to attract specialists. The other thing, though, is that no matter how many specialists you attract, just the rate of growth that we've had in the Eastern Panhandle means that the specialists are always kind of going to be behind the 8 ball. Like you're in the near future, I don't see it where you get to a point where you have all the specialists you need. This area is growing so fast, and you need doctors of all different sorts. I think family med is gonna be the dominant force in years to come. Specialists don't generally like rural. That's true. So Georgia's up to 74%. Trump is ahead by 5, just over 5. Trump's margin 2.3. It's deteriorating a little bit. Oh, we're also waiting on Athens, where the University of Georgia is. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, this is not over. Georgia is not over. This isn't going to be an easy win for Trump. I wouldn't be surprised if it was closer than this, actually. Carolina's extremely promising. North Carolina. Trump's ahead, just over 2. Estimated margin plus 3.4. I thought that North Carolina would be closer, just given the amount of suburban growth and the amount of white college educated voters in North Caro. Wouldn't have expected it to be like Trump plus 3.4. And it may not be. We'll see. Pennsylvania, Michigan toss-up, Wisconsin toss-up. Is there any reason to go to Pennsylvania? There's nothing. I mean, Harris is ahead. Trump is cutting down the lead. We're starting to see some rural counties fill in red as they should. Is there anything that's 100%? And Trump's up to plus 0.6 in PA. Love, but again, that is incumbent on the election day vote being as strong as we think it is. I have to go here. Look at the trend map. There is nothing that is all the way in Pennsylvania. Okay. Yeah. Notice what this says here. So this is why things are looking good in Georgia and North Carolina, but let's not get too excited. Trump still has to pick off at least one of these states, unless he has a huge upset. And he wins a state which is him to. How's the forecast in the other states? Michigan, you're at 12%. Wisconsin, you're at 7%. It's so little. It's so is what they're forecasting in Michigan with a high degree of uncertainty. I'm liking that. Trump's still ahead in Wayne County, by the way. That's not going to hold, but it's fun to see that county paint red. Wisconsin, they're saying exactly even. Yeah, there's not enough in Wisconsin. I'm not even going to check. I don't think there's anything all the way in. New York Times saying that Trump has a 65% chance of victory. Betting odds are probably going to be a little more bullish, and they're saying Trump is at 73. So Trump has officially surpassed his maximum probability of victory in 2020. Big Jim now Senator for West Virginia. That's right, Big Jim. Big Jim. There's a guy who's into RFK's message. Let's look at my state. Trump ahead by 43. He's doing, look, Mon County's all the way in, and Trump's doing better. He's doing better in Morgantown than he did last time. Was college student turnout really just that low? I guess so. And Big Jim, Jim's justice is actually underperforming Trump slightly. But yeah, that's nice to see, isn't it? And Patrick Morrisey has been called as the governor of West Virginia. Not surprising. This calzone thing that ever got me is pretty good. There's so much bread, though. But I'm starving. Yeah. You should move here, Adam. Then I can be your PCP. Yeah, to see. Presumably Trump will win here, and then he'll win in every county in West Virginia. I wasn't sure if he would win Monongalia County this time, but he has. For is whether he wins Oklahoma. Harris might win Oklahoma County. Yeah, he's ahead of Oklahoma City, but only half in. Probably you'll get spiked with that bread. Tyler says, is the Harper's Ferry area red? Well, let's see. Is Jefferson? So we can see Jefferson County is, and it's all the way in. Okay, so Trump won there by 16. So it's like a moderate for Trump, but there's a lot of liberals here. A lot of liberals in Jefferson County, particularly in Shepherdstown, which is like basically a cute town getaway for the bigwigs in D.C. So it's one of the most Democratic areas in West Virginia. Jefferson County is. I'm happy with that. I thought maybe Harris would do a lot better there. Gunnar says, when can we expect your political career to kick off? My political career will kick off when the extraterrestrials discover Earth and they select me as the leader of the United States. That is, I think, what would have to happen at this point. I just feel like there's so much more I could do outside of politics. Out of all the people who enter politics, it's only a tiny fraction who end up making a difference. And, on either side. Tyler says you can be like Ben Carson. Yeah, and what did Ben Carson do? I guess he was Secretary of HUD under Trump. I could. People ask me that all the time. Am I ever going to run for president or run for any political office? It's not impossible. I would have to have some kind of name recognition. I fully support the extraterrestrials' decision. Yeah, that is what would have to happen. Yeah, I think people overestimate just the amount of change that politicians are able to make. And if I was to run for anything, I'd have to have a decent name recognition in order to get there. Because otherwise you just it is almost impossible to start with no name recognition and then get up to the point where you're elected to any political office. Vivek Ramaswamy basically had no name recognition, but he speaks so well, and I'm not at his level, that's for sure. New Mexico, could Trump pull off the upset in New Mexico? He's doing sensational in Texas. If Trump wins Texas 10, it's not impossible that he wins New Mexico by 1. I don't think it'll happen. But the thing is, if Trump wins Mexico by 1, he doesn't need any of these states, as long as he wins Arizona and Nevada. Anything you guys want me to see? Anything you guys want me to look at? Maybe a state that doesn't get much attention? Because we can look at whatever state. We don't have to look at swing states. And sometimes the safe states actually tell you something about how other states are going to go. Do you think the Arab population in Michigan will lean red? The polls have been showing that the Arabs will vote a little bit in favor of Trump compared to Harris. I think a lot of them will vote either third party, like for Jill Stein, or they will stay home. I don't think it's a huge population of Arabs out there voting for Trump. The other thing about Arabs is that there is such thing as Christian Arab. Arab means that your ancestry is from the Arabian Peninsula, or it's from a country that speaks Arabic. So you could be Egyptian and be considered an Arab. but you can be Christian. So Coptic Christians are Arabs, right? You know, Christians from Syria are considered Arabs. Will Trump actually win the Muslim vote? I find that hard to believe because the amount of swing that you would need would be insane. Why is there nothing in Arizona? Arizona, I don't think it's closed yet. I think the polls are still open there. By the way, the other thing, and we should actually revisit the we should revisit this. This for you guys who have tuned in more recently, this was my official prediction. I did have Harris winning by, but I said it was going to be very close. Let's give Trump Georgia. That puts him in the lead. Let's take away Wisconsin from Trump because we don't know how that's going to go. And nothing's in Nevada and Arizona. Let's give Nevada and Arizona to Harris. Trump wins if he gets PA. He gets 270 electoral votes to Harris's 268. So things are looking good in Georgia and North Carolina. All Trump has to do is win those states, which he's currently favored to do, and win in Pennsylvania, and he's the next president of the United States. He can lose every other swing state. That is the easiest path for Donald Trump to get there. So that is why Georgia, North Carolina are crucial, and Pennsylvania is the most crucial. You wouldn't think 19 versus 15 electoral votes makes a huge difference, but it does. The number of, the combinations that you need to get to 270, this is actually pretty significant golf. If Michigan voted for Trump, that would make me very happy. The most electoral votes that Trump could get with all the swing states would be 312. And he got 306 last time because he didn't have Nevada. The electoral votes, elsewhere were a bit different, but basically this was the election last time, not last time, 2016. He had 306. He didn't have Nevada. I mean, the Sun Belt's looking good. Maybe he'll get Nevada. Nevada isn't that consequential, but it does matter in certain circumstances, getting those 6 electoral votes. Let's go back to the results. This is so surreal. This is a moment that I'm going to remember forever. We're just not at enough votes in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin to really analyze them. Kamala Harris leading in all 3, but New York Times is saying that they're all a toss-up. Are they saying anything about Wisconsin and about the expected margin? Plus 0.2. Again, that's like, whatever. That's good to see. Early votes in Milwaukee and Dane County are in. That's really good to see. Harris, look at this. Harris is winning by 4, and a lot of what's in is in Madison and Milwaukee. Trump doing reasonably well outstate, too. Wisconsin might go for Trump by far more than this. Like, I'm just looking at this. Harris, the only 2 areas in Wisconsin where the Dems have big baskets of votes are Dane County, again, where Madison is, and Milwaukee County. That's it. And both of those, again, who knows what votes those are. Those might not be early votes. Those could be election day votes. Actually, I think those are election day votes. Oh, okay. That's why this is only Trump plus 0.2. These are election day votes. So in Wisconsin, I believe they count the election day votes before the early votes, before like the mail-in votes. Okay, yeah, Wisconsin's going to be tight. New York is at 39%. They're counting quickly over there. They do everything quick. Anything that's 100%. I want to see how New York City. They're saying Harris plus 17. Yeah. And let's see. Anything that's all the way in. Nothing that's all the way in. Yeah. Yeah. So Biden won New York by 23. They're saying Harris might only win it by 17. Trump is already at 37% of the vote in Queens. That's extraordinary. He's already at 26% of the vote in the Bronx, a county which is 20% white and majority Hispanic, with the rest Black and Asian. Yeah, I want to see what the New City margins is, because I think Trump is going to do even better than Lee Zeldin in New York City. He'll probably do a bit worse than the rest of the state. Come on. I want so badly for New Mexico, excuse me, New Mexico, Minnesota, or New Hampshire to get put in the toss-up column. I want that so badly. Saying Maine's 2nd district is likely R. That's good. PA is trending a bit more towards Trump. Let's see it. Let's see it. You're right. I wonder why. Trump plus 0.9. Is there anything that's all the way in? Elk County's all the way in. Gunnar, this is where your mom is from, right? St. Mary's? I remember my mom told me that once, and I thought it was so exotic that I remembered it. Trump is doing a little bit better there in the countryside. That's what you want to see. This one right here. Not much in from the Philly suburbs. I think my guess is that Trump is doing really well in the countryside, which has a lot of votes, like a lot of in-person votes in, and that's why it fell to Trump 0.8. That's where our roommate is from. Ah, yeah. Here's Lancaster County. Trump's going to win Lancaster County. With the help of the Amish. Trump narrows the lead a little bit. We'll revisit PA. I'm liking that, though. And again, if the margin, I think the margin would have to be a little bit closer or a little bit better for Trump than that. But if Trump wins PA by like 1.5, he could very well carry McCormick over the finish line. Gunnar says, yes, St. Mary's. All right. Yeah, I'll have to visit someday. Oh, Wisconsin had a bunch of stuff come in. Michigan's taking forever. My God. Only 13% in? I thought Michigan was going to be one of the faster ones. It was supposed to be one of the faster ones. Should we check the betting odds again? I think we checked the betting odds. And by the way, I haven't looked at the betting odds. So I'm just going to directly stop sharing this and share this. Okay, we can see it. Ooh. Up to 75. And the site is not really working properly. But those numbers are probably correct. Come on, Donnie. All you have to do, hold North Carolina and Georgia and just win Pennsylvania. Just win Pennsylvania, and we can call this thing tonight. That's all you got to do. Georgia, 77%, North Carolina, 55%. What about New Hampshire? Any chance that Trump, New Hampshire? Probably not. Probably not. It's trending Harris's way, probably going to go into the likely column at some point. Yeah, Trump, I don't know what it is, man. New England hates Trump. I guess it's not really much in there. But what do they think of Massachusetts? Harris plus 26? Actually, that's down a lot. Biden won Massachusetts by like 30 or more. See how Trump does in the city of Boston when that eventually. I kind of like looking at these which aren't swing states because they don't get a lot of attention. Illinois is at 55%. Do they think Illinois will be within 10? They think Harris by 13. Yeah. I mean, again, Biden won Illinois by 17. Everything good. Just have to execute now. I also want Georgia and North Carolina to be sent into the likely are column. Have we gotten more votes from the big Democratic vote center? Henry County is now 81% in, and it didn't really put much of a dent in Trump's lead. So, Savannah is still at 6%. Athens still at 3%. Was there one other one? I don't remember. Maybe was that really it? Yeah, Georgia's getting towards likely. They're saying Trump plus 2.4. I want the rest of the votes to be counted in these counties. I mean, again, we already saw he was doing better in DeKalb. So the whole idea that Trump would improve among black voters, and again, black Americans, like 70% of DeKalb. It's insane. And Trump, like we saw, he did improve, and there's a little bit of vote left, probably election day vote to come in. So this whole idea that Trump was going to improve with Hispanic and black voters looks like it has occurred. I mean, as far as I can tell, we know that he improved with Hispanics in Florida and Texas. We'd have to start at North Carolina, only 48% in. We could also look at exit polls. Why don't we do that? Yeah, why don't we do that? We'll look at, wait, is there anything on the New York Times? Okay. Why don't we look at exit polls? Because we've got a decent number of states that have closed now. Exit polls 2024. And let's see what the race breakdown is, but I actually don't see any national exit polls. That's fine. Then the exit polls will be available later, and then we'll have all the information about what percentage Trump got with the Hispanic vote. If he's really above 40% with the Hispanic vote, that's very good. He's probably like mid to high teens among black voters, is my guess, which is improved compared to before. He's probably going to get about 25% or more of the black male vote. The thing about the black vote, and this is part of the reason why it's as democratic as it is that nearly 2/3 of the black vote is actually a black female vote. Turnout among black men is far lower than among black women. So anyway. Rhode Island is 78% in, and Donald Trump has Rhode Island within 10. This Biden won by like And Providence is mostly in, too. Is Rhode Island going to be within 10? They think Harris plus 13. All right. Wisconsin is ticking up pretty well. We're now at 31%. Look at Michigan, still stuck at 13. Michigan, I'm telling you guys, was supposed to be faster this year. Kind of in a holding pattern here. Wisconsin is ticking up quickly. Pennsylvania's not bad. Hasn't really changed much. Trump plus 0.3. Remember, in my prediction, I thought that Wisconsin would vote to the right of PA, and that may not happen. I'm kind of surprised that some of these states haven't been called yet. Kansas is close, but it says very likely Republican. Kansas is moving to the left. Well, although they think Trump is going to improve there. I wonder why they haven't called Kansas yet. I guess just because the raw numbers are so close, even though a lot of the Democratic vote is in. I'm not concerned about Kansas. Oops. What about Iowa? After that ridiculous poll that had Harris winning Iowa by 3, they're saying likely are. They're saying Trump plus 8.8. All right, all right. Yeah, Harris is up, but most of the vote is coming from Des Moines. Iowa should be fine. I'm not concerned. If Trump, wait, what? Trump is up by 10 in Ohio. He's ahead by over 10 in Ohio. What's the Trump plus 10? He's like consistently improving in even these like New York Times forecasts. Betting odds, Trump at 76, 77%. So it would take an insane statistical anomaly for Kamala Harris to win. I will say that. Yeah, Michigan's so slow. Pennsylvania, the raw vote is now close. You can see where, oh, wait, what? Trump 1.1? Oh, wow. And it improves again with another vote dump. Trump plus 1.2 is the current estimate in Pennsylvania. Decent amount of, look at that. Philadelphia, Trump's already up to 19%, and you have the rest of the election day vote to go. You have to be careful because there are certain parts of Philly that are pink, like sort of light red, like Northeast Philly and South Philly. When did Erie turn red? Only at 2% of the votes. It looks like Erie hasn't actually posted its mail-in votes. Yeah, Erie County used to be a strong Democratic county, but Trump won it in 2016, and then it flipped back to Biden. Yeah, the suburban Philadelphia counties are still lagging behind the overall votes a bit. So Pennsylvania's not done. How about in deep red states? Anything like Tennessee's 88% in, and Trump is ahead there by almost 30. Or no, by more than 30. What? Wow. Really? I thought Tennessee was going to turn away from it. Trump is ahead in Tennessee by an insane margin. He's ahead by, ahead by 32? He won Tennessee by 23 in 2020. That's an insane margin in Tennessee. My God. Look at this, even Knox County, where Knoxville is and where the University of Tennessee is. Trump getting 59% of the vote there. Also, where's the national popular vote? Trump, I'm sure, is absolutely crushing Harris in the national popular vote, but I don't see it anywhere. They also have the swing map. Wow. Wow. Sure looks like a Trump win, doesn't it? These are counties with almost all of the votes in. Again, a lot of these are rural, but I like the number of red arrows that I'm seeing. Wow. What is this here? Oh, this is West Virginia. Okay. We can stare at that for a little bit too. All right, come on, come on. Pennsylvania's up to 42%. They're getting there. I know what happened. Wow. Trump plus 1.6, the expected margin in Pennsylvania. I just don't want what happened in 2020 to happen again, where everything looked so good. Then we all went to bed at like 3 a.m. And then I went to bed at like 3 a.m. and it looked like Trump was going to win. Then I woke up at 5 a.m. and it looks like Trump was going to lose because a bunch of votes came in the Atlanta area and the Milwaukee area. The good news is Atlanta doesn't have much left. Not going to celebrate too early. Still being very, very sanguine about this. I would love it if New Mexico went red. That'd make me so happy. Yeah, so guys, let me know if there's any state in particular that you want me to look at. Swing state or not. How is Michigan trending towards Trump when the vote count isn't going up? Oh, wait, what? I have no idea. What's the best that we've got here? Probably these two. So Washtenaw, this is where Ann Arbor is. Harris is ahead by 30. In 2020, Biden won Washtenaw by almost 50. He won it by 46. So Trump doing a lot better in Ann Arbor. I mean, more votes even came in. Yeah. Maybe that's it. Yeah, I wish I had a good answer for you. Oh, we are up to 17%. But this county looks a lot better for Trump than last time. We're still only at 58%. Oakland, Harris is leading by 10. What was the margin for Biden? Margin for Biden was 14. It is hard to find a place where Trump is doing 2020. Okay, PA, yeah, Pennsylvania's it's coming in steady. North Carolina, they released a bunch of counties in PA shifted towards Trump. Yeah, I know. Yeah, this is good. This is good. Expected Trump was 1.5 now. I've expected that Trump would do up here. Now that Scranton Joe isn't on the ballot anymore, the fake working class man that he is. Wow, Trump came really close to winning Lackawanna. This is where the city of Scranton is. Okay, yeah. That is a really good sign. So Lackawanna County, again, this is where Scranton is. I guess it's not a good comparison, though, because Joe Biden's from Scranton, well, supposedly from Scranton. Joe Biden won Lackawanna by 8, and Harris is only winning it by 3. Anything else that's all the way in PA? I saw there were some rurals that were all the way in. Yeah, they're happy about Lackawanna. Trump at 79% betting odds. Let's go. Also, if you're betting, do not put money on Trump right now. There's no point. You don't want to put like $80 down just to try to win 20. Yeah, the rural counties have gone a little bit towards Trump, not overwhelmingly. But again, remember, Biden won Pennsylvania by 1.2. So what that means is if you want to flip Pennsylvania, the average swing that you have to have is 1.2. He actually didn't really get much in Williamsport. This I don't know how you pronounce it, Lycoming County. Didn't really improve there much at all. But in all the other places, it's just a little bit better. He needed 1.2, and he's getting that, just barely in the countryside. I'm hoping that the city of Philly, Trump does a lot better there. He's already at 20%. Again, like this looks catastrophic for Republicans, but this is the city of Philadelphia. Philadelphia County and Philadelphia City are the same. Philadelphia is a city county. And last time around, Trump got 18%. So he's already above and trending up what he got in 2020. And Philadelphia has a lot of votes. So what happens there really matters. Not to bed yet. Yeah, I guess the betting odds are figuring that Trump is almost certainly going to win. Oh, they've moved. Look at this. They've moved North Carolina to likely R. What do they think the margin is going to be in North Carolina? Plus 3.4. That is better than I was expecting, for sure. So I think the betting odds think, well, Trump is almost certainly going to win in North Carolina and Georgia, and he's probably going to win. And even if he doesn't win in PA, he doesn't need PA. He has Michigan or Wisconsin. Oh, Arizona. A bunch of stuff came in Arizona. Fine, we'll take that. We'll take that. Look at that. Trump, they're forecasting Trump to win Arizona by 4. So Maricopa County, where Phoenix is, the majority of Arizona's population, the key is Trump can lose Maricopa County by like 1 to 2 points and win the state. If he loses Maricopa by more than that, then he probably loses. But he can lose Maricopa very marginally, which he's doing now. I assume this is the early vote. Lily says Michigan going up. I'll circle back there in a minute. But I guess the early vote number, yeah, the early vote's looking good. Tucson, this area, Pima County, tends to be more Democratic. The rest of the state tends to be Republican. Let's check Michigan now. If Trump actually gets 312 electoral votes, wow. I wonder why. What are they seeing that make them so? I mean, is there anything that's all the way in? It's doing better than Detroit. I didn't see anything that's all the way in, though. No, nothing that's all the way in. The other thing, by the way, is that this is there's some assumption that they're making about Wayne County here, and we basically have nothing in Wayne County. So if Harris does a lot better than expected in Wayne County, then she can win Michigan easy. There were the polling in Michigan was bizarre. Like some polls had Trump well ahead, other polls had Harris well ahead. And I just felt 2.8% swing, kind of a heavy lift. The Dems have a good operation in Michigan. Republicans do not. Well, in 2022, Republicans lost in Michigan in extremely embarrassing fashion. Man, I just didn't think that that the Republicans had quite the organization required to win Michigan. Still too early to assess how he's doing in the Michigan rurals. Ohio 74% in, Indiana 78%, Kentucky's basically all the way in. New York 60% in. Harris's lead there is down to 20. Oh wait, they've moved Georgia to likely R. Revised it to 2.7. Anything here all the way in? Still waiting on Gwinnett. There's a lot of votes there. They've called Colorado for Kamala Harris. They can, be high together and, in their in their pity. They can self-medicate with marijuana out there. I'm not concerned about those Coloradans. I did think Colorado would contend just because there's a lot of Hispanic vote there. The rest is zooming to the left. But actually, it doesn't look like it'll be within. Yeah, well, Kamala Harris might do better in Colorado. They're thinking she wins it by 11. Actually, that's a little worse. How close are these states to being moved into lean? Not that it really matters. Pennsylvania might be the closest. Yeah, Pennsylvania is getting towards Republican lean, according to New York Times. Trump has the lead, by the way, in PA. How's my home county doing? Butler County. Trump winning by 33. That actually might be worse than 2020. Butler County, I wouldn't be surprised. He won in Butler by 32. I wouldn't be surprised if Butler actually trended a bit to the left just with all the people moving there. A lot of the Asians moving there. By the way, I went to Trump's rally in Butler, the second one, not the one where he was shot. I went to the one where he came back to Butler. It was pretty fantastic. Starts off the speech saying, "So as I was saying," and then he has the exact same chart that was on display when he got shot. Just hilarious. And I got within 20 yards of Trump or so. Like a bunch of people left. A lot of people left after Elon Musk stopped speaking and Trump was just rambling on and on. But we were able to get pretty darn close to Trump, which was cool. And PA is up to Trump plus 1.9. Really? Is that really going to happen? How's hang on, Trump is ahead. He's ahead by he's ahead by 1.5 points now. And this is basically a dogfight. Yeah. So you guys do realize, just looking at this margin, if Trump wins it by this, he gets McCormick over the line. McCormick seems to be underperforming Trump by like 1.6, 1.7. I still kind of feel like Bob Casey will win. I think there's a certain demographic of blue collar voters who they used to be Democrat, they voted for Democrats all their life, and but they're voting for Trump now. I think a small percentage of them will still vote for Bob Casey. John says Trump is at 86%. Come on. %. The site is down. Can't get on there. Georgia's 85%. And how is Virginia doing? Got some people from you. Trump has the lead. Harris winning by 4.6. All right. Well, I'm happy if Trump gets it below 5. And Lily, for you, Arlington. Oh my God, Arlington. We're only at 40%. This is the same result that I read off to you earlier. Fairfax, Trump at 31 in Fairfax. That is very reasonable. What did he get in Fairfax last time? He got 28. So he's improved a bit there, and there's still vote left to come in. We'll see how the rest of the vote is. Come on, call Kansas. What the heck are they waiting for? Maybe it's another time zone thing, but I don't think so because no, I don't think so. I want him to call Kansas because Trump above 200 electoral votes. Yeah, Michigan's taking forever, but Wisconsin and PA might be a couple more hours, but might be getting close. They're already saying Arizona's lean R. Honestly, this is looking like Trump might win every single swing state. He might get to 312 electoral votes. Trump is 312 electoral votes of an inside joke about I don't know if you guys saw that tweet. Someone tweeted about how Lamar Jackson and Donald Trump are the same height and the same weight. They're both 6'3", 215 pounds. And everyone's like, yeah, Trump is 6'3", 215 of pure muscle. And Tyler, I did see your comment. Let's take a look at Westmoreland, the great Westmoreland County. Ooh, wow. Trump ahead by 32 in Westmoreland. Only half the vote is in, and I don't know if like all the mail-in vote has been. That seems high. He's winning Westmoreland by 32. He won Westmoreland by 28, like 28-29 last time. So far he's outperforming in Westmoreland. Greene County's all the way in. That looks about right for Trump and Greene. Lawrence County, so this is Newcastle. Tyler says, I don't know more than a few Democrats in Westmoreland County. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. You wouldn't think such a suburban county would be so Republican, but like the Pittsburgh suburbs outside of Allegheny are so Republican for for being suburbs. Like, look at Washington County. Trump's ahead by 21. There's still some vote left to come in. How are the other Rust Belt states doing? Wisconsin, look at that. Look at that. Predicted Trump to be winning by 1.1. And then you have Michigan. What? Trump ahead by 1.9 in Michigan based on their projections? Wow. Wow. I want him to call Georgia or North Carolina so bad. We haven't had any swing state called yet, by the way, like officially called. The Big Seven, right, are Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. Georgia or North Carolina is probably what they would call first. I think networks are going to be careful not to be too trigger happy. By the way, if one of you wants to do a favor for me, you can look at like other news networks aside from the New York Times, because I think this is just based on the AP. Like, you can look at Fox News, you can look at whatever ABC, and see if they've projected any states that New York Times hasn't yet. When can we queue up the MSNBC meltdown compilation? Oh yeah. Oh, this is going to be. Well, I'm not going to say the word on stream. This is going to be. This is going to be material that will make me feel very erotic. All the material that comes out of this election, boy, it'll make me very happy in a sexual kind of way. All the man, I don't want to say these words on stream. I don't want anything inappropriate to be just on the internet forever. But anyway, John says you need to stop there. Yes, I think you guys got what I was trying to say. It's great. So by the way, something that I like to do just to keep on the background, I like to have, and I do this like maybe once every few months. I'll listen to the CNN 2016 election broadcast and watch them be so confident at the beginning that Clinton is going to win, and then see them slowly lose their minds and just the absolute shock that Trump wins. I like to have that on in the background. I like to reminisce about that election. I still remember that election. I was sitting at my desk in my bedroom, and stream might get striked if you play it. Yeah, that's the thing. Let's see. This sounds like a DSM-5 disease. Oh, it is. I'm sure it is. I'm not totally sane. But anyway, I still remember the 2016 election so well, where I was staying up, and it was like 8 p.m. And this is back when we didn't understand that the early vote would be super Democratic and the election day vote would be super Republican. It was 8 p.m. My dad walks into my room, and he says, how are things going? And my dad fully expected Hillary Clinton to win. And I was like, well, Florida's basically tied. Ohio, Clinton is up. North Carolina, Clinton is up. And my dad was like, all right, yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen. And he goes to bed. He goes to bed at like 8 p.m., 8:30 p.m. And then what happens? The election day vote comes in, and Trump takes he takes back Ohio. What did they call for? They called something for Harris. Was it the District of Columbia? I thought I saw. I missed it. Whatever it was. But anyway, so my dad goes to bed. My mom stays up, and my dad doesn't even know until the morning that Trump actually won. John says it was DC. Okay, why the heck did they wait so long to call DC? Maybe they have the polls just open super late. Look at that. Look at the margin in DC. Oh, beautiful. Trump getting 6.6% in DC. Let's go. This might actually be better than what he got in 2020, by the way. I think it is. I was looking at some of the like historical election results recently. In 2016, Trump did so bad in DC that the combined third party vote was higher than Trump's total votes in DC. Georgia's 91% in, man. Let's take a look at Georgia. Yes. Man, Gwinnett needs to come in, because that's most of where the outstanding vote is. I think we can scroll down, or well, we have to do this. And we can see where where does it have the outstanding? Oh, it has estimated margin of remaining votes. Yeah, a lot of the remaining votes are going to come in from Gwinnett. Fulton's 91% in, but it's such a big county, 9% is significant. Man, my computer's doing great. Adam, that was a great idea to use my tabletop fan to run some air through the computer fan. I didn't think that would make such a huge difference. I haven't had the cold pack on it for hours. Yeah. Oh, and then by the way, so I like rewatching the 2016 CNN election results. The other one that I like watching is the Brexit referendum, the UK European Union membership referendum, because that one was actually an even bigger upset than Trump winning in 2016. That one, like, everyone thought that Remain was going to win. Adam says, yes, sir, forced convection to the rescue. Yeah, that's right. But I like listening to the Brexit one as well. But yeah, it looks like, I mean, hopefully we'll get another. I can't imagine what's seeing right now on MSNBC and the Young Turks. They've got to be so upset. Like this whole idea that Trump is a fascist. He was president for 4 years. What's the worst thing that he did, policy-wise? You know, because he says all sorts of insane stuff. But in terms of policy, what's the most fascistic thing that he did? Nothing that I can think of. Keeps improving, man. PA Trump +2 projected. Oh, look at this. Never seen this before. Is now very likely to win Georgia. Gwinnett coming. Yeah, okay. We got the big basket of votes from Gwinnett. And that is what moved Trump. Trump +2.6. That's actually stayed the same. So you see, guys, this needle is really good. This is why I like the New York Times, specifically for this. I guess every 2 years when you include the midterm elections, they just have such beautiful interfaces and really helpful predictive models. The Young Turks meltdown was also great. That's true. And of course, the Young Turks, their position is, the Hillary Clinton, the reason why she lost is because she wasn't progressive enough. Or Kamala Harris lost because she wasn't progressive enough. She didn't get the Bernie bros to turn out. And it's like, I don't know how anyone could feel that objectively. Well, they're not objective. Man. And you know what else we should check? Do they project Trump up to +1.5 in Wisconsin? What about the Senate? Are they making a projection for the Senate? No, they're not. But based on this, they are saying that Hovde will win if we do get to 1.5, or I think, right? Yeah, or well, it'll be close. Honestly, I don't know how much I care about the Senate and the House. The executive is so powerful That's what we've become, guys. We've become an elected dictatorship. You think about all the great things that Trump achieved in his presidency. They were all done through the executive. Can you name a single like major accomplishment that Trump got done using the legislative branch? Maybe there was one, but I can't think of one. Remember Napoleon III, the elected dictator? Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. The funny thing is, there is one country in the world that admits, I mean, basically admits, but is widely considered to be an elected dictatorship, and it's Vatican City, because the Pope has ultimate power, but it is an elected position. He started to work because the French wanted him to, then lost the war and got kicked out. That was, wait, which war was that? Was that one of the wars where they were fighting everyone else in Europe, or was that the whole problem with Mexico, that they tried to force Mexico? I think that was against the Germans. Okay. It's for Alsace-Lorraine. Okay, yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right. It united Germany. Oh, okay. So you're talking about the Franco-Prussian War. Yeah. Yeah, that was embarrassing. Germany crushing France casually in 1870. What are the betting odds doing now, by the way? You mentioned that they were at 86% before. What are they doing now? I can't, the website's not loading for me. I could try going to predict it, but the electionbettingodds.com isn't loading. Okay, Predicted has Trump at 86%. Approximately. Okay, yeah. So it's holding steady there. Yeah, I mean, Kamala Harris, this is kind of, I mean, isn't this kind of like a rerun of 2016? Like as the election results coming in, when Trump won Georgia, won North Carolina, won Florida, and then it became apparent that, oh wait, they've moved Michigan to lean R already? Dang. But it became apparent that that Hillary Clinton was going to have to run the table up here and win in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, none of which where she was favored. And like, this is all playing out in a very similar way. I also really want to see Michigan is plus what? Where are these Republican votes come? Plus 2.4. Wayne County, still nothing in there. Why are they so confident? Is there anything that's totally in? Okay, well, that's good. That's a county outside of Lansing. Trump outperforming by 4. Yeah, why don't we look again, and we'll because probably there's some more counties that are all the way in. Look at the map. Has the lead in PA by 3 points, and it's projected that he'll win Pennsylvania by around 2. Trump's up to 21% in Philly County. McCormick has the lead over Casey. That may or may not hold. Look at that. Look at that. Mostly rural, I think. Yeah, actually, well, except for Lackawanna. But again, Lackawanna doesn't count because Joe Biden claimed he was from there. Probably got a few more votes as a result. But the stuff around Pittsburgh looks really good. You have to admit. 2/3 of the vote in Beaver, 2/3 in Butler, 80% in Armstrong, 2/3 in Westmoreland, 2/3 in Fayette. It's funny that they're all exactly the same. He's flipped Lancaster. He's winning Lancaster by 9. He'll win York too. Okay, 86% of the vote is in Berks County. This is where Reading is located. He's ahead by 13. The margin in 2020 was 8. He only won Berks County by 8, and he's ahead by 13 there. Mom says Cruz keeps the seat. Oh, good. Yeah, I forgot to look at that. Yeah, I mean, if Trump, crap, winning Texas by 14, what the heck? Yeah, and Cruz wins comfortably. Trump is winning here? What? Trump is winning Cameron County by 5. This is a county. I got to find the Hillary Clinton, what the margin was. Texas. Where's the trend map? Yeah, one of you guys tell me, what was Hillary Clinton's margin in Cameron County? This one, like way at the south, the furthest southeast county in Texas. Because Trump is winning there by 5. And this is a county that is entirely Hispanic. Last time Trump lost it by 14. Now he's winning it by 5. Will Trump win the popular vote? Also turnout? I think he does. I think he wins the popular vote. Unless Harris wins California by a lot, which, I mean, she will win it by a lot. But yeah, I bet you the popular vote now. He's running it up in Texas, running it up in Florida. Illinois has gotten considerably narrower. New York has gotten considerably narrower. Trump cracking 40 in New York. You like to see it. They've moved Michigan back to toss-up. That's fine. Virginia is now very likely D. Georgia's very likely R. North Carolina is just a likely R. And Arizona's lean R as well. Oh, yes. North Carolina, 88%. I'm seeing just 84. Maybe it has to update. Oh, you're talking about probability. Yeah. Trump 3.3. Yeah, 88% chance of winning. He's getting a third of the vote in Mecklenburg, where Charlotte is. That's pretty darn good for a Republican. Okay, you got like 31, 32 last time. All right, so actually Mecklenburg didn't really narrow that much. Forsyth has gotten a lot closer. That's where Wake Forest is, or well, Winston-Salem. Harris is leading by 13 there, and Biden won that by 14. Trump Electoral College estimate, Trump 297, Harris 241. My guess is that, yeah, so this isn't the most likely outcome. This is like sort of the median outcome. They have a bunch of outcomes and they average them all together, and this is what they think. They're saying that even if some of these states we think will go to Trump, Harris might come back and win 1 or 2 of them. And that wouldn't surprise me. She could certainly come back and win Wisconsin. Well, not a whole lot left in Madison. Dane County's 82% in. Trump ahead by more than a point overall. About half the vote left in Milwaukee. Shift from 2020. What is it with freaking Atlanta, man? Just moving further and further to the left. I mean, I said it, right? You guys heard me when I talked about it. Well, some of you did when I went through my prediction that I'm terrified of Atlanta. But it looks like Trump has done sufficiently better everywhere else in Georgia to make up for continuing to backslide in Atlanta. Oh, wait. How'd he do in King? This is one of the most Republican counties in the whole country. He gets 96% of the vote. 129-6. The other one, is it like Robertson County or something? It might not be in yet. And Iowa's going okay too, right? Trump's likely to win Iowa by 12. Do we call it here? I mean, is it too soon to call it? It probably is. My reasoning is if Trump is actually going to win Iowa by 12, he's not going to lose Wisconsin. At least, John says we should wait until at least after 11. Yeah. 10:38. Yeah, remember they told us that this would take, and from the looks of things, we're going to get a winner. Unless Kamala Harris makes some miraculous comeback here. Yeah, this is funny. Outside of Atlanta, certain parts of Atlanta, everywhere else in the country, for the most part, that's come in all the way, is trending to the right. I guess Harris really was that weak of a candidate, huh? And Trump really was that strong, right? And they've moved Wisconsin and Michigan to lean R. Okay, nothing really new has come in. And there wasn't anything all the way in Wisconsin either. Michigan is lean R. Trust 2.4. Come on, when is these people in Detroit, man? They're taking forever. There's nothing in Wayne. Okay, they finally called for Trump for 200. I cannot believe that Trump just won Texas by 14. Well, there's still 20% left, but still. I mean, if Trump wins the popular vote, what are they going to say now? What are they going to say now? He has proved all the haters wrong. New Hampshire, they've moved to likely D. Yeah, I mean, there was a chance, but oh, they've called Iowa for Trump. Huh. Their poll turned out being completely wrong. Called Iowa for Trump. Well, let's look at Iowa. Oh, Des Moines is totally in. Trump's only losing there by 11. I think that's better, right? Yeah, Trump lost in Des Moines by 15. He's only losing there by 11. All right, yeah, and still a lot of stuff in the rurals left to come in Iowa. They've moved New Mexico to likely D. No, that's fine. I had hopes. It's got to be Minnesota now or Maine. Maine's only lean. If there's going to be a surprise flip, it pretty much has to be either Minnesota or Maine. Can you imagine if Kamala Harris loses Minnesota? That, my friends, would be the greatest thing. With Tim Walz as the running mate, still loses Minnesota like a clown. Yeah, I guess it is still too soon to call it. Just the sheer number of votes that are left in the Rust Belt. But you just look at the way that Trump is overperforming everywhere. Any further movement in the betting odds? Trump is at 90%. And the betting odds have him winning all the swing states. 312 electoral votes of pure muscle. That's what Trump is. And betting odds don't think he'll win Minnesota or New Mexico. All right. All right. Ah, boy. Well, let me look at the betting odds. Oh, man. It's so beautiful. This feels good, doesn't it? This feels very good. After everything that's happened the last 4 years. Who is the other guy you were with? Oh, yeah, that's my friend Ever. He'll be staying at my place for the next 10, 11 days. He sort of needs a bridge because it's like something like his lease ran out, and he needs like to stay here for a couple weeks. I think John is right. We should wait until 11. Yeah, I mean, it is too soon, but I guess so. I guess so. Yeah. I guess the good news is that if something weird happens, then it will be challenged immediately, and the challenge will be very credible. Because for Kamala to win, I mean, she would have to win these 3 states by like hundreds of votes. I think. I mean, I don't anticipate. So the thing that makes me feel very relieved is this map here. I'm forgot to switch back to the. This map here makes me feel very relieved. Look at Trump improving in New Jersey. We can also start looking at turnout. Now, remember, the population, okay, they're projecting Maine 1 for Kamala. The population of a lot of these states has gone up. Oh, Shelley Watson, I've really enjoyed listening to you the past couple of hours. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you've been enjoying this. I hope you've been enjoying this as much as I have been enjoying this. Also, I haven't looked at the Senate or the House at all. Yeah, Bernie Moreno is going to win in Ohio. And then with these 3 up here, we'll see. We'll see. But Republicans take back the Senate regardless. House. Looked at the House. What do they think? Basically, none of the most competitive districts have been called. Who cares about the House? All we need is Trump. He's going to get some things done. We're going to secure the border. We're going to actually reduce the size of government this time. We're going to make peace in Ukraine. So Pennsylvania is up to 62%. Trump, the New York Times estimate keeps going up for Trump. Now they think he'll win by 2.2 here. Oh. Here. Swing map. Oh, look, the final result from Butler is in. Butler very narrowly trended Republican compared to 2020, but much less than the state as a whole probably will. That's one of my votes right there, by the way, of those 77,052. One of them is my absentee ballot. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, that was kind of expected. So you can see Trump is actually doing a little worse in Cumberland County. This is right across the river from Harrisburg. This is like Mechanicsburg, Carlisle area. Mom says not a good trend for Butler County. It was going to happen. Going to happen anyway with all these new college-educated people moving in and all the Asian people moving in. John says, what's the difference between mail-in and absentee? Well, absentee is a type of mail-in vote, but it means that you're filing for an absentee ballot because you cannot physically be at the polling place on election day. Mail-in vote, like in Pennsylvania, anyone can vote with a mail-in vote now, even if they could physically be present on election day. So that is the difference. At this point, there really isn't one. Absentee just means that I will have my mail-in ballot. I had my mail-in ballot sent to an alternate address. I'm thinking Trump plus 2.2. By the way, the other ticking clock here is the percent of votes in. If this keeps going up and this doesn't change, then we're getting more and more secure. Why isn't Georgia called the estimated margin doesn't include Harrisburg? We're up to 2.7 now. Oh, we can take a look at that in a bit. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, you're right. So the reason why Georgia hasn't been called is that the AP hasn't called it. The New York Times doesn't call states on their own. I don't think anyway. The New York Times relays the AP, the Associated Press calls. So the AP just hasn't called it for some reason. I guess they're just considering the outside possibility that there's still some votes left in Atlanta, even if it says above 95%. So Harris won Fulton, and she won Fulton by what is that? 45. She won Fulton County by 45. This is where Atlanta is. Or actually, we don't even have to go there. We can just go to the trend map. Yeah, so Fulton County, Trump did a bit better there. DeKalb County, again, mostly African-American, Trump doing 3 points better there. So the whole thing about African-Americans coming home to the Republican Party, the party that freed their ancestors from slavery, by the way. I guess it was true. I guess it was true. They came home. Yeah, these trends in suburban Atlanta are really scary. I guess it's good that Trump is doing a bit better in inner city Atlanta, but you just don't like to see that, man. Georgia is on the route to becoming an Illinois, where you just have one big dominant population center that has a massive suburban sprawl and is super democratic, and the rest of the state is just this wasteland. Yeah, I'm Georgia soon. We're 93% in. Probably North Carolina is going to be called soon as well. Virginia still hasn't been called, which is interesting. Very likely Dem. All right, I guess it's still too early. Ohio, 88% in. And Trump is doing right in Ohio. Yeah, he's doing better everywhere. He's even doing better in Franklin County. Again, that's not white suburban voters. That is Black and Hispanic voters. Wait, what? Wait, why did it just disappear? Okay, I don't know why. Oh, maybe because because not 95. How does this compare to 2016? I think this is bigger than 2016. It's set to be. I mean, if you want to, we can look at margins, but Kentucky's all the way in and he's up by 31. Tennessee's all the way in. He's also up by 31 there. Ohio, he's going to win it probably bigger than, well, I guess we can see. Ohio in 2016, 8, just a touch over 8. Do they have the, and they think he's going to win Ohio by 11. So all the margins for Trump just look better than 2016, where if the Wisconsin up to 58%, Trump's still narrowly leading. Harris could definitely come back in Wisconsin once the mail-in votes from Milwaukee and Madison come in. But there's a lot of Trump area too, and they think he's going to win it by more than 2. California's still voting, by the way, right? Yeah, California votes for another 6 minutes. What is the popular vote doing? New York Times doesn't seem to have the popular vote. CNN 2024 election results. We'll try CNN. We'll see if they have a live count of the popular vote. Yeah, so I can share the screen here. Let's see. Let me share CNN because it's the popular vote, and then we'll go back to the New York Times. So we can see that in the popular vote, Trump is ahead by 5.8 million votes. He's ahead in the popular vote by 5.8 million votes. There's a little bit of vote left everywhere, but a lot of the votes that are left are in California. Biden's gross margin in California, like his overall margin in terms of votes, was 5 million. He won California by 5 million. So you could throw in California. And by the way, Trump's probably going to do better in California than he did last time. Maybe Harris nets 4 million votes in Cali. Then could you cobble together a million, say 2 million votes margin in Washington and Oregon? I don't think so. So I think Trump is going to win the popular vote. CNN, this is based on the raw votes. I don't think this is based on probability. So probably, yeah, nothing in the Twin Cities. That's why. Minnesota, where the heck is all the? Yeah, it's just all rural areas. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but by the looks of things, I think Trump is likely to win the popular vote. Again, look at this. Trump is ahead of Harris by, actually, it just went down a bit, didn't it? Or no, yeah, he's ahead. Yeah, he's ahead of Harris by 5.8 million votes. If Harris can net 4 million here, what was the margin of Biden's victory in Washington and Oregon? Okay, Biden netted 800,000 in Washington state, and he netted about 400,000 in Oregon. Yeah, I think Trump is likely going to win the popular vote. I think it's going to happen. He'll probably win the popular vote by like, I don't know, 1 million votes, 2 million votes. It'll still be close. Well, it depends on what happens on the West Coast. But I think he's the favorite to win the popular vote at this point. Minnesota, they still have as lean D. You like that it's only lean. Oh, hang on. I still haven't. Let me switch back to the New York Times. Harris 2.5. There's some margin there. Yeah, California netted 5.1 million. Trump's going to do better in Cali. So let's say that California only nets 4 million votes for Harris, and Trump is currently ahead by 5.8. Washington and Oregon probably won't get her there. Now, again, in the states where counting is still ongoing, maybe you could say there's a bit more Democratic votes left than Republican votes. But it does seem likely to me that Trump is going to win the popular vote at the end of the day by a couple million votes. This is great, guys. You know what this means for Trump's legacy, right? This means that he is going to go down as one of the greatest winners in American history. A man who pulled off a shocking upset in 2016, who in 2018, sure, Republicans lost the midterm elections, but that was expected. And in the Senate, they actually outperformed. You could say he was robbed in 2020, highly unusual circumstances there. 2022, his candidates underperformed, but he was never on the ballot. And then in 2024, when he gets his chance with the Republican Party behind him, if he wins this, he becomes one of the greatest winners in American history. Yeah, they're saying Minnesota, Harris only has a 65% chance of winning. That seems a little low to me. I would think it's a bit bigger than that. Just depends on what the margins are in the Twin Cities. They've moved Pennsylvania to lean R, by the way. Yeah, the more votes that come in, Trump is just doing better and better as the election day vote comes in. He's ahead of Harris in Pennsylvania by 140,000 votes. Yeah, the suburban Philly counties are trailing a bit. I think that's why they still give Harris some chance to win PA. So you can see the overall percentage of vote in is 68%, but the suburban Philly counties are in the 40s in terms of vote that's in. So if these counties are vote heavily for Harris, then it is possible she could catch him in Pennsylvania. Likewise, it's Con 2.1. Again, we'll see what happens. Still about half of Milwaukee to go. They've called Idaho for Trump. They're going to be okay. They've called for Harris. They've called Washington for Harris. Oregon, I guess they're waiting on it. Wait, they've moved Minnesota to toss-up. Wow. Really? New Hampshire's likely D. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, if Kamala Harris's margins aren't great in the Twin Cities, she could actually lose Minnesota. I think Georgia's just got a lot to go, and then they're going to call it. Saying Trump is almost certain to win. This has even moved a bit here. Still some votes left in Savannah. A few votes left at the University of Georgia. I mean, some votes left in suburban Atlanta. Trump's ahead by 2.9. They're saying he's going to win by 2.7. But there's probably, well, is there any votes left in the red areas to come in? Yeah. Yeah, there's still some votes in red areas to come in too. Carroll County, where Trump is up big, is only 68% in. Franklin County, Trump is up 84 to 16, and that's only 31% in. So there are still some, and then there's some counties you can see that are just blank spots. They haven't reported anything. Probably what those counties are going to do is just report everything at once. Trump, 3.3% margin in North Carolina. Very likely Trump. So did Trump basically improve it everywhere in Carolina? Yeah, basically. A lot in the eastern part of the state. This area here in North Carolina, like the northeast part of the state, is heavily black. Like this up here, there's a lot of black majority counties. Nasser says, given what's happened so far, are you changing your predictions? Thanks for stopping by, Nasser. I think Trump's going to win this one. I think he's going to win. He's almost certain to win Georgia and North Carolina. And then all three of the Rust Belt states are leaning his way. He's also probably going to win in Arizona. It's very hard to see how Harris comes back from this. We'll give it a little bit more time. We'll wait for some of these states to declare themselves. I'm going to look at Minnesota again. Yeah, just barely in the top category. Michael, pretty please stay on. We are all watching. All right. I'll stay on. That's all the way in. Oh, that's why. Okay. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe you'll see some big swings in Minneapolis. I don't see Trump winning Minnesota. There are so many white liberals in the Twin Cities. Do it for your favorite brother-in-law. All right. I'll stay on for you guys. I'll stay on. Now for the secondary election, who's going to control the House and the Senate? That is an excellent question. I think Trump is doing well enough that he will carry the Republicans down ballot to a victory in the House, unless there's a lot of ticket splitting. I assume the Republicans will take back the House at this point, even though a lot of the swing districts haven't really been declared. If all of this is true, if the expected margins are true, then Republicans aren't going to trail Trump by that much, right? And there's even going to be some voters who vote like for Harris and then vote for the Republican down ballot. The Senate is done, I think, yet, but the Senate's basically done. Ted Cruz is going to win in Texas. Bernie Moreno is going to win in Ohio, and then Tim Sheehy's going to win in Montana. So Republicans are going to win the Senate. The question is by what margin? And by the way, Nasser, our boy Big Jim, 69% of the vote in West Virginia. The other Senate election that people were following was this one, Dan Osborne versus Deb Fischer. I was very concerned about this one, and it seems like that concern was warranted. You have an independent candidate, not a Democrat, and he's running against Deb Fischer, the Republican. It looks like Fischer will be fine because Trump is only winning in Nebraska by 7 right now, and I think his margin is going to be a lot better. Yeah, Omaha is 80% in. Do they say anything about the margin? Trump's not going to win Nebraska by just 7. That's ridiculous. Yeah, Trump plus 20. Yeah, so Republicans are going to hold on to their Senate seat in Nebraska. Good. Okay. Maine has moved to likely D. Oregon is likely D. Arizona, they're thinking Trump wins Arizona by almost 5. What's with Nevada? I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, what is up with Nevada? Maybe what's going to happen is the counties in Nevada are just going to report all of their votes at once, and they're counting all the votes. Yeah, Nevada's weird, isn't it? The polls closed. An hour ago. Yeah, actually, that's an excellent question. I didn't realize polls closed a whole hour ago. Interesting about Arizona, considering he lost it last time. The Hispanics, man. We can thank all the Hispanics. There's a county in Nevada that had major voting issues, 3-hour lines. They cannot call it until all those people vote. Yeah, but the counties can start. Oh, per Ralston blog. Really? The other counties can't even declare their results? That seems a little silly. If people are in line in Las Vegas, you'd think the rural counties should be allowed to declare their vote totals. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it sure seems that Ralston is going to be wrong about Nevada. Ralston had Harris winning Nevada by 0.3. Not sure on the specifics, but I think it's a factor. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I mean, I believe it for sure. Nevada's weird because one county, Clark County, where Las Vegas is almost 3/4 of the population. Oh, New England still has some votes to go. Well, Maryland is pretty much all the way in. Illinois, and these red states have some votes to go. Yeah, I'd say it's looking good for Trump to win the popular vote. Nebraska's second is interesting. Harris is probably going to win there. The spineless Republicans in Nebraska refuse to make it winner take all. But Trump is going to win the electoral district in Maine. Probably. Only 21% of the votes are in, but it's very likely. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, all leaning red. Minnesota toss up. When's the AP going to have the guts to call Georgia and North Carolina? Jesus. Look at Trump's margin in West Virginia. Trump wins West Virginia by 42, and there's some red counties that haven't even counted yet. Man, Berkeley County, where Martinsburg is, 69 to 20. Oh, just 40% in. Still. So actually, it looks like most of the remaining votes in West Virginia are from that county. What are they saying? The final Virginia? I predicted this, did I not? I said that Trump is doing a little bit better, but I said that Harris would win by about 5. When some of these states become likely are, maybe that's when we'll figuratively pop some champagne. Again, I would be more concerned if the other Midwest states, if Trump was doing about the same or worse. But Trump is doing better in all the Midwest states. Like we look at Ohio, Trump is ahead by 12.5, and New York Times is saying he's going to win by 11. So he's going to do 3 points better in Ohio. In Indiana, the margin was, let me check. What was Trump's percentage margin? Trump won Indiana by 16. And here he looks to have won by 9. So it's everything is consistent. It's not like a 2020. Everything is consistent. Basically, the entire country is swinging to the right. A few counties in rural Michigan swinging to the right. That's nice. We haven't actually looked at the at Michigan in a while. They're at 32%. They think Trump plus 2.5 there. Wayne County, still nothing there. Oakland is almost done. There's a lot of Democratic votes in Oakland, and they're almost done. Kent, that's not going to be the final margin in Kent. It's going to be closer than that. So really, it's just Detroit, which terrifies me a little bit about Michigan because, again, they're saying Trump plus 2.5, but nothing from Detroit is in. Nothing from Wayne County. Pennsylvania at 76%. The other thing, by the way, which I've neglected to mention about Pennsylvania, my understanding is that at midnight tonight, counties will be forced to report how many total mail-in votes they have left to count. So we should know whether Harris would have enough to overtake Trump. 21% in Philadelphia counties, very respectable for a Republican. Montgomery's up to 61, that's good. And Delaware is up to 72, that's also good. Bucks is basically 50-50. Chester's up to 48. Oh, look at Allegheny County. 93% is in Allegheny County. Harris is winning it by 19. That's less than Biden, for sure. Biden won Allegheny by, well, actually, he won it by about 20.5. So it's about the same. Pennsylvania, 76% in. I mean, you guys do realize how close we be, right? Is for Trump to hang on in Georgia and North Carolina, which are very likely. Like, Harris isn't going to come back here. And he just has to win Pennsylvania. And the election will be declared tonight. Oh, wait, what? They've moved Pennsylvania back to toss-up? Something came in, and now they're saying Trump only leads by 1.7 here. I wonder what came in. I don't like seeing that. All right, hang on. All right, let's be careful here. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Cheating again? Yeah, maybe. I mean, he's ahead by 170,000 votes. I mean, it's on the border between toss-up and lean, but this did go down significantly. Yeah, nothing new came in here. How many votes does Trump have left in the countryside in PA? Yeah, Trump has some votes left too. York County, there's only 45% in, and York, if he's winning Lancaster by 17, York generally is to the right of Lancaster, so he should have a bunch of votes coming for him in York. Cambria has only reported its mail-in votes, and there's a decent number. This is Johnstown area. So Trump has some votes left there too. Erie, they're saying the outstanding vote favors Trump. So yeah, they're saying there are some. They've called North Carolina. This just in. But yeah, the Dems have some votes left in the Philly area, but it's probably not going to be enough. Oh, yes. North Carolina. So that is our first to be called. Trump is ahead by 2.7. And they're saying he's going to win it by over 3. Wow. How is he moving to the right so much? I think a lot of it is like rural black voters and blue collar white voters, I guess. Yeah, because this area here, he hasn't improved by as much. This area here is sort of more white in North Carolina when you get west of the major cities. This area here along the coast has more black Americans. So anyway, that's my hypothesis. Did better in Charlotte. PA is back to lean right with 1.9. All right. Christ, that's what we like to see. I mean, look, let's not downplay this. Pennsylvania is 77% in. 77%. Minnesota is still rated as a toss-up. Georgia's probably going to be called soon as well. Georgia's a bit closer. Is there any Trump? New York Times is saying there's no way. Still some blank spots left for Trump here. Counties with no votes in. Atlanta area, Savannah, just a little bit left. Look at this, 230. He's getting there. He needs 40 electoral votes. 40 more. That's all we need. And remember, he's going to get 3 from Alaska. About 83% of Butler County voted in this election. That was the turnout, really? Oh yeah, I forgot. We need to. What's turnout? 2024 election turnout. Again, the 2020 election had the highest voter turnout in U.S. history since women had the right to vote. Turnout in that election was about 66, 67%. Any estimates on what turnout is this time? According to Butler County unofficial results. Okay. I don't really see anything that's obvious here in terms of turnout. The problem is you can compare a state here compared to 2020, but the populations of all these states have grown for the most part. Georgia's ticked up a little further to 94. I'm by Western Pennsylvania. The margins that Trump got in these counties. Oh, look, there's a bunch of votes still left in Beaver, but 2/3 in Butler is pretty good. 68% right now in Westmoreland, and still some more to come there. He got 69% in Fayette and 63% in Washington. All right, they called the Senate race for the Democrats Tim Kaine. So Tim Kaine defeats Hung Kao in Virginia. They're saying Trump doesn't have a chance in Virginia. Bit disappointing. Jack says you're kind of, oh, I thank you. Right back at you. 145,722. Oh, okay. So that's the type of turnout. Yeah. So here's the problem that I have with the way that people measure turnout is that there's 2 different ways to do it, right? You can have your bottom number. What would you call that? The the divisor. You can have the denominator. You can have the denominator be the total number of registered voters, or you could have it as the total number of eligible voters. So that calculation, 83% turnout, is based on percent of registered voters that voted. My opinion is that turnout should really be based on percent of eligible voters that voted. Mom says he's very handsome and kind. Help us find him a wife. Yeah, that's true. That's true. If I could ask you for a favor, Jack and Lily. You gotta find me a nice Hispanic girl. Wait. I don't want to say too much. This could age very badly when I find her. You gotta find me a conservative girl, someone who wouldn't mind being a doctor's wife, someone who I could come home to, and everything is good at home. I'm going to be working too many hours. I don't want to spend copious amounts of time cooking. But who knows? Maybe I'll fall in love with another doctor, and then we'll open up a primary care practice together. Who knows? John says, be a passport bro. Nah. Green card daddy for life. Find someone in South Korea. Nah. I don't know. Seemed to work for Cousin David. Yeah, that's true. I'm with John. I don't know. If I'm getting desperate, I guess I could. I'm only 25, though. I have plenty of time. Don't you have work tomorrow? How long are you planning on staying up? Yeah, I am supposed to go to work. I mean, I think they would be. I don't think they would mind if I came in a little late tomorrow, because it's Durham. They don't really care. How long am I planning on staying? Again, I'll play it by ear. It's almost midnight. But by the looks of things, I might not go to bed insanely late. Like in 2020, in that election, I went to bed at like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. It was like 4 a.m. And I don't think that's going to happen this time around. I would just really want to see Trump win today. Yeah. North Carolina has been called. That's step one. Georgia, he's going to win Georgia. All he needs is just one of these states. I think if he wins, because he's probably going to win Arizona. I guess he needs Arizona. He's probably going to get Arizona. If he gets Arizona, he just needs one of these three states to fall his way, and then he's at 270. If he doesn't win Arizona, he could still win the election just with Pennsylvania. That's the thing that's funny. So again, let's revisit. Yeah, why don't we revisit this here? We'll revisit this map, and we are going to. Can we clear this? Yeah, let's just fill this in based on everything that's happened. So we'll fill in all this. Give all this to Trump. North Carolina has been called. We'll give Harris this. I guess Oregon technically hasn't been called, but we'll give it to her anyway. Do we give Alaska to Trump? I guess so. New Mexico hasn't been called yet, but we'll give that to her. That hasn't been called yet, but we'll give that to her. We'll give that to him. I mean, all this is highly likely that this is what's going to happen here. Virginia hasn't been called, but probably going to go to Harris. So this was the map that everyone, or wait, what am I missing here? Oh, I'm forgetting Minnesota. This is the map that everyone was looking at prior to this election. These were the key 7 states. And we're now at a point where North Carolina has been called. So all you need to do is win Georgia, which Trump is almost certainly going to win Georgia. You guys can see just as well as I can. All you need is Pennsylvania, and you're at 270. You don't need any of the other states. Looks like Decision Desk HQ called Georgia for Trump. Yeah, Decision Desk tends to be a bit faster. That's good. I mean, that means that they don't think there's any way that Harris can come back. The AP tends to be relatively conservative. Fox News, I'm curious to see what Fox News has done, because historically Fox News has been really like trigger happy, really jumpy with the projections. Like I remember in 2020 when they called Arizona for Biden, and then the margin fell all the way to a final margin of 0.2. And I mean, obviously, ultimately they got it right, but it was clear that they had made the call too early. John says they haven't even called North Carolina. Maybe Fox is being more conservative this time. Yeah, that's what it looks like. They've learned from almost making a terrible mistake in 2020. And even in 2016, they kind of called Wisconsin a bit too early, even though it did end up going for Trump. So yeah, so this is all he has to do. Let's assume, I mean, he's won North Carolina. Let's assume he wins Georgia. So from here, right, Arizona plus Nevada, that doesn't quite do it, because that combined is only 17, whereas Pennsylvania is 19. But there's a lot of combinations here that work, right? I mean, he's so close. Arizona plus Wisconsin. Like, heck, that's all he needs. Or he can do it with Michigan and Nevada. So he has a bunch of combinations that work for him now because we've given him Georgia and North Carolina. That makes his arithmetic much easier. Kamala Harris still sitting down there at 226. But again, you still need one of these states to fall your way. And I mean, can Kamala come back in these states? They're all leaning R. They're not, none of them are likely yet. Michigan has a long way to go. Okay, let's go back here. All right. And hopefully there's nothing weird in Alaska. Alaska has been kind of moving to the left, but Trump won it by over 10 last time. I don't think there's any funny business going to happen there. Okay, Minnesota's been moved back to lean Dem. Now at 6% in. Oh, whoa. Okay. Hennepin County, where Minneapolis is now almost all the way in. Trump is now at 93% in the betting odds. That's good. That's what you like to see. Okay, Ramsey County, where St. Paul is basically nothing's in there. But Hennepin, where Minneapolis is all the way in. And they're saying Harris plus 2.3. Trump came really close to winning Minnesota in 2016. Everyone forgets about it, but the margin in Minnesota for Clinton was only 1.5 points. He came really close to winning it in 2016. Everyone forgets about it. New Mexico, what are they saying the final in Mexico? Plus 5. Like, look how much closer it was. Biden won New Mexico by over 10. Unfortunately, just a few too many white liberals in Albuquerque and Santa Fe. Santa Fe is extremely liberal, and probably a bunch of Native Americans voting 90% for the Democrats, which usually happens. This is funny. So maybe what'll happen in Nevada is that everyone in, I assume it's Clark County, is going to vote, and then once that is done, like all the other counties, because they've finished counting their votes, are going to declare their results, and it'll just be Clark left. . 'Cause 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 The rate at which the election results are coming is definitely paused. Trump up to 1.9. That's good. Although they are saying Trump only has a 70% chance. That's not 100%. That's for sure. Yeah, still a lot of votes in suburban Philly. This race might be unbelievably close. Because Dave McCormick, let's see, he's leading by 1.9. Trump is leading Harris by, what is that? 3.5. Yeah. So McCormick is underperforming Trump by what is that? He's underperforming Trump by like 1.6, 1.7. A few more votes came in. Nothing really much. Allegheny County all the way in. Philadelphia County is at 78%, which is good. And Trump's up to 22% there. I think in 2016, Trump got like 12% in Philadelphia County, something like that. Montgomery, Delaware, they're mostly in. Some left in Chester, but Chester's not an overwhelmingly Democratic county. We'll see. She could still pull this out. The other thing is that I think when it comes to the probability of Trump winning these states, the betting odds are more ambitious than this. I think they're being conservative here when they say that Trump has a 71% chance of winning, because the betting odds have Trump at a 91% chance of winning Pennsylvania, at least according to Polymarket. We're now at 80% of the vote in. I wonder what came in. Oh, a bunch of Chester came in, and Trump narrowed the margin considerably. Perfect. Yeah, Chester County was one I was worried about because that county's been zooming to the left. Biden won Chester by 17, and right now Harris is only winning it by 11. So even suburban Philly, I thought Harris would do better than Biden in suburban Philly, but seems like so far Trump is holding his own here. Still a little bit to go. There's still a little bit to go. The other thing is, how much of what's left is mail-in vote? Some of the mail-in vote we know has already come in, but I don't know if there's any mail-in vote that's outstanding, because whatever mail-in vote is outstanding, it's going to be overwhelmingly Democratic. Wisconsin up to 69. Michigan's taking so long. Still waiting on a lot from Milwaukee County. But Trump has a lot of votes left too in the rural areas. Oh, whoops. I'm going to hit this. The other thing is, when is Trump gonna declare victory? Is he going to prematurely jump in and declare himself the winner? He might. Yeah, Pennsylvania is the one that I'm watching because, again, he's going to win Georgia. All he needs is Pennsylvania, and he wins. I'm waiting for Fox News. Fox News. When are they going to call? Yeah, Fox News hasn't called North Carolina. That's true. Anything else call like? I mean, I would doubt it if someone has called the Rust Belt. It would be too early to call even Pennsylvania for sure. What was Erie looking like? Yeah, let's take a look at Erie. Erie is 74% in. Harris is leading there. Is that really going to happen? I feel like Trump is going to win Erie. So it's not all the way in. And hopefully what's not in yet is election day vote. Okay, AP has called Ted Cruz as the winner in Texas. We knew that was going to happen. Him winning Northampton County, I guess there's still a little bit of vote left. That's a really good sign. Northampton County is basically the 50-50 county in Pennsylvania, where whoever wins the state, Republican or Democratic, usually wins that county, and it's voting for Trump by 5 so far, with just 12% outstanding. And we'll see what happens in Bucks County. Trump might take the lead in Bucks. Yeah, with Chester now being 86%, and that makes me feel a lot more secure. Allegheny's all the way in. There's nothing more that Harris can get out of Allegheny. This one, Cambria, this is where Johnstown is. They actually had to extend voting hours in Johnstown because there were some glitches with the machines. So Harris with a slight lead in Johnstown, that's not going to hold. Trump's going to win this county. He's going to get like 70% of the vote there. Lackawanna County's all the way in. Lehigh, a little bit left there, but it's Trump is ahead by a lot. Trump is ahead by over 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. I mean, maybe if you add up all the Democratic areas, you could find a way for Harris to net 200,000 votes, but Trump has votes left too. York is only 44% in. Again, Cambria, he has all his votes still left out there. There's a bit left in Westmoreland. There's a bit left in some of the rural areas. This needle is still just a bit too close to toss up, though. Okay, not over. It's not over. Michigan's up to 40. Wisconsin's up to 70. Okay, just gotta wait. Just gotta wait. This is killing me, this waiting game. The analyst says that for Harris to win, she would have to outperform Biden in Milwaukee, Detroit, and Philadelphia. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. That makes sense to me. She's not likely to do that, though, because, again, from all the evidence that we have, Republicans truly did make inroads with Black and Hispanic voters. Now, the thing is, what is still left in these counties, right? That Philadelphia is up to 22% of the vote, but it could be that the 22% of the vote that's left in Philly is, in like the super Democratic part of Philadelphia, like West Philadelphia, sort of north central Philly. Again, you guys do not understand just how good of a result that is. 22% of the vote in Philly. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at New York. New York is 86. Harris is only up by 12 in New. They're saying she's going to win New York by 13. Wow. They're saying Trump is going to outperform in 2020 by 10 points because he lost New York by 23. And they're saying Harris is only going to win by 13. What are the New York boroughs doing? He's at 38% in Queens, 28% in Brooklyn. Manhattan is now the most liberal borough at 18%, 27% in the Bronx. So those have stayed about the same. Those are, again, roughly the numbers that Lee Zeldin got when he ran for governor. Wisconsin and Michigan still lean R. Are they like barely comfortably lean R? Barely lean R. Okay. All right. What about Michigan? Okay, we got from Wayne. Michigan is just barely lean. Okay, okay. So let's not be shocked if one of these falls into the lean column, or the toss-up column, rather. Wayne, 17%. Harris. Oh, Hawaii's not done yet? Oh, Hawaii counts it. Polls close at midnight there. Okay. A lot of red. We don't have the final result yet from Zapata, do we? This is the most Hispanic in the entire country. No, we don't have anything yet. 96% Hispanic or something, or 98% Hispanic, no results there yet. 40% of the vote in El Paso is insane. He also flipped back Tarrant County. I guess there's still some votes left. Biden actually narrowly won Tarrant, which is where Fort Worth is. And Trump looks to have flipped it back. I'm really impressed by Texas as well. Look at some of these margins. 96%. 547 votes for Donald Trump, 20 votes for Kamala Harris. Do any states have to be called at midnight? I don't think so. I mean, Hawaii will probably be called at midnight. I assume Hawaii will be an insta call for Kamala Harris. Although I do expect Hawaii has actually been trending to the right very significantly. Georgia? Oh, wait, do we have to wait for midnight for Georgia to be called? Is that actually a thing? That seems a little silly. Yeah, Trump is safe in Georgia. It really does seem that way. Even the worst case scenario, New York Times says he'll only win it by 1. This is so much like 2016, isn't it? Waiting on Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, all 3 of them leaning red, and Kamala Harris desperately praying, just like Hillary Clinton did, that she wins all 3. I want some more results out of Arizona, too. Polymarket has it at 96.8% for Trump. That's a really good sign. Because what that means is when it's 93%, there's still people willing to throw money on it just to make a few bucks. And potentially lose everything if a miracle happens. So yeah, that's a really good sign. Lean R, lean R, lean R. Arizona's lean R. I cannot believe I cannot believe this. Oh, look, a bunch of votes have come in from California. Let's take a look at California, shall we? Do they have a projection? California, what? Harris plus 22. What did I say? I said, I think 22 is my exact prediction. That may not end up being true. Trump winning Fresno County. We'll see what happens in these counties here. Orange County used to be Republican. Mitt Romney won in Orange County. San Diego County also used to be relatively Republican. Is there anything in Cali that's all the way in? Nothing. All right, fair enough. It did just close. Harris is already up by about 2 million votes in Cali with 40% in, but it'll probably narrow a little bit. What's the popular vote? Oh, Fox has called the Senate, by the way, for Republicans. Fox has called the Senate. New York Times, or really the AP, is one away. If Trump wins, then they would also call the Senate. They have called Ohio for Bernie Moreno. West Virginia, of course, was an easy flip. They haven't called Nebraska yet. I'm afraid the Republicans not in Nebraska. We're at 69% of the votes in Nebraska, but Omaha is all the way in. Some left in Lincoln. Are the ending day? Doesn't say. I don't want to go through all these rural counties. You can see there's some rural counties with nothing in yet. Oh, a lot of the Republican counties around Omaha haven't. Okay, yeah. Deb Fisher should be fine. If Omaha is all the way in and it's tied with 30% of the vote left to go, then I think we're good. Kamala Harris 200, Donald Trump 230. Slowly ticking up. Pennsylvania's up to 83. Trump's actually improved. He's up to 2.2. He's flipped Bucks as more votes came in. He's also flipped Monroe. He won Monroe. Wow. Probably anyway. That's a county that voted for both Biden and Hillary. Supposedly there's a lot of Hispanic people in Monroe County. Votes left. Oh, okay. This doesn't show. Yeah, mainly from Philly, but actually a lot of votes from Bucks, which will probably just all cancel each other out, mainly. Some votes left in Philly, but a lot of votes left in York. Some votes left in Harrisburg, but also some votes left in Johnstown and Altoona, votes left in Westmoreland, Beaver County, and Erie. But Trump is ahead. Trump is ahead by 220,000 votes in Pennsylvania. And it's more comfortably in the lean column here. What's new in the forecast? Oh, they do have the popular vote estimate. Look at that. They think New York Times thinks Trump is going to win the popular vote by 1.1. What are they going to say now? What are they going to say now? First Republican to win the popular vote since George Bush, by the way, in 2004. And then the last time Republicans did it before that was in 1988 when George H.W. Bush defeated Michael Dukakis. There were some people who said that Republicans couldn't ever win the popular vote ever again. And they have our 6 states here. Nevada, 62%. I don't think there's anything in Nevada. I guess this is just based on what's already come in. Arizona, 80%, Pennsylvania, 74, Wisconsin, 70, Michigan, 68. Whoops. Yeah, okay. Likely Trump. New York Times says that Trump has a 90% chance of victory. That's good because the models now are matching up with the betting odds. Nate Cohn says there's still a lot of vote left in Milwaukee, Detroit, and Philadelphia. This was 39 minutes ago. But for Harris to win, she would need to outperform Biden's numbers there in 2020. And so far, John pointed this out to me. So far, she's underperforming Biden's results just about everywhere in the country. Anything else you guys want me to look at? You guys have been so loyal, sticking in for such a long time. Boy. Let's wait until slightly past midnight for Georgia. How are we doing in the House races? It's a good question. Still a lot of districts left to be declared. The most competitive districts, actually, Democrats are up in a lot of them. Democrats might take back the House here. Man. Yeah, House is going to be really close. That's what it looks like. Although Republicans will probably come back and win some of these in California. Oh, how does that make any sense? Simple. Hispanic people, traditionally Democratic, voting for Trump at the top of the ticket, but even just a small fraction of them voting Democratic down ballot. Look at how poorly the North Carolina governor's race was. They need to seriously figure out where they are going wrong on the state and local levels. They had a bad candidate there. I mean, you saw what had happened with Mark Robinson. He completely self-destructed as a candidate there with all this weird stuff about him coming out. No, Republicans are doing fine at a level. Yeah, this is sort of the margin that I was expecting anyway. And looking at oh, that's right, they redrew the electoral districts. Yeah, the Senate election in North Carolina in 2022 was if the Republican did win there. Oh, I never mentioned it, but they did call Virginia for Kamala Harris. Virginia seems to be stuck at 88%. Pennsylvania slowly ticking up to 84. Wisconsin up to 76. What is Trump's lead in Wisconsin? They're saying Trump plus 1.9, and Trump is ahead by about 100,000 votes in Wisconsin. And that's significant because remember, I said Trump was leading by over 200,000, but Wisconsin is about half the size of Pennsylvania in terms of population, actually even a little bit less than that. 100,000 votes in Wisconsin is kind of a lot. And look at that. Madison is all the way in. University of Wisconsin. Madison, exceptionally liberal town. Dane County's all the way in. Milwaukee ticked up a little bit. Yeah. If the mail-in ballots in Milwaukee, if we get a repeat of 2020, then the mail-in ballots in Milwaukee could be very very Democratic. But again, I think Trump still has some vote left out here too. Left. Yeah, look at all this vote that's still left out there. What percent vote was PA at before they stopped counting on election day at 2020? Honestly, I don't remember. I don't remember. That'd be something if they just stopped counting. There have been some states, I don't remember which ones, but I remember reading that there were some states where they instituted some reforms where they weren't going to stop counting. They were just going to keep counting and counting until they got the result. And of course, they would have to switch crews, right? They'd have to do a line change and get their second line to count the last few ballots late in the night. Anything left in Georgia? Nothing. Nothing in Georgia. Georgia's done. You must need some sleep. Michael knows everything. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a geography nerd and I'm a politics nerd. So those sort of coalesce every 4 years. Knowing way too much about geography and way too politics and about like certain counties will go and all this stuff. Yeah, if Trump is really winning the popular vote, that's the other thing. Well, you've been a lot of fun these last 5 hours. Oh, thank you. You guys can go at any point. I just can't go yet. So it's just past midnight, by the way. It's 12:01. I just feel like we're still making progress. Like if we stop making progress, if these states stop ticking upwards, then yeah, maybe I'd go to bed. But Pennsylvania is still ticking up, and Trump is now ahead by 219,000 votes in Pennsylvania, with 84% of the vote in. In Wisconsin, he's ahead by 99,000 votes. Or no, he just increased. He's ahead by 101,000 votes, with 77% in. In Michigan, less than half of the vote is in, but he's ahead there by over 100,000 votes as well. I just feel like if Trump is really going to win the popular vote by one, it's highly unlikely that he loses any of these states, to be honest. Can you look through PA counties to see what makes up that 16%? Absolutely. Absolutely. Because again, PA is key, right? We saw Trump has won Georgia. If Trump wins PA, he gets to 270 electoral votes. None of the other states even matter. New York Times has actually improved their estimate. They think Trump is going to win by 2.1. It's been, fluctuating a little bit, but I like the upward trend. So let's go through every single county. How about that? We'll go through Western PA first. There's some vote left in Westmoreland. Westmoreland's only at 83%. Probably some votes for Trump there, you would think. But the rest of these Western PA counties, Fayette, Washington, Allegheny, Butler is in. Beaver, a little bit of vote left in Beaver. Beaver's not that big of a county. A lot of these rural counties in Pennsylvania are in. Lawrence and Mercer are in. Crawford, Erie, a bit left in Erie. Those votes, you can see how close it is. Those votes they'll either mostly cancel each other out or Trump will lead in the remaining vote. Some left in McKean, not many people there. There's nothing in Cameron County. That'll net Trump like 1,000 votes or so. That's a tiny county. Still some votes left in Center County where Penn State is. But those could be for Harris. We'll see, depending on where they are. This is the big one. Again, this is Johnstown. If we look back, and I'm going to show you guys the 2020 election results. So this is 2020. You can see that Cambria County netted Trump 27,000 votes. Trump got almost 70% of the vote there, and he's probably going to do better this time around than he did last time. So that's another 27,000 votes for Trump just in that county. So there's a good bit there. Again, a little bit left in Westmoreland, a little bit left in Somerset. Wow, 83% in Somerset County is insane. A little bit left in Blair County. This is where Altoona is. Presumably those are Trump votes as well. Nothing left up there. Nothing left in northeastern PA, not really. A little bit left in Carbon, not a huge county. A little bit left in Schuylkill. That's how that one's pronounced. Mostly Republican votes there. A little bit left in like these two, not much. Some vote came in. We'll see where that was. There's some left in these Appalachian counties here. This is Chambersburg. That's all the way in. That's all the way in. 57% in Gettysburg. This is Adams County where Gettysburg is. York County, again, we're still stuck at 44%. York is a big county. So Trump is ahead of Harris by 7,000 votes in York County. Let's see what his overall margin was in 2020. Trump, in 2020 against Biden, losing the state, Trump netted 54,000 votes, and he's only netting 7,000. So he has like 40,000 votes coming for him in York County. Like, they're coming. This is a huge county. A lot of Amish there too. Lancaster's all the way in. A little bit left in Harrisburg, but it's not like Harris's margin is that impressive. I was kind of hoping that Harris would lose in Harrisburg just because it would be funny, but I guess it wasn't meant to be. It's tiny amount left around Reading. Okay, yeah, Republicans win Senate, we know. A little bit left in Allentown, again, but look at the margin there. It's super close, mostly canceling each other out. A little bit left there, again, mostly canceling each other out. Bucks, everyone else, again, just canceling each other out. So what that really, the only thing that's left, right? Philadelphia ticked up. Philadelphia is now at 86. Delaware's at 92. Chester's at 86. Montgomery's 73. Yeah, this is looking like it's done. Like, honestly, unless they are wildly underestimating the amount of vote that's in here. Delaware's 92%. Chester's 86%. Montgomery 73. I mean, look, Montgomery County is 73% in, and Harris isn't even netting 100,000 votes. And she's behind. She actually has caught up a little bit. She's narrowed it to below 200K after some of this came in. But she's netting less than 100K with 73% of votes in. She's not going to, like, find another 100K net in Montgomery. Philly, she's netting 350,000 in Philly. Maybe she ends up netting like 400,000, right? So even if you add all of these counties up, like these ones in here, Harris maybe gets to like 150K net votes over Trump, probably not 200K. But Trump has like, again, he has like 40 to 50,000 votes. Or wait, did anything from York come in? No, maybe not yet. He has a lot of votes left in York. He has a lot of votes left in Cambria. He has some votes left, in these other places. I don't really see how Harris catches Trump here, just looking at this from the county level. Again, unless they're wildly underestimating the amount of vote that's left in Philly and the Philly suburbs. Any movement from the betting odds? Not really. Trump's probably going to win all the swing states. Trump's at 96% to win in Pennsylvania by Polymarket, 92% in Michigan, 94% in Wisconsin. And he's 95% to win the presidency, according to electionbettingodds.com. So anyway, I hope that me going through Pennsylvania tempers your guys' concerns a little bit, because like, where is Harris going to find the votes? Okay, Kamala Harris won in Nebraska too. That was expected. That's totally fine. So the lead for Trump is down to like 170,000. Like, what do we want to say? She nets another 50K in Philly? Or we'll be generous. We'll say like 70K. She nets like 10 more in Delaware County. We're at 80K now. Somehow she nets another 10K in Chester. We're at 90K. Montgomery, could she net like 60K there? I guess she could. I don't really see how it happens. So if you add up the votes that you would think would go to Harris on net in these counties, Harris pulls even with Trump. But Trump has some places left too. Cambria County, he's got tens of thousands of votes left. And same thing with York. Again, if these like percentage reporting numbers are accurate, Harris can catch up to Trump with this, but you would think Trump would just take the lead with everything else that's left to come out state. And Pennsylvania, by the way, is ticked up to 85% in. Trump 1.9. To 205 now. She's taken Nebraska 2, Nebraska's second district. Yeah, I mean, this is looking a lot like 2016, except Trump is having a lot more fun in Florida and Texas and the other blue states. Can we just take a look and appreciate Florida again? Florida by 13.3. That is insane. Even the most bullish predictions for Trump said that Trump would win Florida by like 12, and he's won it by over 13. Almost flipping Palm Beach County is insane. Flipped Osceola County, which is mainly Puerto Ricans who live there. Flipped Duval County, where Jacksonville is. He even flipped Hillsborough County, where Tampa is. Democrats just left with a skeleton force in Florida here. Yeah, Florida is zooming right. Florida's gone off a cliff. What about one? Trump 90% chance of victory. Over 300 electoral votes now. Pennsylvania up to 87% now. What else came in? Oh, more of Montgomery County came in. And she still isn't netting 100,000 from Montgomery. Yeah, Trump is doing respectable in these Philly suburbs. And still nothing more from Westmoreland or York or Cambria. All right, tick-tock. Clock is ticking. Do you think we will get the final result by 1 a.m. for Pennsylvania? Oh, my phone's dead. Darn it. Yeah, there's a chance. The problem is, what if we hit a wall, right? Like, what if for whatever reason they stop counting? But look at this. He's ahead. So the other way that you guys can look at this, right, is that Trump is ahead by almost 3 percentage points in Pennsylvania, right? and we only have 13% to go. So that means of the 13% to go, Trump needs what? He needs like 5 and 8. Yeah, 5 and 8 add up to 13. So that means that Trump needs 5/13 of the remaining vote, and Harris needs 8/13 of the remaining vote. Probably not going to happen. I guess it's possible that there's a bunch of votes for Harris somewhere in Bucks, but I don't think so. Bucks has always been really close. Yeah, maybe that's what the New York Times is saying here, is that if we're getting a lot of votes from the Republican part of Bucks, okay, all right, tiny amounts of votes came in, and Harris has a lot of hidden votes here, even though it looks like it's 50-50, then I agree, she could pull in front of Trump. But I really don't think so, and let me show you guys why. We will look back at 2020, and we can see that Joe Biden won Bucks only by 4 points. In 2016, Trump lost Bucks by the tiniest of margins. So that's why I'm just not anticipating Bucks to suddenly swing to the left. Okay. Minnesota is still only lean D. We're at 57% in Minnesota. So it's not inconceivable that Trump could catch Harris in Minnesota. Look at how red the state is outside of the Twins. Harris winning by 3.5. Okay, they've actually moved it to likely. We don't need Minnesota. That's fine. And nothing's in from St. Paul. Okay. Harris is probably going to win likely. Okay. Oh, they've called New Mexico for Harris. How about that? I told you guys New Mexico was probably going to be surprisingly close. And it is, I mean, it's reasonably close. Actually, this isn't as good for Trump as I thought. That, yeah, Hawaii has also been called for Harris. So she's up to 210. So look at this, 210 for Harris, 230 for Trump. New Hampshire's probably going to go to Harris. Come on, just wanted to call Georgia already. What are they waiting for? Trump's ahead in Georgia by 119,000 votes. They're not going to get it from there. And Atlanta looks like it's all the way in. Jen Psaki currently worrying that these results will make Democrats think twice before nominating a woman again. Yeah. Harris just doesn't come across as a serious woman. Like, I mean, let's just be honest about things. To be a successful female politician, there is a higher bar that you have to pass compared to men. You have to show that you're competent and responsible, and that you're tough. And Hillary Clinton showed that well. Like, I would much rather have Hillary Clinton as president than Kamala Harris. I think Hillary Clinton is someone that our adversaries would take seriously. I don't think they would have taken Kamala Harris seriously. Yeah. Still nothing in Nevada. It's hilarious. At this rate, Alaska's gonna we're gonna get votes counted in Alaska before we get votes in Nevada. Yeah, I don't know what they're waiting for in Georgia. Because maybe, I mean, if they call Georgia, then that brings Trump's electoral count up to 254. And then it's like, whoa, he's close. Or sorry, not 254, 246. Never mind. Yeah, 246. But still. Wisconsin. All right. Wisconsin's going okay. It's going okay. Still waiting on that big basket of absentee votes from Milwaukee. Okay. Bunch of votes just went in. Nothing really changed. Wisconsin's now at 80%. Arizona's still stuck at 53. Officials in Maricopa County said full tabulation could take 10 to 13 days. It's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Arizona is so slow. It's amazing the disparity in speed of counting votes between these states. Like, you all saw how quickly Florida came in. And then there's Michigan, where polls closed at 8 p.m. over 4 hours ago, and we're still only at 55%. Minnesota back to lean D. Still haven't called Nebraska 1, which is interesting. Yeah, they just need more votes in there. They haven't called Maine 2nd either. So those are 2 more electoral votes that'll go to Trump. Last polls close at 1 a.m. in Alaska. Any other areas aside from like Atlanta suburbs that have notably shifted towards Harris? Not really. Not particularly. Yeah, look at upstate New York. Upstate New York has actually swung considerably. Cumberland County, PA. What is this? Oh, Staunton. Is this a Democratic? Oh, Tucker County. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, this is where Davis is, that one like really artsy town. I've never been there. I guess some Democrats are moving there. Oh, you know what else we haven't checked? Like, what kind of vote share is RFK getting and the other third parties? Where would I find that? A lot of times it's not even listed. Hang on, we can just show all. In Pennsylvania, oh, RFK wasn't on the ballot. Jill Stein with 0.5%, Chase Oliver with 0.5%. How is Jill Stein doing in Michigan? Jill Stein with 0.6, but Wayne County's only 25% in. A lot of the Muslims upset about Israel were saying they were going to vote for Jill Stein or just vote for Trump. Okay, fine. Let's go to like a random state that's all the way in. I mean, Georgia's basically all the way in. RFK on the ballot here. I keep forgetting. I can't use swing states. It has to be. Let's look at Illinois. RFK is at 1.4% in Illinois. All right. Sounds about right. Jersey, RFK, half a percentage point there. Also, wait, why is New Jersey so close? Oh, wait, what? I didn't even look at this. Harris is only winning in New Jersey by 5? What do they think final margin is going to be? All the votes remaining are in Newark. Wow. New Jersey zoomed to the right. They think Harris is only going to win New Jersey by 6. This is a state that Biden won by 16. And Clinton won it by 14. Tyler says, I think we were going to get some sleep. Good night, Michael. Good night to you guys, too. Thanks for tuning in. I think we can sleep safely now, knowing that our country's in good hands. Yep. So, yeah, thanks for tuning in. I think we know what the result is. I cannot believe how close New Jersey is. This is... I'm surprised I didn't notice it before. He flipped Passaic County? That's incredible. I guess that's the county with all the Hispanics. Yeah. I guess that's why New Jersey is so close. So this is a state that Republicans are going to target next time. One of the head-spinning results of the night's New Jersey's rightward shift. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. New Jersey, future swing state confirmed as Republicans doing better with Black and Hispanic voters. Also, wasn't New Jersey... No, New Jersey was not an insta-call. Okay, that would have been funny. I mean, I thought New Jersey could be a little under 10, but my God. Anything else that's weird? Delaware, Harris is up by 14. That's actually a bit more than I was expecting. Maryland, she's only up by 22, which is actually for a Demland, but I don't know where the remaining votes are. Yeah, a lot of votes around DC. So the margin will be bigger there. Connecticut, Trump is only down by 8, but only half the vote is in Connecticut. What do they think is going to be in Connecticut? Because this one was called Harris plus 15. All right. So nothing crazy in Connecticut. We already checked. I cannot believe New Jersey. Anything else surprising here? Tennessee, I thought was surprising. South Carolina, Trump is ahead by 18. That's impressive. This is a state usually Republicans just win by like 12 or 13, something like that. It's like a light red state, but he's ahead by 18. Again, black voters. That's... Yeah, look how well he's doing in Mississippi as well. He's ahead in Mississippi. Mississippi's all the way in. And he's at 4 in Mississippi. Usually this is like a teen victory. Republicans score somewhere in the teens. These counties here look a bit lighter too, where a lot of the black folks live there. Wow. Oh, Montana's just 16% in. Okay, never mind. Wyoming, the most red state in the nation, as usual. Wyoming, Trump is winning here by 52. Although, okay, but University of Wyoming isn't in yet. All right, we'll see. And then this is Jackson Hole up here, voting for Utah, 45% in. Harris doing respectably in Utah, but it's probably just what's in and what's not in. Is it Salt Lake? Not even mostly Salt Lake. Trump's going to do a lot better in Utah than that. There's no way, right? California's stuck at 43. All right. So New Jersey was the big shocker. Only voting for Harris by 6. These 3 are still just lean. Pennsylvania's up to 88%. A little bit more came in Bucks. And more votes just came in. Oh, okay. Allentown is now all the way in. No more votes for Harris there. York is still stuck. Cambria is still stuck. And Westmoreland is still stuck. Oh, look at that. Trump flipped Erie. I knew it. I told you guys. I told you guys that Trump was going to win in Erie. Trump plus 1.9. I think if the rest of Bucks comes in, that will add a lot more certainty to Pennsylvania. Yeah, Trump still leading by about 170,000 votes in Pennsylvania. Wisconsin's up to 83. Wisconsin is kind of catching up to Pennsylvania. And Trump is up by 4 percentage points. He's up by over 100,000 in Wisconsin. I think a tiny amount of Milwaukee came in, but we're probably still waiting on the mail-ins from Milwaukee. Kamala Harris won in Door County, which is interesting. They were saying that county was going to predict Wisconsin, which maybe it still will. Maybe Harris. There's also nothing in Douglas, which Harris will probably win there. For some reason, this like top of Wisconsin here votes for the Democrats. I don't really understand why. Is anything more in Wayne County? No, still at 26%. Who the heck knows what's going to happen in Michigan? The funny thing is, out of all the Rust Belt states, they're saying Michigan is actually likely to be the strongest for Republicans, even if the range is a bit wider. They've moved Minnesota to likely D again. All right. Harris almost certainly going to win New Hampshire. But only by 3. And then it sure looks like Trump will get that 1 electoral vote in Maine, which he does need, by the way. If he wins like Georgia and Pennsylvania, then he still needs the electoral vote in Maine. He still needs Alaska to get to 270. NBC also called Georgia now. Good. Thanks for that, Adam. Another hour has gone by, but the story is still the same. Trump is favored in each of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And we'll have to wait longer to see whether maybe, just maybe, Harris will do better than expected in key Democratic areas. Popular vote estimate, Trump plus 1.2. I still cannot believe what happened. That is probably the most shocking election result in this entire. It's only going to win New Jersey. What do they think? By 6, down from 16. %35% in Hudson County, where Jersey City is. Not bad at all. Yeah, Republicans are going to target New Jersey in 2028 for sure. Because this is looking like a future swing state. In New Jersey, there. A lot of people live there. That ridiculous seltzer poll. Harris plus 3. It's so funny. And then seeing the betting odds move like 20 points just on the basis of that one poll. Every single county moving to the right. Trump winning it by 13. Pennsylvania's ticked up to 89. Let's see what came in. Percentages are still the same. Trump's still at plus 1.9. Okay, more of Bucks came in. And Trump actually, I mean, again, basically all the voters cancel each other out, but Trump is actually leading by 4,000 votes in Bucks County. Okay, Gettysburg, Adams County came in. Republicans clinched Senate per NBC. Sweet, nice. Yeah, this, okay, and yeah, per APL. We'll see what happens with these Rust Belt Senate races. Oh, and they also projected Deb Fischer over Dan Osborne. Good, okay, that's another one. One less to worry about. I just don't really care about the Republicans in the Senate. I'm sorry. We have all these people in the legislature, and they do nothing except come up with massive 8,000-page bills that nobody reads with all sorts of pork. Like, why do we have them? Michigan's slowly ticking up. They were at 53. They're now at 59. They're still saying Trump plus 2.3. Wayne still down at 25% of the vote in. Trump doing really well in Macomb. That's good to see. Also look like House goes D plus 8 or so. Funny, seeing the results of the election, and over the past few months, just the Republicans clinging to Trump as hard as they could, because they knew that Trump, the more that they tied themselves to Trump, the better that they would do. Because we've gotten to the point where there actually aren't that many voters who will refuse to vote for Trump, but will vote for the Republican down ballot. Now it seems like there's a lot more voters that will vote for Trump, but will vote for a Democrat down ballot. Oh, look at the district map. The House probably might come down to California. Just depends how hard California swings to the right. There are a lot of complaints in California, and California's still stuck at 43%, of course. Okay, great. Yeah, great. So we're not going to have like 2 weeks. Is that how this is going to work? Probably. Okay, Pennsylvania, it's getting to the point where they're going to make Pennsylvania likely for Trump. Yeah, still waiting on these guys. Oh, that's new. Delaware's all the way in. That's cool. Philadelphia, I think, ticked up a little bit. They're now at 89%. I mean, how many votes can the Dems possibly make up in this little cluster here? They're netting, how many is that? 300, like 360,000. Oh, Gentleman Snake says, good night, see ya. Oh, you've been here the whole time? Oh, thank you. It was really nice to have you. But I don't see how Harris makes it up. 484 minus 128. I'm so tired. It's so late. That's 356. Okay. So she's netting 356 out of Philly. That's actually pretty bad for a Dem. You want to be like comfortably over 400. But let's assume she gets another like 60,000 out of Philly net, which is a bit generous. She gets another 20,000 there. Oh, I'll explain that, Jack, in a minute. Let me just calculate this real quick. 60,000, 20,000, 80,000, like 90,000. Yeah, she's not coming back in Pennsylvania. Again, unless there's a bunch of votes out there in bucks that are for her. So what I heard about Nevada is none of the candidates are allowed to declare their results until everyone has finished voting in Clark County, where the lines were 3 hours long. That's what I heard. Seems a little silly. You'd think the rural counties and the county where Reno is, you'd think they'd be allowed to indicate their results, but that's really the reason. It probably doesn't affect anything because, again, Georgia plus Pennsylvania gives Trump the win anyway. Oh, hang on. Has this always been here? These popular vote? I swear that wasn't there before. When did those come up? But Trump's ahead by 4.5 million votes. And we're already at 43% of the vote in California. So yeah, Trump's going to win the popular vote. New York Times now saying 93% chance of victory. Betting odds have Trump up to 95% chance of victory. I think I've yet to really fully process this. Just how stunningly well Trump has done in a lot of these places. And he's run it up in the safe red states too. Look at that, winning Arkansas by 30, winning Alabama by 31, winning Tennessee by 30, winning Kentucky by 31. These are insane margins. Come on. I'm telling you, I think Pennsylvania's up to 90. Is that more in? No, that's the same in Bucks. Montgomery up to 91. Okay, Montgomery ticked up to 91%. Kamala Harris is, oh, they've called Georgia. They've just called Georgia. Yes. That's our first flip, by the way. That's our first flip. Gunnar asks, how are Washington and Oregon doing compared to the past tour? Is it too soon to say? Probably not too soon to say. Yeah, let's see. That's a very good question. So Washington in 2020 voted for Biden by a margin of about 19. This time, what do they think? What do they think would be 19? But what do they think? They think it'd be 17. So Washington trends just a little bit towards the Republicans, but nothing serious. Oregon. I mean, this would trend to Republicans a bit because of how the Democrats have mismanaged the state. Harris is ahead by 13 points. And they're saying Harris is going to win by 12. The margin in 2020 was 16. So Oregon narrows from a 16-point win for Biden to a 12-point win for Harris, is what they're saying. A little bit narrower. Yeah, it is a good question though. Refresh. Okay. It was lagging a bit. Man, it's almost 1 a.m. Stay up for a little longer. I just feel like I could probably go to bed now, but I just need to see it after what happened in 2020. Wisconsin's up to 85. Trump is 4 points. Yeah, he's ahead by 119,000 votes in Wisconsin. Dane County, where Madison is all the way in. Milwaukee, Harris isn't even netting 100K. Now, maybe the rest of Milwaukee is going to be very Democratic. How many votes did Biden get in Milwaukee? He got 317,000 to 134,000. So Harris has a lot of votes coming in Milwaukee, although Trump has some in Milwaukee. Yeah, so Harris still has a lot of vote left in Milwaukee County. If she does just as good as Biden, and Trump is obviously going to pick up some votes here too. If she does just as good as Biden, she would basically like tie Trump in the vote count. But again, there's other votes still out there. Green Bay still has 38% of the vote remaining, and that's voting for Trump. Winnebago County voting for Trump by 14. $246 electoral votes. Oh, Pennsylvania's up to 92? From 90 to 90 came in Pennsylvania. Trump. No, nothing more in Bucks. What more came in? Oh, York came in. Gotcha. Okay. York came in, and York did deliver. Trump at an 86% chance to win in PA. York netting Trump 63,000 votes. They've moved Pennsylvania to likely Trump now with York County in. His lead is now up to 220,000 in Pennsylvania. I mean, this is over. With 10% of Philly left, 8% of Montgomery County, 14% of Chester, Bucks is nip and tuck. Still Trump with some votes left in these other counties. Well, actually, he's okay. Rest of Westmoreland basically came in. This is looking like it's done. 220,000 votes. Can you look at PA Senate? Oh, yeah, sure. They don't have the needle for the Senate, which is annoying. Dave McCormick. Okay, so let's see. Dave McCormick is up by 1.8. Trump is ahead by 3.4. So Trump is outperforming Dave McCormick by 1.6, right? And Trump is expected to win by 2. So it seems more likely than not that Dave McCormick gets carried over the finish line and takes down that corrupt Bob Casey. We can look at the other Senate races too. Let's look at Wisconsin's Senate race. So Trump is ahead by 4.2 percentage points. Again, Milwaukee, the absentee vote hasn't come in, but 4.2 percentage points for Trump. Hovde is up by 2.4. So Trump is outperforming Hovde again by 1.8, and he's expected to win by 1.8. So this is going to be insanely close, is what I'm getting, between Hovde and Baldwin. This will be decided by just a couple thousand votes if this margin is correct and if Trump keeps outperforming him by that margin. Let's go to Michigan, where at 2%, how's Wayne? Still at 25, man. So Trump is ahead. Trump's ahead by 6.1 points in Michigan. Mike Rogers ahead by 4.5. Yeah. So again, based on these numbers, if Trump ends up winning Michigan by 2.2, then Mike Rogers gets carried over. It's possible that you'll see some Trump Slotkin voters in Wayne County. That's the thing. I think probably like the Muslim vote in Wayne County, they'll go for Trump and Slotkin. At least that's my guess. But actually, yeah, out of the 3 Senate candidates now in Wisconsin, looking like he's the most likely to get in. Oh, they finally put in some results in Nevada. Took long enough. Counties, and are they all the way in? No, they're not all the way in. These are like early votes. Oh, come on, man. Well, they think Nevada. This might not be due to the votes that are in. This might just be due to the fact that Trump is doing better than he did in 2020 everywhere. Nothing really much to see in Nevada. A bunch of the rural counties are in, and Trump is up big. Nothing from Reno, nothing from Las Vegas. They had Pennsylvania as likely R for a little bit. Moved it back to lean. Yeah, it's right on the cusp there. The one thing that I don't want to see is movement in the betting odds. Yeah, Trump's still at 96%. Because you guys know if Harris has any shot to come back here, someone will just throw even just a small amount of money on Harris could yield a huge return if it pans out. I think a little bit more came in Arizona. Okay, I think these are, well, they have some rural votes. Sorry, some early votes in the rural areas. I don't know. We'll see what happens when the election day vote comes in. I'm happy that with just the early vote, it looks like Trump's ahead. That's really good. Arizona's going to take for. Thank God it looks like Trump is going to win Pennsylvania, so we don't need Arizona. Beaver's all the way in. Erie's all the way in. Still some left in a few rural places, although a lot of the rurals now are all the way in. All right, I've seen enough. I'm calling it. Trump's winning Pennsylvania, and that makes him the next president of the United States. I've seen enough. Trump is ahead by 217,000 votes. I don't see how the Democrats net 200,000 votes, even out of Bucks County, if the rest of Bucks is actually good for the Dems, which I don't see why it would be. I really Trump is going to win Pennsylvania. I don't think I'm being premature here, right? How many total votes did Joe Biden get in Bucks? He got 204,000. So yeah, so we're like 70,000. Harris is 70,000 votes behind Joe Biden. Yeah, Harris could win all of the remaining votes in Bucks. Like, well, not all the remaining votes, but if you brought Harris up to where Biden was in 2020, you give Harris basically 70,000 votes. She's still way behind Trump. She's still behind Trump by 150,000. There aren't 150,000 net votes in Philly, and they've moved it to likely. Yeah, this is done. Pennsylvania, there's no way that Harris can come back in Pennsylvania. I just don't think there's enough vote left anywhere, especially with Trump. Okay, they give Nebraska one to Trump, great. Especially with like Cambria County is going to net Trump like 27,000 votes, as we saw before. He still has some votes left. $247 now, up from 246 because of Nebraska. Oh, the polls are closing in Alaska. Yeah, hang on, wait a minute. We're actually very close. Aren't we very close here? All that has to happen is Alaska gets called for Trump, Maine's first gets called for Trump, and then Pennsylvania gets called for Trump, and then he's at 270. That is how close we are. Anywhere else we have votes left in PA? we still even have some votes left in Altoona, and some in the Appalachians. Yeah, they're saying in Philly there's 77,000 remaining votes. Okay, they've just put in a little bit more. I don't know where it came from. Maybe that was a little bit more in Montgomery. Yeah, I think that was a little bit more in Montgomery, and actually Trump narrowed Kamala's lead there. Yeah, this is done. I don't believe she has a path to winning Pennsylvania. I guess we can stay up a little bit longer just to see it, you know, just to see it. Pennsylvania's likely are, as it should be. Wisconsin's moving in that direction. Milwaukee's the big wild card there. Oh, wait, what? Nevada's ticked up to 67% of votes in? Huh? And they're saying, wow. Trump is very close to winning Clark County, where Las Vegas is. He's also winning Washoe, where Reno is. Yeah, this is looking like Trump is going to win Nevada, too. There's a good chance that he wins Clark County. Although, actually, maybe not. It depends. What votes are those? Are those early? Does that include mail-in votes? In 2022, they counted the mail-in votes last. They're still saying Nevada's a toss-up. New Hampshire is going to be called for Kamala Harris soon. Look at this margin map. Look at these huge margins in Florida. Geez, huge margins in central PA too. I don't know what more to do. I wonder if Kari Lake can win in Arizona. They're saying Trump wins by 4, and Kari Lake is underperforming Trump by 7. Yeah, so Kari Lake is probably not going to win. I'm surprised she's underperforming him by that much. And yeah, how much is under? Trump is ahead by 3.4. Sam Brown is behind by 0.5. So probably Sam Brown is not going to win. She's an awful candidate. Who, Harris or Jackie Rosen? Saying Nevada's Lenar. Yeah, I don't really know anything about any of the Senate races, to be honest. Just didn't follow it. Just seems like so irrelevant compared to the presidential election. I just can't believe that we're going to have another 108. Oh, Carrie Lake, yeah. Yeah. So this is the inherent advantage that the Democratic Party has, right? Is that the Republican Party, the voters have a bit more control about which candidate ends up being the nominee. The Democrats haven't had a fair presidential primary since 2008. And that gives them a huge advantage because the party establishment is able to pick the candidates, and they can pick the candidates that are the most electable rather than the candidates who actually won in the primary. So it's not a fair fight. The whole time people recognize that and to engage with you guys because you guys have stacked the deck in favor of your own candidates and we don't really have a say. Alaska is also coming in. Alaska doesn't have county level results, which is annoying, but they're saying likely Republican. I don't think we have anything to worry about in Alaska. And they haven't called Maine's 2nd district either. Man, Maine is taking a while. Look at these big margins for Trump, just everywhere. In PA. There's going to be another big one there coming up soon. All right. I mean, if it's 2 a.m., 2 a.m. might be the point where I cut it off. if we don't see any significant movement. I just want to see it. I want to make sure. I don't want what happened in 2020 to happen again. I mean, this feels very different from 2020. In 2020, Trump did worse in most places around the country, with a few exceptions. Here, it is universal. Trump's doing better everywhere. Aside from the ticking time bomb of Atlanta. Their vote too. And there it is. There it is, the 306 to 232. Or sorry, no, 306. Wait, that's the same margin. Yeah. That would be hilarious if it was another 306 to 232. Weren't the past 2 elections both 306 to 232? Because Biden got 306, right? Yeah, Biden got 306, Trump got 232. Then the election before, Trump got 306 and Clinton got 232. That would be hilarious if it was the exact same margin again. Which it certainly could be if Harris wins Nevada. But I don't think she will. Has proved wrong. Oh, wait. PA, they've moved to very likely. Oh, what happened? They didn't even, maybe the reason is that they heard about how many votes are still left. Some intel was released there. That's my guess. Okay, has Trump Harris will not address supporters tonight. Oh, okay. Fox has called Maine's second district for Trump, and has also called Maine at large for Harris. Okay. Just trying to see, what is Matt Drudge saying? The headline is just "World in Shock." Matt Drudge is so disappointing, man. He's become so anti-Trump. I still use the Drudge Report just because it has stories that you'll never be able to find any other way. World in shock. The funny thing is, all of the doctors that I met, where we sort of incidentally bring up politics, like not even meaning to, all the doctors from other countries, they're all like, "Oh yeah, Trump's gonna win. Yeah, no problem." And I'm like, "Really?" Like, "Oh yeah, we've seen this before. We've seen these shenanigans with the legal issues and the assassination attempts." They're like, "Yeah, Trump's gonna win. He's gonna do better than he's ever done." And I doubted them. But it turns out that we have more in common with Pakistan than we think we do. Yeah. They're saying there's no path for Harris to come back in Pennsylvania. Over a 95% chance of winning. Betting odds have probably hit the ceiling. Yeah, they're at 97% for Trump now. Yeah, it's over. It's over. I'd Trump get to 270. Very likely. Wisconsin and Michigan still just lean, but you would think there aren't enough for Harris in Wisconsin. Unlikely. She's behind by 4.3 percentage points in Wisconsin. And she's behind by 125,000 votes. Yeah, Michigan, who knows? Michigan will probably end up going down. Yeah, I guess Alaska could still swing. Although Trump is ahead there by 18 now. He only won Alaska by 10 last time. Minnesota, they still haven't called Minnesota, which is funny. All right. So, yeah, this is a much narrower margin than I was expecting. I thought that Trump would be lucky to get Minnesota below 5, but he has. They've projected New Hampshire for Kamala Harris. No surprise there. That would have been a tough one for him to win. But he did respectably there. Oh, and Kelly Ayotte. That's what I thought she would win the governorship. And they think Harris will win New Hampshire by 2.8. Okay. Been such a good night. Such a good night. And now they're starting to call some house races. They've moved Maine 2nd District to be very likely are. Maybe that's what it was before. I don't remember. They might not call Pennsylvania for a while for some reason. Really should call it. Yeah, look at this. It just keeps getting better and better. McCormick is beating Casey by 1.8. Trump beating Harris by 3.4. Yeah, I think McCormick gets over the finish line. We'll see, but I think he does. I think he does. So at peace. All is good in the world. Did we ever get any final exit polls? NBC. They're saying Trump got, wow, 45% of the Hispanic vote. This one? No. This one. 12% of the black vote, 55% of the white vote, 45% of the Hispanic vote, 38% of Asians is about the same. That's a big improvement with Hispanics. Yeah, look at this. Among black men, Trump got 20% of the vote. Among black women, he got 7%. Wow, Trump won Latino men by 10? Holy crap. 54 to 44, Trump won Latino men. How about that? And even among Latino women, he got 37%. Trump won white women by 5. Man, Trump won Latino men by 10. Trump also apparently did better with the 45 to 64 age group than the 65 or over. That's something you really like to see, because we need these people to vote more Republican. Gen X voted for Biden in 2020. Age by race. Yeah, look at that. Among black voters over 65, Trump actually did the worst with them. He did better among black voters 18 to 29 than black voters older than 65. Trump lost white college grads by 10. That's a better margin than I was expecting. He won white non-college by 31. He even did better than I thought with non-white college graduates. Then among non-white non-college graduates, 33. I mean, that's pretty darn good. Hispanic, Black, and Asian people who don't go to college, Trump got a third of that vote. Income level. Trump, the working class hero that he is, best group was the 30K to 50K family income. Wow, Trump won Catholics? Wow. Trump won Catholics by 15. That's usually a group that the Dems went out. I mean, that's basically just powered by the Hispanic vote, right? Primarily. Well, even women without children, 55% for Harris, 43% for Trump. That's not bad. Not bad at all. Among LGBTQ, Trump got 12%. That's pretty bad. Actually, that's worse than I was expecting. Is this the first year you have ever voted? Trump won first-time voters by 9. And we can see there's the effect of the economy. 45% of voters saying they're worse off today, and 80% of them voted for Trump. Which comes closest to your position? Abortion should be legal versus illegal. They're saying that 2/3 of the country is pro-choice. Less than 1/3 is pro-life. But even on the abortion issue, look at that. Kamala Harris just barely more trusted than Trump on that issue. It wasn't even a winning issue for her. Oh yeah, what about the double haters? Neither? Yeah, the double haters vote significantly for Trump, 55% to 32%. All right, let's check the map again. May have gotten some more stuff from Pennsylvania, but Pennsylvania looks pretty done. Yeah, a few more votes came in from Bucks. Trump's still leading there by 4,000. It's almost 1:30. Have they called Alaska yet? Not yet. Not yet. Still by 18. Hasn't changed. Still just waiting. At this point, we're waiting for Wisconsin probably to be likely. Getting there yet? Yeah, we're close. We're close. 88% of the vote is in Wisconsin. Still some votes left in Racine. She's down by a lot in Wisconsin. It's tough for me to believe that there are enough votes in Milwaukee for Harris to overtake Trump there. I guess it's possible. Right now in Milwaukee, with 62% of the vote in, she's netting 96K, and she's down by basically 130,000. Yeah, if the remaining vote in Milwaukee is overwhelmingly Democratic, Harris could come back and win Wisconsin. No, Harris ended up winning in Portage County. That's interesting. All right. I really don't. Yeah, Wisconsin is about to become likely R. I'm tired. It's 1:30 a.m. We haven't really seen much progress in Pennsylvania. Still stuck at 93. Betting odds, yeah, 98%. Oh, that's interesting. Republicans are the favorites to win the House. That's some good news. I'm staying up to see Trump speak, then I'm hitting the hay. I'll just wait until tomorrow to see Trump. It is some good news though. Look at this, that the betting odds have Republicans as the massive favorite to keep control of the House. It's not final, 25% certainly isn't nothing, but so there's some good news. Trump might get the trifecta. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, at what point, if you're Kamala Harris, do you concede the race? It would have been around now that Hillary Clinton would have conceded. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, there it is. Trump. Hang on. Sorry. Trump. Fox News has called Pennsylvania for Trump, which I think is reasonable, and that brings Trump up to 267 electoral votes. Let me share that. Yeah. And they've also given Trump Maine's 2nd district. He just needs Alaska. Is he still the favorite in the popular vote? I think so. I think so. Man, Adam and Gunnar, you guys are still here. Man, much respect for staying with me. Oh, a little bit more came in PA. We should see what came in PA. Well, we're here. Oh, it's a bit more from Philly came in. Oh, are they saying Philly is done? Yeah, let's take a look at the popular vote. 0.2. Again, we broke down the numbers with the popular vote before. Trump is about 5 million votes. This is more fun than the other streams and news. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I like to think that I can add some more interesting stuff. And like I like to think that I saw what was coming before everything else transpires on the news, where states are actually getting projected and things like that. I mean, just imagine if all you were doing was watching Fox News. You'd like, I guess probably now you'd know that Trump is going to win, but like a couple hours ago, you wouldn't really know. Because what these news networks do is they never actually talk about the results or go in much detail, but they just wait until they're 100% certain that a state can be called, and then they do so, which is it takes forever, especially now. But yeah, Trump's still the favorite in the popular vote. Again, he's ahead by just under 5 million votes. And Kamala Harris isn't going to make those votes up. Like in California, she'll probably net another 2.5 million. Oh, Mrs. Watson, Shelley Watson, you're still here. Wow. But Trump is going to win the popular vote by over 1 million votes. And actually, it doesn't seem like turnout was really that high. I mean, Trump is at 66 million votes. He got 74 million in 2020, and Biden got 81 million. So it seems more, well, he's already above his 2016 total. In 2016, he got 62 million, and Hillary got 65. So he is above the 2016 number. He's not going to reach 74 million, though, I don't think. No, there's no way. So I guess turnout was probably somewhere between 2016 and 2020. Yeah, if you're Kamala Harris to election, 2016, Harris conceded the election before Trump actually got to 270, according to the AP calling states. Pennsylvania's up to 94. What is in Pennsylvania? Philly is now all the way in. Tiny amounts in the Philadelphia suburbs. Trump has actually increased his lead in Bucks. Yeah, Pennsylvania is over. He's still leading by almost 200,000 with all of Philadelphia in. So I think it's done. Time to go to bed. We know they're going to see what happens in the House, but it seems like Republicans are the favorite to hold the House, even if it's narrow. Trump will get PA. He'll get Alaska. He'll get Maine's 2nd district. And Maine's 2nd and Pennsylvania have already been called by Fox. Now Fox just has to call Alaska. The headline on Fox changed a bit. Soon, Trump expected to address supporters. Oh, Trump's going to address his supporters soon. Okay, that's good to know. I'm not going to stream that. I don't want the stream to get taken down somehow. I might watch that before I go to bed if I think Trump is going to speak soon. Adam says, "Good night, sir. Thank you for your diligence." Yeah, I mean, thank you guys so much for spending the night with me. This was fun. I'm just so happy by what's gone on. I really thought that Harris was the favorite, and if Trump won, I didn't think he would win like this, where he's going to win in every swing state. But it gives me a lot of hope in this country that all these voters that we thought were going to be Democrats forever and ever, they can change. And it turns out that Trump, after everything that everyone said about him, of all people, it was Donald Trump who diversified the Republican Party and brought in the black voters, brought in the Hispanic voters. And I think this will be a good 4 years. This will be a good 4 years. So anyway, I think I'll end the stream. Again, thank you guys so much for spending this time with me. I think this stream will still be it should. I mean, I'd be really upset if it wasn't on YouTube but no, it should get automatically saved to YouTube after I hit the end stream button. So I'll be able to revisit it anytime I want to play this back. I'm going to have a good time watching the CNN broadcasts and everything, and MSNBC and the Young Turks in the future. But anyway, so thanks again. This was a fun way for me to do election night. Yeah, I'll talk to you guys soon. All right, ending the stream now. Bye, Shelly. Thank you so much for staying. Just see if there's anything that I have to do. Before I log off here, just to make sure that it gets saved. Anything in here?